Recorded Books presents an unabridged recording of Dark Celebration, a Carpathian Reunion, by Christine Feehan, narrated by Richard Ferrone. This book is copyrighted 2006 by Christine Feehan. This recording is copyrighted 2007 by Recorded Books. They seek liberation through their unspeakable desires. They find deliverance in forbidden fantasies. They are drawn to their life mates after centuries of wanting. Vampires, shapeshifters, hunters, demons, lovers, healers, seducers, and betrayers. You are cordially invited to attend Dark Celebration, a Carpathian Reunion.
Chapter 1. Stars glittered across the night sky, and the moon spilled light, illuminating the trees below and turning leaves a glistening silver. A female owl skimmed the canopy, dipped lower to speed through the labyrinth of trees before rising again just in time to avoid a thick branch. A second larger owl chased her in a wide circle above the forest surrounding a clearing where a large 2-story stone house sat. The female plummeted toward the steep roof, talons extended toward the chimney, pulled up at the last heart-stopping second to race away from the male, wings flapping noiselessly, the wind riffling iridescent feathers. "Raven!" Mikhail Dobrinsky warned his life-mate sharply. "That was far too close." "It was exhilarating." "Raven, you are going to get tired." There was a soft warning growl in Mikhail's voice, as if a wolf lurked inside the body of the owl. Her laughter bubbled up, soft and warm in his mind, as they telepathically communicated. "I'm not a newbie anymore, Mikhail, and after all these years I think I can handle flying. I love it. It's my favorite thing to do. Are you ever going to get over being overprotective?" "I do not think it is overprotective to watch over the woman of my heart and soul. You always overdo it when you fly, and you risk much more than you should." That may have been true, but Raven wasn't going to admit it. Once in the body of a bird, she wanted to stay that way for long periods of time. "I feel so free." From the moment of her conversion, human to Carpathian, the one thing that had intrigued and filled her with joy above all else in her new life was the ability to fly. She could soar high above earth and see miles of beautiful forest, cool lakes, and a riot of wildflowers. Beauty always surrounded her when she took the form of an owl, making her forget, at least for a few moments, the absolute wonder and responsibility of being life-mate to the prince of the Carpathian people. There was a small silence. "Raven, do you not feel freedom when you are with me? I have never caged you, although at times I felt it would be the safest thing to do." The female owl circled back toward the male to position herself just under his left wing. "Of course not, silly. Don't you love flying? The wind lifting your body while the terrain below appears so magical." There was that whisper of love in her voice, in her mind. Mikhail had come to depend on the steadiness, the absolute steadfastness of her love. "It is so. If you ever are despairing of my nature, I would want you to let me know. I feel your sadness sometimes, my love, the ache in your heart." "Don't, Mikhail. It's not because of you, or because of us. Like any woman who has found her true life mate, I want children. I can't complain. We have our daughter Savannah, so precious to both of us, and much more than many other of our women are gifted with. If we never have another, I have been lucky enough to have one child, as well as the only man who could ever make me happy. You and Savannah are enough for me." Mikhail wished they were home, where he could pull her into his arms and kiss her soundly. He ached with love for her more than he cared to admit, and he could hear and feel the desire in her to hold a child in her arms. It was his greatest failure, not only in his duty to his life-mate, but also in his duty to his people. After hundreds of years, he still couldn't protect his people from their greatest threat. Not vampires or the mage, not modern society, not even the lack of emotion in the males after 200 years and the ever-present darkness creeping into their souls. He couldn't protect them from what he was beginning to believe might be the very extinction of their species. Mikhail. Raven whispered his name in his mind, a soft sound of utter love and compassion. You will find the answers for our people. You've accomplished so much already by bringing such great minds together in an effort to solve this problem, and 3 babies have survived in the last few years. We kept Savannah. Francesca and Gabriel have Tamara, and now there is Corinne and Diane's child, Jennifer. 3 girls, my love. There is yet hope. Mikhail was silent, wanting to roar his despair to the heavens. 3 female children when so many of the men of his species were without hope. To survive, to maintain honor, they had no choice but to find the one woman who would complete their soul, bring light to their darkness. Without a woman, they had nothing but an endless, barren existence. That's not so, Raven objected. Many have found their life-mates among my people. A handful, Raven. Why can't I find the answer when I have such great minds working on the problem? We need women and children, or our kind will cease to exist. After the assassination attempt on his life, more than anything else, Mikhail feared their enemies would realize just how fragile the Carpathian race had become. With so many against them, it would only take one to realize where the true vulnerability of the Carpathian race lay, the absence of women and children. So far, all the strikes had been directed against the men, but sooner or later their enemies would realize that to kill the species, they had only to kill the women and children. The thought of Raven, his beloved life-mate, or his precious daughter, Savannah, as a target was almost more than he could bear, but it was inevitable. The enemy had joined together with the Dark Mage and had found a way to hide their presence, making them doubly dangerous. No longer could the Carpathians rely on their ability to read minds and sense a threat. They must be more vigilant than ever. Even now Mikhail scanned the forest below them warily, unable to relax completely. Mikhail, you have closed your mind to mine. He forced his thoughts back to their conversation. It was bad enough that he could not console his life-mate over losing a child, let alone stay on track with such an important topic. You have lived with us only 50 years, and already you have suffered the loss of a child. Can you imagine the great sorrow in 100 years? 200? Our women cannot suffer these losses without severe repercussions. Shay believes she and Gary are much closer to finding the answers. Gabrielle is now helping as well, Raven reminded him. Gary was human, and Gabrielle had been. Recently, to save her life, Gabrielle had undergone the conversion, but she had worked tirelessly, even before the change, to aid Shay in finding out why Carpathian women suffered so many miscarriages. With all the training Shay had as a human doctor and her natural abilities as a Carpathian healer, she is an amazing resource to our people. She has worked with Gabrielle, Gary, and, of course, Grigori to find the answer as to why our women can no longer successfully carry children. The few babies born rarely survived the first year. Raven was grateful she had had a miscarriage and been spared the terrible grief of giving birth, holding her child for a year and then losing it. Shay has already discovered so much. She will unlock this mystery. Mikhail believed Shay might be the one to perform such a miracle. She had already proved her tenacity and courage in bringing his brother Jacques back from the brink of insanity, but Mikhail also feared the answers would come too late for his people. Their enemies were banding together, closing in and striking often. Worse, it seemed their oldest and cruelest enemy might still be alive. Xavier, the powerful dark mage, and his grandson Razvan were aiding the undead with ancient knowledge. Raven broke away from him to fly with her usual abandon far too close to the canopy of trees. His heart nearly stopped, and it took tremendous discipline to keep from ordering her back to his side where she would be safe. He couldn't imprison her any more than any of the other Carpathian males could their life mates, but the need and desire were there, beating at him with ruthless temptation. Mikhail put on a burst of speed, catching up to the woman who completed his soul, his sharp eyes scanning the terrain below as they flew together. He could feel happiness radiating from her, and it helped to ease the burdens in his heart. "You do know, my love," Raven called teasingly, "that you have to play Santa Claus at the Christmas party for all the children." Mikhail lost the image, that of an owl, in his mind for the first time in hundreds of years. His body plummeted 30 feet, nearly hitting the top of a tree before he recovered from his shock. Even within the owl's body, he shuddered. "You may rid yourself of that notion at once." Raven spiraled down toward their home, her body graceful in flight, landing on 2 feet on the walkway leading to their porch as she shifted into her natural form. Mikhail followed her, shifting as he landed directly in front of her, halting her escape. The lines and planes of his face hardened into a fierce look meant to intimidate. "This conversation is not over." He couldn't prevent the horrified reaction running through his body. "There are things you should never ask a man to do." Raven rolled her eyes. "The children will be expecting St. Nick to make an appearance. This is our first big Christmas party, the first real one, and the women have agreed to cook, so the men have to do their part." "You have to do it, Mikhail." "I do not think so," he replied. His expression could daunt the most dangerous of vampires or vampire hunters, but certainly did not seem to have the desired effect on his life-mate. Raven merely huffed out her breath at him, exasperated. "Don't be such a baby. Human men do it all the time with absolutely no fear." "I am not afraid." Her eyebrow shot up, the one that always intrigued him, but this time she looked suspiciously as if she might be laughing at him. "Oh, yes, you are. You look terrified and pale." "I'm pale because I've expended energy flying without first taking sustenance. I am the prince of the Carpathian people, not Santa Claus." "That's not an excuse. As the leader of our people, it is your duty to play the part of St. Nick. It's tradition." "Not Carpathian tradition. It is not dignified, Raven." Mikhail swept his black hair to the nape of his neck and secured it with a thin strip of leather. His black eyes glittered at her, making every attempt to intimidate her into submission. She burst out laughing, completely unsympathetic and certainly not scared. "Tough luck, hotshot. It's your job. Carpathian tradition or not, you promised me we'd have a big Christmas party for everyone. Our people have come from the United States, South America, and several other countries to participate in our celebration. We cannot possibly disappoint them." "It will not be disappointing to anyone if I do not do this ridiculous thing." Her laughter deepened into a rich, appealing sound that played down his spine and made his stomach do a funny little flip. Only Raven could do that to him. Only Raven could make him want to do anything on earth to please her. "Trust me, Mikhail. The entire Carpathian race will be disappointed if they do not see you playing the role of Santa Claus." She stroked his face with her fingertips. "A nice white beard." Her hand ran down his chest to his hard, flat stomach. "A nice, round belly." You aren't at all amusing." But she was, and it was taking everything he had not to smile at her. "You promised me you would do everything to make our first Christmas gathering a success." "I was not thinking at the time. You were distracting me," he grumbled. "Was I?" Raven asked, blinking innocently. "I can't remember." Mihail wrapped his arms around Raven and pulled her into his body. Nibbling on her neck, he tasted her pulse, felt her answering excitement, and knew it would always be this way between them. Raven. He thought he couldn't love her more, yet each day the emotion grew stronger until he felt he was bursting with it. Sometimes, when she wasn't looking, he could feel blood-red tears welling up in his eyes. Who would believe the powerful prince of the Carpathian people would be so enamored of a woman? He had been born with the ritual words of binding imprinted on his brain, as had every other male of his kind. It had been a shock to discover not only that a human woman could become his life mate, but that she could be successfully turned to his species. More than the complete amazement of all of that was the overwhelming love and hunger he felt for her, that it grew stronger with every moment they shared together. Looking at her could steal the breath from his body. "You always smell so good." Raven reached back to circle his neck with her arm, dragging his head closer so she could kiss him. The moment his lips touched hers, fire exploded in his gut and spread low, racing through his system until his blood thickened and his pulse pounded. He pressed his body close so she could feel the evidence of his desire. She laughed softly. "You always make me forget what I'm doing. I'm supposed to be cooking the turkey. It's been a very long time, and I have to make certain I don't make any mistakes. We've invited the Ostoyiches and any guests staying at the inn. Even though we can't eat it, we need human food for them, and since it was my idea, I couldn't very well pass on the most important item on our dinner menu." "Yes, you could." Mihail's voice suddenly turned sly. Raven whirled around to study her life mate's all-too-innocent expression. "What are you up to, Mihail?" "I'm passing on the duty of being jolly old St. Nick." Raven put both hands on her hips and tilted her head, narrowing her eyes. "You're up to something very, very bad. I can feel your laughter. What is so amusing?" "It has just occurred to me that I have a son-in-law." A slow answering grin spread over Raven's face even as she gasped in shock, one hand flying to her throat. "You wouldn't. Not Grigori. He'll scare all the children. He couldn't look jolly if he'd tried." "We let him take our daughter from us," Mihail said. "I think as his father-in-law he will have a hard time turning me down." "And you say I have a wicked sense of humor," Raven accused. "Where do you think I got it?" Mihail nuzzled her neck, his voice a husky whisper. The familiar answering tingle of excitement shot down her spine. Raven loved the way Mihail's every touch seemed so intimate. "He'll never do it. Not in a million years, and you'll still have to, but I'd love to see his face when you ask." "I have no intention of asking," Mihail said, straightening to his full height. "I'm his prince as well as his father-in-law, and he is my second-in-command and son-in-law. It is his duty to do these things." "You can't order him to play Santa Claus." Raven tried desperately to keep her laughter from spilling over. Grigori was one of the most fearsome men she'd ever met. The idea of even considering him in the part of Santa Claus was both hilarious and ludicrous to her. "I believe that I can, Raven," Mihail said solemnly. "You ordered me, and I'm the prince." Raven made a snickering sound. "I suppose you'd prefer I groveled at your feet." His hands framed her face, and he bent to take possession of her mouth. He loved her mouth, her taste, her instant response. "I could kiss you for all time." Good thing, since you dragged me kicking and screaming into your world." Raven closed her eyes and gave herself up to the sheer magic of his kiss. Her arms stole around his neck, and she leaned into him, wanting to feel the imprint of his body so real and alive against hers. There had been too many assassination attempts on Mikhail. Just recently they had lost one of their homes in a fierce battle fighting the combined forces of Razvan, a mage, and vampires. It had been unheard of for vampires to band together, let alone band with any other species. It frightened her to think there was a conspiracy to murder Mikhail. Her terror of losing him had partly been the reason she'd suggested a huge celebration of Christmas. Although not a holiday usually celebrated by the Carpathians, many of the previously human life-mates, including Raven, missed not having Christmas. She also needed something to take her mind off her growing fears for his safety. Mikhail lifted his head, retaining possession of her chin. "There is no need for you to fear for my safety, Raven." The smile faded from Raven's face, and she took a step away from her life-mate. "There is every need." She glanced toward the forest, a hitch in her breath. "Someone is coming." "A youngster, Raven, no one to be afraid of." Mikhail brought her palm to his mouth to press a kiss in the center. "I've never seen you so nervous." "I try to accept what we cannot change, Mikhail, but as the years have gone by, the danger to you has increased. I try to live as normal a life as possible, but I cannot even now, when it is imperative to protect you, overcome my loathing of sleeping in the ground. My terror of being buried alive makes us more vulnerable than ever." Ashamed, she ducked her head, avoiding his eyes. "Raven, my love." He bent his head once more to hers, his lips brushing hers with a tenderness that brought tears to her eyes. "I made you a promise, and I mean to keep it. You do not ever have to sleep beneath the ground. The earth rejuvenates us in our chamber, and there is no need to feel you have in any way placed my life in danger. You are my life. I cannot allow you ever to be in danger. If I thought sleeping in our chamber was dangerous, I would find another way." Her eyes searched his, her mind sweeping through his at the same time, searching for the truth. She knew he wove powerful safeguards to protect them, but she still feared that she placed them in danger with her strong aversion to going to ground. The rustle of leaves on the path to their home broke them apart, Mikhail shifting his body slightly to place his taller frame between the forest and his life-mate. A young woman emerged from behind several leafy plants, looking frightened but determined. She was average height with tousled, dark hair shimmering with red streaks. She had the skin of a young girl and the eyes of someone far, far older. "Skylar," Mikhail told Raven. "Gabriel and Francesca adopted her. Both Gabriel and Francesca have given her their blood. She is still human, yet carries a powerful bloodline. She is a very strong psychic." Raven smiled at the teenager. "She worries about the Carpathian males wanting to claim her now that she is 16. She's much too young to worry about such things." "You must be Skylar. How nice of you to come visiting. Perhaps you'd care to come in and talk to me while I check on the turkey." "I do not see Gabriel with you," Mikhail said pointedly. This young child represented hope to his race, yet she walked through the forest unescorted. "Mikhail, don't frighten her. There are wolves in the forest as well as the possibility of enemies." Skylar stopped abruptly, her gaze shifting to Mikhail. For a moment, her dark eyes clashed with Mikhail's black ones defiantly. "Gabriel trusts me to make my way to your house. I'm not a child anymore." "I can see that. I'm Mikhail, and this is my life-mate, Raven. Gabriel and Francesca speak of you so often I feel as if I know you. Forgive me if I showed my concern for a young woman I look upon as family." A brief smile flirted with Skylar's mouth. I have to hand it to you, Mr. Dobrinsky. That should make me feel like a worm, but it doesn't. I'm here because I absolutely want to make it clear that I am not a life mate to anyone. A shadow passed across the moon, briefly blotting out the light spilling down on the forest. Bats wheeled and dipped in a mad, frenzied performance in the night sky. Mihail stood still, searching the surrounding forest with his preternatural senses. He gestured imperiously toward the door Raven held open. They followed Schuyler inside. "You are so certain of this?" The aroma of turkey filled the house, and Mihail hid his natural revulsion against the scent of meat cooking. Smells from her past often comforted Raven. She was unaware of it, but he sensed her happiness, as if the turkey in the oven had been an important part of her life, a good memory of childhood, so he was careful not to ruin it for her. Raven sent him a small smile, as if she might be reading his thoughts in spite of his thin shield. He'd have to watch that. Her skills and powers grew daily. Schuyler looked at the high-beamed ceilings and wide-open space before her gaze settled on the 3 enormous stained-glass windows. Her face lit up, and she walked straight over to them. "This is Francesca's work. Isn't she awesome? I helped her with this one." She tilted her head to study the vibrant colors. "I haven't learned how to weave the safeguards into the glass yet. I can do it in quilts, but glass is much more complicated." She glanced at Raven. "Do you ever stand under the setting sun and feel comfort?" Schuyler moved an inch to her left. "Right here. If you stand right in this spot as the last rays of light hit, you'll feel it. I did that." "It's a work of art," Raven said. "If I could, I'd have every window done in Francesca's work. I had no idea you were helping her." "I have some talent, not nearly as strong as hers, but she's helping me develop mine. I hope to be partners with her one day." The smile faded, leaving her eyes bleak. She reached up to brush strands of dark hair from her face, revealing a small crescent-shaped scar on her temple and drawing attention to the white scars on her hands and forearms. Schuyler seemed to be aware of her nervous gesture and folded her hands, her chin raising a fraction. "I've heard rumors of a coming-out party where the men gather to see if they could possibly be compatible with one of the women." "We have no women," Mihail pointed out. "There are no parties and no coming out as we have no women." Schuyler's mouth firmed into a stubborn line as she followed the couple into the kitchen. "Gabriel and Francesca treat me like family." Mihail nodded. "They love you as if you were their daughter." He inhaled deeply, drawing her scent into his lungs. "You carry their blood, so through love, blood, and in every other way, you are their daughter." "They've offered to convert me when I'm 21, and I'm considering it, but I want assurances that you won't try to force me to be with a man. Any man." "No one would force you to do anything," Raven said. "Gabriel is a powerful man. Don't you think he would protect you?" "Absolutely he would protect me. I don't want Gabriel or Francesca to have to protect me. If I go through the conversion, I do not want someone trying to claim me." "Are you not aware of the plight of our people, of our males?" Mihail demanded. Raven put a restraining hand on his arm. "Have a seat, Schuyler. Can I get you something to eat or drink? We have juice in the fridge." Without breaking eye contact with Mihail, the teenager sank into a chair with an almost regal nod. "Yes, thank you. Juice would be nice." "She is terrific, isn't she, Mihail? She's terrified but determined that she be heard." There was admiration and warning in Raven's soft message to her life-mate. Raven poured a glass of orange juice and set it in front of Schuyler. Mihail's head went up suddenly, and he stepped toward the window, his gaze restless as he searched the darkness. He felt the presence of wolves and owls as they hunted for prey, but nothing that would cause the uneasy feeling twisting at his gut. He glanced down at the defiant young teenager, gently probing her mind and memories. He found Francesca and Gabriel's shields to help distance the girl from the brutality of her life before they had made her their ward, but even with that protection in place, the memories of the malicious cruelty and violence against Schuyler sickened him. Mihail glanced at Raven and saw the tears shimmering in her eyes as she shared Schuyler's past, felt her pain and despair, the utter hopelessness of a child who could not escape from a depraved adult world. Raven hastily crossed to the oven to check on the turkey. "It smells good," Schuyler said. "I used a wild rice stuffing," Raven said. "I remember it from my childhood. It took me a bit of time tracking down the recipe, but it should be good, although it's been a long time since I cooked anything. Francesca lets me cook whenever I want. She trusts me to make my own decisions." Schuyler glanced at Mihail. "Are you aware of what happens to a Carpathian male without his life mate?" Mihail asked, his voice compelling. Schuyler nodded. "Gabriel and Francesca both explained it to me. They lose colors and emotions first. Over hundreds of years, honor can fade and they become dangerous, especially the hunters, any who take lives. And eventually they can become the vampire, the most evil of all creatures." "And you would leave your life mate to this fate? You would be that cruel and inhumane? Should he suffer even more than he already has because you suffered?" "Mihail!" Raven whirled around, shock on her face. "She's a child. How could you? Giving our daughter to Grigori before she was beyond a fledgling was bad enough, but this child has suffered, and we have no way of knowing whether or not she is life mate to one of our males." "She is experienced far beyond her human years, Raven. Allow her to answer." Schuyler carefully placed the glass on the table and stood up, folding her arms as she faced Mihail squarely. "No, of course not. I wouldn't want anyone to suffer, but I can't seem to overcome the things in my past." She held her trembling hands in front of her. "I don't feel comfortable in the presence of men. I'm not capable of being anyone's life mate, and I don't want to be forced into a position where I have no choice, no say in my life. I didn't come to this conclusion lightly. I love Gabriel, and I certainly wouldn't want to think of him dead or suffering, or a vampire, but I know I can't ever be powerless again. Male Carpathians are far too dominating, and I would find myself slipping back into that dark place where Francesca first found me." Mihail frowned. "Do you believe our women are without power? Is that how you see Francesca?" Schuyler shook her head. "Francesca is loved and returns love. She can do what I can't and never will be able to do. Gabriel promised me, as did Lucian, that they will never let another force my compliance. But I know a Carpathian male has the ability to bind a Carpathian woman to him. I want to be fully Gabriel and Francesca's daughter, but I don't want to be subject to the laws of your world." "She doesn't know her life mate could bind her to him in her human state." Mihail reached out to Raven, suddenly at a loss as to what to do or say to this woman-child. Why would Francesca and Gabriel and even Lucian keep this information from her? "Schuyler," he said aloud, "a Carpathian male must put his life mate above all else. He would see to your needs, have patience with you. You are young yet. You have no idea how you'll feel in a few years." "I do know." "And you would sentence a Carpathian male, one who has given many lifetimes of service, to death, or worse, to the undead, out of fear?" "His decisions have nothing to do with me." "And what of the Carpathian race? Our species is nearly extinct. We cannot continue to exist without women and children. One woman makes a difference. One woman can save a male and give birth to a child. I see Francesca struggling sometimes to be true to her nature, and she's a strong woman. Gabriel is very protective and dislikes her going anywhere without him. Mikhail slammed a barrier in his mind immediately to prevent Raven from reading his mind. Gabriel had to be concerned with their enemies striking at the women, yet he had allowed Schuyler to go into the woods. Or had he? "Did you mention to Gabriel that you were coming to see us?" Schuyler scuffed the toe of her hiking boot on the kitchen floor. "I may have forgotten. He was busy helping Francesca bake gingerbread for the house we're making for the children." Raven basted the turkey in silence, turning over Schuyler's fears in her mind. "What is it Francesca struggles against, Schuyler?" she asked. Schuyler shrugged. "What do you struggle against?" Mikhail was slightly shocked at the human teenager's reply. She sounded far too mature for her age, and that in itself was a danger he hadn't considered. If Gabriel and Francesca had thought about the potential risks before bringing Schuyler to their homeland, they would have mentioned her maturity to him. She was only 16, a virtual baby by their standards, yet her experiences had aged her far beyond her physical years. She looked and spoke like an adult. Would her voice trigger the terrible needs of the Carpathian male? If so, and she restored color and emotion to her life-mate before she could meet his needs, that might be as dangerous to the male, her not being ready to be with him, as not finding her at all. Often, being a life-mate and intense sexual awareness and need came before love or even affection. Raven touched his hand, a small gesture, but it was enough to lighten his spirits. She smiled at the teenager. "I struggle with the terrible burden of so many lives depending on my life-mate, and with the knowledge that so many want him dead, and I struggle with my own inadequacies. There are still aspects of Carpathian life I can't come to terms with, and it could present an added danger to my life-mate." She smiled up at Mikhail. The stark love shining in her eyes put an unexpected lump in his throat. "I have never, not once, not at any time, regretted that I am life-mate to this man. I think you underestimate your own abilities, Schuyler. You're a very courageous young woman. You are far too young to contemplate taking on a Carpathian male, but eventually you will come into your full power and potential. Most of the men have no idea what they've gotten themselves into." She winked at the girl. "It takes time to develop skills and power, and most of us were too young. But we learned quickly by utilizing the mind bond." Schuyler nodded. "Gabriel and Francesca teach me by sharing information telepathically, and I've found it's so much more detailed than conversation. I can see how you'd learn so much more quickly." "How's baby Tamara doing?" There was a hitch in Raven's voice, and she didn't dare glance at Mikhail. Of course he would notice. He always noticed. His gaze found hers, sharp, aware, sliding over her body with too much knowledge. She hadn't told him she could get pregnant, that it was the optimum time, and if they let this chance slip by, it could be years before it happened again. Ashamed of being afraid, of the sorrow and grief that accompanied taking such a chance, Raven looked away from him. "And sometimes, Schuyler, I struggle against my own weaknesses and fears, but never, never against being life-mate to Mikhail." Schuyler, obviously an empath, moved closer to Raven as if by her close presence she could reduce the sadness. "I guess we all do that, don't we?" She looked to Mikhail for confirmation. Mikhail touched Raven's hair, his fingers gentle. "Raven, my love." His voice in her mind was infinitely tender. "Every Carpathian male knows when his mate can conceive. You are everything I have ever wanted. When you are ready, only when you are ready, do we try again." He smiled at Schuyler even as his gaze caressed his life-mate. You are a very wise young lady." Dark clouds crossed the moon, momentarily darkening the skies and casting macabre shadows into the large kitchen. The silhouette of a large wolf passed in front of the window, as if a large creature had crept onto the wraparound deck and paced just outside. Instinctively, Mikhail, Raven, and Schuyler turned toward the second window just over the sink. Schuyler gave a muffled cry as a great shaggy head, fur black and eyes glowing nearly red, stared at them through the glass. "Stay inside," Mikhail commanded as he shimmered, first into transparency and then dissolved into vapor, streaming across the kitchen to slide under the door out into the night. The wolf abruptly disappeared, leaving the two women staring into the darkness. "It could have been Gabriel or Lucian checking up on me," Schuyler ventured. "They often take the form of a wolf." Raven shook her head. "They would have come into the house, talked with Mikhail, let you know they were worried." Schuyler put a comforting hand on Raven's arm, a difficult thing for Schuyler to do when she disliked being touched or touching. "There are a dozen Carpathian males within hearing distance. If the prince needs help, he has only to call out." Raven smiled at her, one hand to her throat. "Of course he can. Whatever is out there doesn't really feel like a threat to me." In the form of an animal, it would be easy enough for a skilled Carpathian or vampire to hide his intentions, but Raven wasn't going to acknowledge that to Schuyler. "Mikhail will let us know if something is wrong. In the meantime, I have this turkey in the oven. Have you ever cooked before? It's been such a long time for me, and I could use a hand." Schuyler laughed. "We have a housekeeper. She does the cooking and lets me into the kitchen once in a while, but doesn't really like anyone underfoot. She pretends it doesn't bother her, but I know it does." "Of course you'd know. You're an empath. You can feel what she's feeling. That must be uncomfortable for you." Schuyler shrugged. "Gabriel and Francesca are helping me to learn how to shut myself off. So far I haven't mastered it yet, but I think eventually I'll be fairly good at it. Francesca helps to guard me during the time she's awake." "Why do you want them to convert you?" "They're my family. I want to be with them." "And they've both exchanged blood with you?" Schuyler nodded. "It will only take one blood exchange for the conversion. Gabriel explained it to me, but he wants me to wait until I'm older. He thinks I need more time to think about it. But I know what I want. As long as the prince doesn't insist on me taking a Carpathian male as a life mate, then I'm going to try to get Gabriel to do it as soon as possible." "It's difficult on your body, Schuyler," Raven warned. "There's a great deal of pain they can't protect you from." "I can feel that you're uneasy, Raven. There's something you aren't telling me." Raven had been completely human, just as Schuyler had been, and she was a strong psychic talent. She could feel that the Carpathian blood had already heightened Schuyler's awareness and senses. The girl was intelligent and powerful, with well-developed psychic talents. Raven still remembered those days, the sensation of someone else's emotions creeping over her, sharp and terrible. There was a scent to evil and depravity, and an empath as sensitive as Schuyler needed to be sheltered from the continual assault on her. It was no wonder Gabriel and Francesca had both given her blood to help shield her. "I think you already know what I'm not telling you, Schuyler. You came here not to ask Mikhail for assurances, but to make him aware of your strong objections. Francesca and Gabriel would never try to hide the truth from you, that your true life mate can bind you to him whether you are human or Carpathian. If you are the other half of his soul, he can seal you together. You know that, don't you?" Schuyler blushed as she nodded her head. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have lied. Sometimes I learn more by pretending ignorance. Most people don't give a teenager credit for intelligence or maturity. I can ask for protection against him, can't I?" Raven studied the two old eyes. "Have you met your life mate? Schuyler shook her head, her gaze shifting away. I have nightmares. I hear a voice sometimes, and I'm afraid, she hesitated. When I was a little girl and men did things to me, I would scream and scream in my mind. I would hear a voice calling to me. At the time, I just thought I was going crazy, but I know he's out there somewhere, and he's looking for me. She rubbed the spot between her eyes. I didn't want to come to the Carpathian Mountains because I was afraid he might be here, but Gabriel and Francesca wouldn't leave me behind. Gabriel said I needed protection at all times. Raven's heart jumped. He said that? Schuyler nodded. He's been strange lately, not wanting Francesca or me to go anywhere without him. I can see she gets upset, but she doesn't say anything. She works at the hospital and some of the shelters, and I often go with her, but he doesn't like her going anymore. Raven busied herself with the turkey, basting it again, even though there was no need. When did Gabriel start becoming upset about the two of you going off alone? She kept her voice casual, but out of the corner of her eye caught the girl's sharp glance. Since the attack on the prince. There is nothing to fear out here, Raven. One of the males taking a run in the forest decided to drop by, but saw we had company. I am going to see my brother. Do not allow Schuyler back into the forest without an escort. Should I be worried about something, Mihail? Raven felt the brief hesitation. I do not know. I am uneasy, but have no real reason to be. Be careful, Mihail. Be safe. Tell Shay I'll see her soon. What are you discussing with Jacques? Raven felt his sudden amusement. The image of Grigori dressed up as Santa Claus, surrounded by children. Chapter 2. Mihail leaned down to kiss Shay Dobrinsky on her cheek. You look just a little bit pregnant there, lady. His sister-in-law blew strands of bright red hair from her face. You think? If I don't have this baby soon, I swear I'm going to explode. You're also looking harassed. Is something wrong? He glanced around the room looking for his brother. Jacques rarely strayed from the side of his life-mate. A slow smile lit Shay's face. He's in the kitchen, baking. Mihail's eyebrow shot up. I do not believe I heard you correctly. Yes, you did. My back has been hurting on and off tonight, and I'm having trouble with this recipe. The worst thing is, Raven, Corinne, and I came up with most of the recipes for everyone. They were childhood favorites of Raven's, and a few I remembered. Corinne filled in the rest, and now I can't manage it. It's a little humiliating to admit, but I seem to be emotional. I keep crying, so Jacques took over the baking. Mihail choked and turned away to politely clear his throat. Jacques is cooking? Her smile widened. Well, trying to. We aren't having a lot of success at the moment, and I think he's learning new words. She tilted her head, the bright red hair falling around her face, emphasizing her classic bone structure. Perhaps you'd like to give him a hand. Go on in, he'll be happy to see you. She rolled her eyes. His Majesty has given me strict instructions to lie down for a while. Mihail gave her a fierce scowl. Then do so immediately, Shay. You are not in labor, are you? I will call Francesca and Grigori to examine you. I'm a doctor, Mihail, Shay reminded him. I'd know if I was in labor. I'm close, maybe the start, but it isn't happening yet. She waved as she started toward the concealed door leading to the basement. I promised to call them if I need them. I'd never take a chance on anything happening to the baby. I'm just tired. Mihail watched her disappear before making his way through the spacious house to the kitchen. He stopped abruptly in the doorway to stare at his brother in shock. A cloud of white particles choked the air and fell to the floor like snowflakes. The powder was everywhere, on the floor, on the dishes and bowls covering the counters, and in the sink. Jacques stood at the counter, an apron over his clothes, a dusting of white powder over his face, in his eyebrows, tipping his lashes and coating his midnight black hair. Mihail burst out laughing. Even with Raven, who constantly amused him, he rarely gave a deep roaring belly laugh, but the sight of his usually grim-faced brother covered in flour and sweating bullets was too much even for him. Jacques spun around, eyes glittering with warning menace, a fierce scowl which should have intimidated the strongest and most courageous of warriors on his face. A thin white scar circled his throat and marred his jaw and one cheek, bearing evidence of his past. It was extremely rare for a Carpathian body to scar, as they healed so easily, but Jacques' body bore evidence of brutal torture and probably always would, the thin scar around his throat and the jagged round hole in his chest marking where a stake had been driven deep into his body. "It is not funny." "It is very funny," Mihail insisted. It was the first time Mihail could recall his brother ever looking so disconcerted. Shay had not only saved his life and his sanity, but had brought Jacques back to life with her joy and humor. Mihail shared the image of his brother with Raven. Her soft laughter filled his mind and poured over him with love woven deep in the rich tones. There was such intimacy with Raven, an intimacy he knew his brother shared with Shay, and it had saved Jacques' life. For that alone, Mihail would always treasure his sister-in-law. Even Raven finds the situation amusing. "Raven. Do not say her name to me right now. She's the one who got me into this." Jacques blew upward in the hope of clearing the flour from his lashes. "I believe it is Shay you are helping," Mihail pointed out, the grin refusing to leave his face. "Shay was in here crying, Mihail. She sat in the middle of the floor and wept over a stupid loaf of bread." Jacques scowled and looked around him, lowering his voice. "I could not bear to see her like that." For one moment Jacques looked utterly helpless rather than the dangerous hunter Mihail knew him to be. Who would have ever thought bread could explode? The dough rose up and over the top of the bowl and became a volcano, crawling down the sides and across the counter until I thought it was alive. Jacques shook a flour-covered piece of paper. "This is the recipe, and it says cover with a tea towel. The tea towel did not have a prayer of containing that horrific bubbling brew." Mihail pressed a hand to his side. He hadn't laughed so much in 100 years. "I can only say I am glad I did not see it." "Quit laughing and get in here and help me." There was an edge of desperation in Jacques' voice. "For some reason that makes no sense to me at all. Shay is determined to make this bread for the party. She wants it braided and made into loaves and put in the oven. This is my 3rd attempt. I thought people went to stores and bought this stuff." "You hunt vampires, Jacques," Mihail said. "Making a loaf of bread cannot be that difficult." "You say that now only because you have not tried it. Come in here and close the door." Jacques rubbed his arm across his face, smearing more white flour everywhere. "I need to talk to you anyway." He touched Shay's mind to ensure she was a distance away. His gaze shifted back to the dough, avoiding his brother's piercing eyes. "Shay's been corresponding with a woman who thinks she may be a distant relative." The smile faded from Mihail's face. "How long?" "About a year. The woman found photographs in her attic and apparently is into genealogy. She wrote Shay asking if they could be related. She thinks Shay is Maggie's granddaughter rather than her actual daughter. Shay wanted the pictures of her mother and wrote back to her." Mihail stifled the groan that threatened. "Jacques, you know better. How could she have tracked Shay in the first place? We are careful not to leave a trail. It is not so easy now with computers, Mihail, and Shay needs them to do research. The path takes her many places." She should never have answered the contact. I know, I shouldn't have allowed it, but she's given up so much to be with me. I'm not like the rest of you, and I never will be. You know that." Jacques' gaze shifted from his brother, and pain rippled in the air between them. "She deserves better, and I wanted to give her one small gift. Corresponding with someone who may be a relative and who claimed to have pictures of her mother, how could she possibly resist? And I could not bring myself to deny her. You know it is dangerous. You know we cannot leave paper trails. Any contact with humans is risky, especially one on paper. It endangers all of us." Jacques slammed the dough hard onto the counter. "Shay has been researching why we lose babies, even as she is carrying our child. She has investigated the deaths of 30 children under the age of 1. What do you think that does to her?" His fist smashed into the dough. "She is about to give birth, and she is terrified. She tries to hide it from me, but I have never been able to allow her even limited privacy." The admission of weakness shamed him, but Jacques wanted his brother to know the truth. "She carries the burden of my sanity every moment of her existence." "Jacques, you love Shay." "Shay is my life, my soul, and she knows it, Mikhail, but it doesn't make it easy to live with me. I cannot stand other men near her. I am always a shadow in her mind, and I have nearly driven us both crazy, worried about this pregnancy, worried about her. If something should happen to her, Shay will give birth, and the child will be healthy," Mikhail said, sending up a silent prayer that it was true. "Both Francesca and Grigori will see to it that Shay is in good health. I have every faith that you will not allow anything to happen to your life-mate during this time. She begged me to promise to stay in the world and raise my child should something happen to her." Jacques raised anguished eyes to his brother. "After her own terrible childhood, you can understand why she would need such a reassurance from me." He rubbed the bridge of his nose, looking tired and weighed down with sorrow. "You know I cannot exist without her. She is my sanity. It is the only thing she has ever asked of me, and I cannot safely comply, no matter how much I wish to reassure her. What do you know of this woman?" It was the only apology Jacques could give his brother. By allowing Shay correspondence with a stranger, a human unknown to their species, he had opened the door to endanger their entire race. The woman, Eileen Fitzpatrick, sent Shay numerous photos of Maggie, Shay's mother, and a woman Eileen claimed was Maggie's half-sister. Apparently the half-sister is Eileen's grandmother. How would she find Shay? Jacques shrugged. "The Internet. Shay researches genealogy all the time." Mikhail's eyebrow shot up. "Why? She is no longer human, but Carpathian. And apparently genealogy still matters in her research, Mikhail," Jacques said. "Not only for Shay, but Raven in Alexandria and Jackson. All of them as well as our families, too. Grigori and Francesca take care of the Carpathian genealogy necessary for the research into the deaths of our children. And this Eileen found her through the genealogy site Shay was working on?" Mikhail prompted. Jacques nodded, all too aware of Mikhail's continuing censure. "Eileen was born in Ireland, but she happened to be living in the States. I asked Aidan to look into her discreetly. She owns a bookstore in San Francisco and spends a great deal of her time looking up her family history in the library using their computers. So at least this woman is far away." Even as he said it, Mikhail scowled, his dark brows coming together and thunder rolling over his face, cracking in the skies. He read the truth on Jacques' face. "She's here?" "She will be at the inn this evening. Eileen asked Shay what she would be doing for Christmas, and Shay thought it was natural for a human to be cooking food for the children and having a Christmas party, so she mentioned it." Mikhail watched Jacques roll a wooden pin over the dough to flatten it. I like nothing about this party. I should have told Raven no. It has occurred to me many times lately that sooner or later our enemies will strike at our women and children. What better time than now with so many of us gathered in one place? Raven was right, Mikhail. After the last attempt on your life, we all needed something to lighten our spirits. I will admit I have been more uneasy than usual, but I suspect it is because Shay is so close to giving birth. Maybe, Mikhail said. Maybe. I do not think our enemies will be able to rally this quickly to launch another concentrated attack on us, Mikhail, but of course we will take every precaution. Jacques rolled the dough out with more enthusiasm than expertise and threw a handful of flour over it, sending another cloud of white particles into the air. Mikhail couldn't pull his fascinated gaze away from the mess his brother seemed to be making. Where's Shay now? He lowered his voice another notch. She had better be lying down. She is not feeling very well. It is possible the vampires cannot rally, but the society working against us has always found us here in the mountains. They have spies, and it is entirely possible they have heard of this gathering. One or more of the locals has to be in their pay. And, of course, we cannot ever forget that the dark mage is still alive. Jacques' black eyes glittered with menace, ice-cold and dangerous, reminding Mikhail that even with Shay to steady him, Jacques was a lethal and frightening man. The white flour dusting his face and on the tips of his lashes did nothing to soften the threat emanating from him. We should begin regular sweeps through the town and surrounding areas and see what we can pick up. Mikhail inhaled sharply and immediately began to cough as the flour particles entered his lungs. He liked most of the town people, had a genuine friendship with a few, and the idea of continually invading their privacy was repugnant to him, even though he knew it was necessary. Jacques scowled at him. I can handle it myself. You know as well as I do that our enemies have been able to find a way to keep us from detecting them. Continual scanning or taking blood deliberately to monitor them will only rob our neighbors of the privacy they are entitled to. We would not want such a deliberate invasion of our privacy. It was an old discussion, but one he always made to remind himself of right and wrong. We have more than a right. We have a duty to protect our women and children, Mikhail, and I shouldn't have to tell you that. You nearly lost Raven 3 times now. Mikhail tamped down his own rising beast. It would do no good to turn a useful discussion into an argument. Jacques had a valid point, as did Mikhail, and in the end they would do what they had to do to protect their race. Mikhail studied his brother's snarling face. Jacques had been on the verge of insanity when Shay rescued him, and after all the years with her, the demon still lurked very close to the surface. At the slightest hint of danger to Shay, the monster rose quickly, and anyone too close to Jacques could be in danger. Jacques? They both turned at the sound of Shay's voice. She stood in the doorway, her bright hair tumbling around her face, drawing attention to her emerald-green eyes and the dark circles beneath them. I felt your need of me. What is it, wild man? She sounded gently amused, even as she wrapped him up in her warmth and love. Jacques took a breath, calmed his mind, suddenly aware that he had inadvertently tightened his hold on Shay. I seem so sane to others, yet I am still fragmented without you. I am sorry I disturbed you. His voice was intimate and gentle, a wash of emotions as he took in the love of his life. Something softened inside, eased the roaring of the demons rising in him, the deep rage that never quite left him no matter how hard he struggled to overcome his past. He would never be easy in the company of humans as his brother was, and he couldn't quite suppress the thought that invasion of privacy was well worth not only his own peace of mind, but his need to keep this woman safe for eternity. "You look so cute," she said. Jacques blinked, avoiding his brother's eyes. "Carpathian men are not cute, Shay. We are dangerous. I look dangerous at all times." "No, honey," Shay insisted, brushing past Mikhail as she entered the room. "You look so cute, I wish I could take your picture and show all the others how sweet you really are." Jacques turned on her, swooping her into his arms before she could protest, dragging her close so that the flower rained down on her, looking like snow in her bright hair, coating her clothes and dusting her chin. He buried his face in her neck, deliberately rubbing against her as he nuzzled the warm, bare skin, teeth nipping playfully. Shay laughed, her arm circling his head, protesting even as she held him to her. Jacques' much larger frame nearly dwarfed her, and his long hair, tied with a leather thong, fell down his back in a wild mane in which she tangled her fingers to hold him even closer. Mikhail felt emotion welling up, choking him. A rush of affection, of genuine respect and love, flooded Mikhail, and he shared that small moment with Raven. Shay O'Halloran had not only saved his brother's life and sanity, but she, with Grigory, had saved Raven and their child. Shay looked so fragile with her small, delicate features and rounded stomach, but he knew the core of absolute courage and commitment, the iron will that lived and breathed inside her. While human, she had been a renowned surgeon and researcher, a brilliant woman as a human, and now, as a Carpathian, she turned all those skills to her work to try to save their species from extinction. "In all honesty, Jacques, the flower and the apron does take away from the image of the dangerous predator," Mikhail said, joining forces with her immediately, teasing his younger brother, though laughter and jokes were rare between them these days. Jacques turned back to his brother, far more relaxed than he had been seconds earlier. Shay's calming influence had the tiny red flames receding from his eyes and the snarl gone from his lips. "Do not encourage her," he protested. Mikhail winked at Shay. She remained locked in his brother's arms, her head thrown back against his chest, uncaring of the white flower covering both of them. "I do not think she needs much encouragement at all," Mikhail said. "I will leave you to your baking as I have to go. I want to talk to Aidan and Julian." "You are checking on the woman claiming to be related to Shay." Mikhail barely inclined his head. "Julian was friends with Dmitri at one time, wasn't he?" "A few 100 years ago," Jacques said, eyes suddenly wary. "Why?" Mikhail shrugged. "I have not seen Dmitri in his true form in decades. While he has been here, he stays in the body of a wolf. Many of the hunters use the body of animals to aid them when they are close to turning." "He made you uneasy," Jacques said as he nuzzled Shay's neck and pressed a gentle kiss over the pulse beating there. "A little. I am just being careful. We are all a little on edge with this unfamiliar gathering. Too many of our women and children in one place make me feel as if they are all vulnerable. I wish Julian to make contact with them to re-establish their friendship. It is difficult to monitor one's childhood friends." "Yes, it is," Mikhail agreed with a soft sigh. "Jacques," Shay took his hand, "our baby is kicking very hard. He's been so quiet tonight that I was getting worried." Jacques placed his palm over her rounded stomach in order to feel the thump of the baby's foot. He smiled at her. "Astonishing. A little miracle." "Isn't it?" Shay turned her face up to his for a brief tender kiss. "I couldn't help but be worried. I've been talking so much with all the others working on the problem our people have keeping our children alive, and we all have different theories." "What is your theory, Shay?" Mikhail asked, his dark eyes compelling an answer. She pushed back strands of red hair and turned her head to look at him, her face suddenly looking drawn and tired. Strain showed in the depths of her eyes. "Grigory and I both believe there are a combination of things causing the miscarriages and deaths. Soil is our mainstay. It rejuvenates us and heals us, and without it we cannot exist for too long. We have to lie in it whether or not we allow ourselves to be completely buried. The composition of the soil has changed over the years. This place less than others, but chemicals and toxins have leached into the richness of our world, and just like with other species, I believe it is affecting our ability to carry our children. Mikhail tried not to react. Soil. His people could not exist without soil for long. Even those who left the Carpathian Mountains sought the richest soil possible in other lands, but it made sense. Birds had problems with their young from contaminations. Why not Carpathians? He suppressed a groan, a sudden reaching out to Raven. He wanted her to try to have another child. He needed her to try again, to lead the women after so many had suffered so much. The last thing he needed to do was to discourage her just when she was able once again to conceive. The time came so rarely, and an opportunity missed meant too many years lost. "You have been testing our soil?" he asked. Shay nodded. "There are pollutants even here, Mikhail, in our sanctuary. We've been testing every one of our richest deposits to find the best soil possible for our pregnant women, and that is only one piece of our very complex problem." Hearing the note of anxiety in her voice, Jacques' hand came up to tangle in the hair at the nape of her neck. "You have made amazing progress, Shay, and you will find the answers to this puzzle." "I believe I will," she agreed, "but I'm not so certain we'll be able to do very much to counteract the problems, and I'm not sure if I can find all those pieces to the puzzle and the answers in time to do us much good." Her hand rested over her unborn child. It was the first time both men had ever heard Shay sound so defeated. She was very single-minded, analytical, always determined to keep moving forward, believing science could provide answers. "She is tired, Mikhail. She will never give up." Mikhail forced a small smile, deciding, with Shay so close to her time, it wouldn't be a good idea to bring up the infant mortality rate. He needed a safe change of subject. "I forgot to mention a very important detail in tonight's festivities. Raven informed me it was my duty as prince of our people to play Santa Claus." Jacques choked. Shay coughed behind her hand. Mikhail nodded. "Exactly. I have no intentions of putting on a white beard and a red elf suit. However," he grinned evilly. "What are you planning, Mikhail?" Jacques asked suspiciously. "Because if you think to pass this distasteful task on to your brother—" The shake of Mikhail's head was slow and deliberate, his dark eyes dancing with mischief. "I have decided there is a use for a son-in-law after all. I will inform my dear son that it is his duty to wear the red suit." Jacques opened his mouth to speak, but nothing came out. Shay pressed her hand hard against her lips, her eyes wide with shock. "Not Grigori. He'll scare all the children," she whispered, as if Grigori might hear her. "You aren't really going to ask him, are you? None of the Daratrazanov brothers can play Santa. It would be wrong." Jacques' smile widened, and Mikhail felt his heart squeeze hard in his chest. "What is it, my love? I will come to you if you need me." Raven's soft voice filled Mikhail's mind with warmth. "Nothing, now that you have touched me," Mikhail reassured her through their telepathic link. "I want to be a little mouse in the corner watching when you ask him," Jacques decided. "Let me know when you're going to his house." Shay glared at her life-mate. "Don't encourage him. Grigori is the boogeyman of the Carpathians. Even now the children whisper his name and hide when he comes near them. I'm not certain I've ever seen the man smile." "I would not be smiling if I was wearing a red suit and white beard," Mikhail pointed out. "But you're gentle, Mikhail, and Grigori is—" She frowned, trying to think of a word that wouldn't be considered offensive. "Grigori," Jacques supplied. "It is a wonderful idea, Mikhail. You do plan to tell his brothers?" They will want to be there when you let him know the important part he will be playing in this night's activities." Shay gasped. "You two aren't serious, are you? Joking is one thing, but Grigori as Santa boggles the mind." "I must have some pleasure from all of this, Shay," Mikhail pointed out. "Just the thought alone of the look on his face when I tell him it will be his job to dress in this ridiculous manner is enough to improve my mood considerably, despite the festivities." Shay put both hands on her hips. "Carpathian males are such babies." "I am off to see Aiden," Mikhail announced. "Good luck with the bread, Jacques." He looked around the kitchen. "I trust you do not have to use human ways to clean up the mess." Shay laughed and waved him away. "The bread is going to be wonderful." When Mikhail left the house, Shay turned to face Jacques. A slow smile lit her face, and mischief danced in her eyes. "Did you have fun talking manly Carpathian secrets with your brother? Because you do know you're going to tell me everything he said, don't you?" "Am I?" Jacques turned her fully into his arms. "I can feel how tired you are, and your back is still hurting. You should be in bed, resting." He interspersed his order with small kisses all over her face, trailing to the corner of her mouth. All the while his body subtly pushed hers so that she walked backward toward the kitchen door. "You aren't going to get out of telling me, no matter how charming you are," she warned. "And I'm turning white. How did you get all that flour all over the kitchen? It looks like a war zone." "It is a war zone," he groused. "I do not know how these people do this on a regular basis." He continued to nudge her gently through the hall toward the bedroom, concerned by the way her body and mind felt so worn out. "I promised Raven I'd get the bread done for the party, and I'd do it in a human way," Shay reminded him. "I can't let her down." "First of all, little red hair," Jacques swept her up into his arms, "you are about to have a baby, and Raven would not care if you could not get the bread to bake. Fortunately, you have me, and I will get it to work if it is the last thing I ever do." Shay smiled at the determination in his voice, relaxing him. "You love a challenge." "Humans do this kind of thing every day. I should be able to do it with no problem," he groused, and moved with dizzying speed through the house to the tunnel leading to their chamber beneath the earth. The room was beautiful, with shimmering light from multicolored crystals layered over the walls. The soil was dark and rich, the best they could find, imported from one of the healing caves. Other than having a dirt floor and a large dugout resting place in the soil, the room looked like a regular bedroom. There were candles in sconces on the walls, flickering in a multitude of lights, filling the room with a soothing fragrance. Jacques floated down into the deep depression in the earth and laid Shay gently into the rich soil. He stretched out beside her and leaned over to press a series of kisses along her rounded belly. The baby thumped his mouth, and he laughed out loud. Shay treasured the sound of his laughter, the warmth in his eyes, and the love in his fingertips and mouth as he teased the baby into kicking more vigorously. Her fingers tangled in Jacques' long hair as he laid his head against her stomach to talk to the baby as he did every evening. "Come out and join us, son. We have waited long enough." "More than long enough," Shay said. "I want him where I can hold him in my arms. Tell him that when you're giving him his nightly bedtime story." Jacques pressed another series of kisses over her rounded tummy. "Your mother is telling you enough is enough. You will have to learn the codes women use, son, when they talk to men." "We don't have codes," Shay protested with a small laugh. Shay closed her eyes, savoring the feel of Jacques' strength. The smile faded. "I'm really afraid. I really am. I can't bear the thought of losing him. Already he's such a part of me, Jacques, and I fear I'm the one holding up the process, not him. He wants to be born, and I want to keep him safe." Jacques lifted his head to look at her, nuzzling her neck, breathing warmth over her cold hands. "You carried him when we thought that to be impossible. He wants to survive. We have a strong bond with him. You know we cannot feed our children in the natural way our ancestors have done, and you have developed a formula that has kept Gabriel and Francesca's child alive, as well as Diane and Corinne's little one. You have made great strides, Shay." She pressed her fingers to her eyes. "I thought Raven was being so selfish not wanting to try again after she lost her baby, but now I understand. Our son moves and kicks, and even more. I feel him puzzling things out. We can communicate with him. I didn't know we'd be able to do that, to get to know him before he was born. He knows us just as we know him. If we lost him now, it would be so difficult, Jacques, so difficult, perhaps unbearable, just as I know it was for Raven and all the other women who came before us. Don't do this to yourself. Our baby will be born healthy, and he will survive." Shay turned her face into Jacques' chest, closing her eyes again against the pain in her heart. "Will he? Once he leaves the shelter of my body, will he survive, Jacques? And if he does survive, what kind of a future is he facing?" "Tamara appears to be quite healthy, as does Jennifer. And while we go to ground, another has to watch over our children. Does that make sense to you? Why can't our children go to ground as they should? Even if the soil contains some toxins, shouldn't they be able to tolerate the very thing they will come to need?" Jacques stroked back her hair, sensing the rising fear in her. The persistent ache in her back told her birth was near, was inevitable. She couldn't protect their son much longer. "Our people have gathered in joy for this occasion, Shay." He kissed her soft skin, his hands tender as he continued to tangle his fingers in her brightly colored hair. "Each Carpathian, near and far, has one true purpose at this time, to see to the life of our son. He will survive. The blood of the ancient line runs in his veins." She rubbed her face over Jacques' heart. "I know. Every day I think about how you survived those 7 years, trapped so close to the earth that would have saved you, starving and tortured and so alone. But you refused to succumb." She lifted her chin to look into his dark, tormented eyes. "He has your blood, my beloved wild man, and your iron will. I'm so grateful that you're my life mate, Jacques. If anything keeps our son alive, it will be because you are his father." She rolled onto her side and framed his face with her hands. "I feel you in him." He groaned softly, a small smile flirting with his mouth. "Then God help us when he is a teenager, Shay. Have you ever been introduced to Joseph?" "Byron's nephew? The young rapper?" "That would be the one. I fear we have been given a brief glimpse of our future." Shay laughed, the worry fading from her eyes. "Oh, dear, I believe Joseph has been practicing to perform tonight." "It will be almost as good watching Mihail's face when Joseph does his rap tonight as it will be watching Mihail break it to Grigori that he is expected to play the part of Raven Santa Claus." Shay shook her head, her green eyes dancing. "You're a very bad man, Jacques." "I keep telling you that, but you persist in thinking I am cute and cuddly." The desire and hunger in his eyes took the breath from her lungs, and Shay circled his neck with her arms. She pressed kisses along the corner of his mouth. "I'll pretend around the others, Jacques, if that makes you feel better. But when we're alone, you'll just have to put up with my thinking you're extraordinarily cute and cuddly." He heaved a sigh, amusement creeping into the depths of his eyes. "I have no idea how I ever existed before you came into my life." Her answering smile lit up her face. "I feel the same way about you, Jacques." She laid her head against his chest over his heart. "I wouldn't be able to get through this without you. I've never been so afraid, but you steady me." He stroked a caress over her shiny ribbon of hair. And all this time I thought it was the other way around. Above her head, the smile faded from his face, leaving the lines deep and his eyes once more dark with worry. "This woman we are meeting tonight, Shay." He hesitated, trying to choose his words carefully. "You must be very, very careful. We cannot have her suspecting, even for a moment, that you are anything but a human." Shay rolled away from him in a small spurt of temper. "You know, Jacques, not all humans are monsters. Look at Slavitsa and Gary and Jubal. Why should she be suspicious that I am anything but human? Do you think most people go around thinking there are vampires and Carpathians in the world? I thought I had a rare blood disorder for years, and I'm a doctor." His fingers shaped the nape of her neck. "Do not be upset, Shay. I have a duty to protect our people." "You mean Mikhail didn't like me contacting her?" "I mean I didn't like it. Maybe I have had you to myself these years, and the idea of sharing you with an outsider sets my teeth on edge." She turned her head in time to see his white teeth snap together, very reminiscent of a wolf. She began to laugh again. "I love you very much, Jacques Dobrinsky. I really do." Her hands framed his face. "Are you ever going to get over that silly jealous streak?" "Is that what it is? I thought it was feelings of inadequacy, that you might suddenly wake up one morning and realize I am more trouble than I am worth." He turned his head to brush her fingers with a kiss. "That could never happen, Jacques, not in a million years. Don't worry about Eileen Fitzpatrick. I'll know if she's lying to me." "You want family so much, Shay, maybe you will not be able to tell." "I have a family, Jacques. You are my family. You and our son and Mikhail and Raven and Grigori and Savannah. I am not deprived, and despite my hormones running amok, I would not endanger our loved ones for a stranger, even if she is a relative. I had hoped she would have stories of my mother's childhood, but if not, I will only be disappointed, not devastated." Jacques turned his face away, happiness bursting through him like the unexpected eruption of a volcano. "Roll over," he instructed gruffly. "I'll rub your back for you." He couldn't look at her, couldn't face her when his vulnerability would be so starkly naked. Men just shouldn't be so dependent on their women, not even life mates. "I have a beach ball for a stomach, Jacques," she pointed out. "There's no rolling." "On your side, then," he suggested. Shay was silent for a long moment before catching his face in her hands and forcing him to look at her. "You're my life too, Jacques, my entire world. All those things you feel for me, I feel for you." "Even though I can't let go of you and always have to be a shadow in your mind?" He forced himself to look into her eyes, into her heart, to read her mind. He found unconditional love. "Especially because you stay with me. I treasure that in you." Shay traced his mouth with her fingertip. "A woman cherishes being loved, Jacques, and you know how to love me." Chapter 3. "What is that terrible racket?" Mikhail said in greeting as Aidan Savage opened the door to the large cabin. Mikhail hadn't seen him in several years, and he couldn't help smiling as he clasped Aidan's forearms in a warrior's greeting. Aidan's unusual eyes glittered like two ancient gold coins. "You honor us, Mikhail, with your presence." "Please tell me Byron's nephew Joseph is not already visiting." Mikhail hesitated in the doorway, the lines in his face deepening in disapproval. "This seems to be the place to gather. Josh has a new video game Alexandria designed, and everyone wants to try it. Joseph is definitely here," he added in warning as he stepped back to allow Mikhail entrance. Mihail paused, one foot in the air. Perhaps we should have Byron send for him immediately. Aidan smirked. You say that as if he's a vampire. I would rather face a vampire. I was hoping he might stay in Italy. Byron probably brought him along as a practical joke. He is rather entertaining once you get past his exuberant manners, Aidan said. Mihail's dark eyebrows drew together. He draws attention to himself and does not practice the most basic of our skills. I did see him take a plunge off the roof this evening, and when he shifted shape, he only made it part way. You sound amused, Mihail said with a sigh. He is in his 20s. We can no longer afford for our children to take so many years to grow up. Aidan shook his head. He is a mere teen in our years, Mihail. We have lived far too long in the world of humans and have begun to think as they do. Our children deserve a childhood, Mihail. I enjoy watching young Joshua grow. Joseph is happy and healthy. Joshua is human. Joseph is not. And the world has become a much more dangerous place for our kind, Aidan, Mihail pointed out. We are surrounded by enemies, and our women and children are the most vulnerable. We need Joseph, and in order to ensure his safety, he must learn the ways of our people. Can he even weave his own safeguards? Aidan nodded. You are right, of course. I have been concerned ever since the concentrated strike against us, since the assassination attempt on you, that our enemies will decide to strike against our women and children. I will speak to Byron about Joseph's training, make certain he is being schooled adequately to prepare for an attack. It has occurred to me that our women must be prepared as well. Mihail lowered his voice, taking Aidan by the arm and leading him to a quiet corner away from the ruckus in the living room. We have always protected the women. They are of the light, Aidan said. They do not have the darkness needed for the kill. So we all thought, but self-preservation and dwindling hunters may bring new needs. Times change, Aidan, and frankly, we are facing extinction. We can no longer rely on the old ways. We have to be prepared to face the new challenges with new ideas. The Ancient Ones may not like your progressive thinking. A small smile softened the hard line of Mihail's mouth. I think the Ancient Ones are far more progressive and flexible in their thinking than we are. However, I do have some concerns with this Christmas party Raven has insisted on. Alexandria thought it was a good idea as well, Aidan said. It gives her a chance to meet with the other women. She also feels it will aid Shay in giving birth. With so many of us here, there is a better chance the child will survive. Shay is close, this night or the next. Raven, like Alexandria, feels the party will create a feeling of family among the Carpathian couples and give hope to the remaining males, especially with the female children and Shay having a successful birth. Alexandria is in the kitchen. Joshua and Joseph invented a high-speed mixer to help her prepare the dish she is making for tonight's event. I think they want it out of peeling potatoes. You will have to come in and meet her, although she's a little anxious about meeting you. Me? Mihail scowled. Why would she fear meeting me? I have heard you can be intimidating, Aidan said with a small grin. Mihail's smile was slow in answering. These women... He shook his head, then paused, looking suddenly hopeful. Unless it was Joseph... He watched the furious battle taking place on the television screen. Alexandria's brother Josh, curls bouncy on his head as he used a controller, laughed aloud as his character did a backflip over Joseph's character. Joseph, directing his character with his mind, had the man whirling around so fast he nearly tripped over his own feet. Alexandria came up with this game? It is good practice for Joseph, for any of our people, Mihail said. How did she think of such a thing? Josh and I like to play video games together, and we make poor Alex watch us all the time. She still does graphics for a video company, and when she realized I could direct the characters with my mind, she came up with this game for Josh and me as a Christmas gift. She is a very intelligent woman. Are you thinking of marketing these games? Yes. So many of the others have seen it and wanted it. Alexandria already has ideas for a couple more of them. Because we have Josh, who is human, and Falcon and Sarah have the 7 children they adopted, she is planning to set the game up to be able to use controllers if necessary. It gives us one more thing we can interact with and appear human. We'll be able to play online with one another as well. It is a wonderful idea. Hopefully it will help bring us all closer when we live such distances apart. Mikhail rubbed his jaw. I need to speak to your brother about Dmitri. As I recall, Julian and Dmitri were fairly good friends in their youth. Yes, they were, Aiden said. Is Dmitri here? He has come from the forests of Russia to join us, yet he remains in the form of a wolf most of the time and is prowling the woods. If you see Julian before I do, have him make contact. I believe he knows Dmitri better than any other Carpathian. They may have even exchanged blood after a battle. I want Dmitri monitored while he is in such close proximity to our women. Aiden's head went up alertly. You are concerned that Dmitri has turned? We can no longer count on reading minds and feeling the disturbance of power or evil. The vampires could very well send an enemy into our camp. I do not believe Dmitri has turned, but I am concerned that he is struggling. With so many women close to him, it is possible he will have the necessary hope to continue his struggle, or it will push him in the wrong direction. It is just better to be careful. He has long battled the vampires alone in his area, Aiden agreed. Too many kills so often take its toll on the hunter. Mikhail sighed. I cannot save them all, Aiden. No, but you do what is necessary for saving our people, Mikhail, and that is all you can ask of yourself. Come, meet my life mate. Mikhail followed Aiden down the long hall toward the kitchen. Raven asked me to play Santa Claus, Saint Nick. You know, the character in the red suit with the long white beard. Aiden halted so abruptly that even with his graceful flowing strides, Mikhail nearly ran into him. You are going to play Santa Claus? Mikhail shook his head, wicked amusement gleaming in his eyes. That is what my son-in-law is for. Grigory? Aiden's white teeth flashed. The clouds shifted, and the light from the moon spilled across the Carpathian, turning his hair and eyes to an ancient antique gold. I have to be there when you tell him. I suspect his house will be overrun with spiders, mice, and a few birds, Mikhail said with evident satisfaction. I would enjoy meeting your very talented life mate. Lead the way. Just the thought of Grigory in that ridiculous get-up has lightened my mood considerably. Alexandria will not find me in the least intimidating. Aiden hesitated, his hand on the door. Alexandria first knew of our race through the vampires. She was captured along with her little brother. The vampire chained her and fed on her, wanted her to kill her brother, and both would feed on him. She still has nightmares. I catch echoes of them when she is in between our sleep and waking. Joshua no longer remembers, but she doesn't want to hide what we are from him, and that means he has to know we are hunted. It was courageous of her to come here, to put aside her fears and meet the other women. Have you discussed having children? Aiden shook his head. Not yet. She is well aware of the mortality rate of our infants, and she lost so much so young. Mikhail nodded. Gary has mentioned that it is possible that the closer the birth of the baby is to conversion, the less likely it is that we will lose it. He thinks the longer the women are Carpathian, the more likely miscarriages will occur, and the less likely there will be female children. But why that would be, we have no answers, especially as Francesca has a daughter. At least we have Joshua, who is more of a son than a sibling to Alexandria. So far, she has been unable to conceive, so there has been no choice for us one way or the other. Mikhail continued to look at him, straight in the eye, a relentless driving command. Aiden sighed. I will discuss it with her. You do that. Our people need every child, every female we can possibly get at this point. Our hunters are desperate, Aiden. I was one of the desperate hunters, Mikhail, Aiden said quietly. I know my duty to our people. Aiden! Joshua came up behind him and tugged at his arm. Aren't you going to play with us? Joseph put the game on pause so we could wait for you. Aiden affectionately ruffled the boy's hair. In a minute, Josh. Alexandria hasn't met Mikhail yet. He is the leader of our people, a very important man. Josh's eyes widened, and he stared up at the prince. Mikhail looked down at the boy with his slight build and head of curls, at Aiden's hand tugging at a curl, and he felt a sudden ache in his chest. He wanted another child, one that looked at him the way the boy was looking at Aiden. He wanted a village filled with children, with their laughter and their bright eyes and hope shining on their faces. His gaze rested on Joseph, who had followed Joshua, and for the first time he felt kindly toward the boy. Joseph had gained a few inches in height, taking on more of the look of the Carpathian male with broad shoulders, but he was still gangly, as thin as a rail, and with his black hair cut into spiky sticks with the tips dyed blue, he looked like a bizarre scarecrow. "Hello, Joseph. It is good to see you again." The boy looked scared for a moment, and then he flashed a cocky grin. "You too, Your Royal Highness. Are we supposed to bow?" Aiden smacked him on the back of his head with a low warning growl, and Mikhail scowled, his black eyes glittering with sudden menace. The house pulsed with sudden energy, and the walls undulated. Josh pushed open the kitchen door and ran. "Alex, there's someone here." At the fear in her younger brother's voice and the danger shimmering in the room, Alexandria whirled around with preternatural speed, her body a blur. The high-speed souped-up mixer was in her hands, still on. Garlic cheese mashed potatoes splattered onto the walls and ceiling. One glob hit Mikhail squarely on his left cheekbone. Alexandria gasped aloud and stood frozen, holding the mixer upright, sending more potatoes flying around the room. Her horrified gaze remained fixed on the prince. For a long moment there was only the sound of the mixer and the potatoes striking surfaces all over the room, and the prince's wide chest. Josh giggled. Joseph let out a strangled cough, and both boys grabbed their midsections and doubled over laughing. The sound galvanized Aiden into action. He waved to knock the power out of the mixer and moved across the room with dizzying speed to remove the appliance from Alexandria's hands, placing himself between his life-mate and his prince. For a moment there was only the sound of the boy's laughter. Alexandria twisted her fingers in the back pocket of Aiden's jeans. "I cannot believe I did that. Whatever is he going to think of me?" It was obvious she was trying to hold back her own laughter, even though she was mortified. Aiden turned slightly to brush his knuckles down the side of her face gently, all the while keeping a wary eye on the prince. It was a small accident, nothing more, he assured her. He could feel his own laughter bubbling up. It was difficult to stand still and keep a straight face with gobs of cheesy garlic potatoes speckling the prince's clothes and his left cheek. Mikhail's mouth twitched, and he covered his lips with his hand. "It is unnecessary to stand in front of your life-mate as if I might incinerate her on the spot for decorating my clothing, Aiden." "Is that how I look?" Aiden's eyebrow quirked upward. Josh nodded, still laughing. "Like you're going to hit someone." Aiden held up the mixer, aiming it toward Josh. "I am thinking about it." "Point it more toward Joseph," Mikhail suggested. Alexandria cleared her throat, trying to sound sincere when she really wanted to laugh. "I'm terribly sorry," she said aloud to Mikhail. "The mixer got away from me." "You look a great deal like your brother," Mikhail pointed out as he calmly brushed the potatoes from his face and chest. "Fortunately, I am Carpathian, and these things are of little consequence, other than to provide amusement for our younger children." His black eyes narrowed, turned dangerously green-yellow, a wolf's eyes, glowing as his gaze settled on Joseph. A low growl rumbled through the room, impossible to tell where it came from, but distinctive all the same. Joseph swallowed his laughter and straightened up, moving away from Mikhail. The prince kept his face like stone, although amusement welled up, threatening to spill over. How long since he'd heard the sound of young children laughing? He needed to spend more time with Falcon and Sarah's adopted children. The young always brought hope and the ability to see with fresh excitement the world around them. He needed another child in his home, clinging to his leg and looking up at him the way Joshua was looking up at Alexandria. "Mikhail, Skylar wishes to go home. Do you come back to escort her, or should I?" Raven's voice interrupted his thoughts. He had much to do, but so did Raven. "I had hoped to speak with you some more, Aiden, but Skylar is in our home and needs escorting back to her home. I will return as soon as I am assured she is safe." "I was about to go over to see Deshari," Alexandria said quickly. "I can get Skylar safely home. I'd like to walk in the fresh air anyway." "I'm a poor cook," Joshua snickered. "She's always been bad. Burns everything." Alexandria tugged on one of his curls in retaliation, laughing softly. "Sadly, it's true. I'm a terrible cook, but perhaps you and Aiden can rescue the potatoes." Mikhail's hand stopped in the act of brushing the last of the white gobs away. "Me? Cook?" "I can do it," Joseph said. "I've wanted to try out the mixer. Watch this, Josh." He waved his hand, and the bowl of mashed potatoes rose in the air. The bowl jerked awkwardly as it made its way past Aiden toward Joseph and Mikhail, almost head-level with the prince. Aiden caught it before it could get more than halfway across the room. "Alexandria worked hard on this, stuff." "Stuff?" Alexandria echoed. "And it was Josh and Aiden who were supposed to rescue the potatoes." Mikhail stepped back and turned to glare at Joseph. "I hope you were not thinking to drop that on my head." Joshua erupted into another fit of giggles. "If Alex made it, stuff is a good word to use, Aiden." "Hey, now," Alexandria produced a mock glare. "Pipe down or you'll be doing the cooking." "I can escort young Skylar back," Aiden offered. "I need some peace," Alexandria told him. "I love Josh, but the video games, mashed potatoes, and Joseph are a little much right now." Her mind brushed up against his with love and warmth. "I'm perfectly fine." It wasn't altogether true. It was impossible to hide anything from her life-mate, and Aiden was well aware she had faced coming to the Carpathian Mountains with trepidation. "My only love, I will come with you. You will stay and entertain the prince. I really need some alone time." She loved Aiden with all of her heart, every cell in her body, her very soul. But it was sometimes difficult for her to accept that he could know her every thought. It was bad enough that she felt inadequate at times, and very leery of the other Carpathians. It shamed her. She hated that Aiden knew her smallness. "Not smallness. You have every right to fear for Joshua's safety. Few have been captured by a vampire and survive." Aiden leaned down to press a kiss against the back of her neck. You are my world, as you are mine." Alexandria flashed a small smile toward the prince. "It's an honor to meet you, even covered with mashed potatoes. Please stay and talk with Aiden. He's been looking forward to some time with you. I'll see that Schuyler gets back safely." Before either man could protest, she smiled brightly at Josh. "Would you like to come with me?" She resisted the urge to send a compulsion against walking with her. She really needed the quiet of the night. "Joseph and I are playing the new game, Alex," Josh said. "It's really cool. I'm so glad you like it. I thought you would." "Alexandria?" Aiden's voice trailed off. He didn't want to further embarrass her by protesting her going alone. It was a short walk to Mihail's home, and since quite a few Carpathians had returned and were scanning continually for enemies, she should be safe. But Aiden sighed. He didn't like her out of his sight. "I do not mind walking with you." "I just need a little air. I don't know why I'm so nervous around everyone, but I am. I need to work things out on my own this time. Please, Aiden, understand." Alexandria sent him a flood of reassuring warmth. She loved Aiden with all of her heart, but she had always been so independent. In San Francisco, he had seemed more relaxed and easygoing, but since making the trip to his homeland, he'd been on edge. Joshua and Alexandria both were having nightmares. Josh in his sleep, Alexandria just as she was waking. The terrifying dreams were heightening her own fears, and that was rousing Aiden's protective instincts, making him try to hold them even closer. She nodded to the prince, blew Aiden a kiss, and skirted around the boys, donning her jacket and gloves as she hurried out the door before Aiden could change his mind. Alexandria dragged in a lungful of cold, crisp air and turned her face up to the sky. Small snowflakes fluttered down, floating with lazy whirls, turning the sky white and muffling the sounds around them. She held out her hands and opened her mouth to let the flakes drop on her tongue. Life with Aiden was unbelievable. He treated Josh like his own son, and her like a queen. She had no idea why. Since coming here, she felt sad and inadequate. Even worse than that was her growing fear. It was silly and very unlike her, but sometimes she found herself looking into shadows, her heart lurching with dread. It had to be the nightmares, the revulsion she felt whenever she remembered the feel of the vampire's touch, the way his tongue felt rasping on her skin, and the pain of his teeth as he tore at her neck. She pressed her hand to the spot burning in her throat. He was dead. Aiden had killed him, and he would never be coming back, not for Josh, and not for her. So why was her throat throbbing in the exact spot the vampire had torn open? Alexandria shook her head to clear her mind. This was Christmas, and they were going to have a beautiful one. She didn't get snow in San Francisco, and Joshua was thrilled with being in the Carpathian Mountains. He'd met so many of the men online and couldn't wait to see them in person. She wasn't going to ruin it for everyone because of silly nightmares. Determined, she pushed the too vivid memories away and began to walk along the faint path leading to the prince's home. She knew the way, had seen it 100 times in Aiden's head, and had memorized every step. He had wanted her to feel comfortable in his homeland, and he had shared every memory with her, giving her a virtual map so that she could move around with ease. The wind touched her face with gentle fingers, flakes coating her hair. She should have drawn up her hood, but she felt free, excited to be walking in the night surrounded by the thick expanse of forest, breathing in fresh, crisp air, peace stealing into her at last. Schuyler was waiting impatiently on the porch. "I think it's ridiculous that Gabriel and Lucian don't want me walking around by myself," she said. "I managed to make it over here all by myself before anyone noticed I was gone. No one makes Joseph wait for an escort." She wrapped her scarf around her neck and tossed the ends over her shoulders with a small dramatic sniff. I am so not ever going to have someone telling me what to do all the time. Gabriel and Lucian are the worst." Alexandria frowned. "Joseph contacted you and teased you about this, didn't he?" "He called me a baby. I walked over here by myself, and I certainly can walk back by myself." She dashed her hand across her eyes. "Joseph can be most annoying, can't he? I think you should make it a priority to ask him to show you how he turns into an owl." Schuyler regarded Alexandria with a suddenly thoughtful gaze. "Really? You think I'd enjoy that?" Alexandria nodded. "I think it will make your day." A slow smile lit up Schuyler's face. "Thanks for the tip. Raven says hello. I think her turkey gravy wasn't coming out the way she wanted." "Neither did my mashed potatoes. At the moment, the prince is wearing them." Schuyler halted abruptly and blinked up at Alexandria. "Wearing them? The potatoes? Did you throw them at him?" A slow smile transformed her face. "I wish I could have been there." "I wish I hadn't been there. Josh ran to me frightened, and I turned around, forgetting I had a high-speed mixer in my hand, a mixer Josh and Joseph had revved up for me. The potatoes splattered all over Mikhail." She met Schuyler's gaze, and they both burst into laughter. The sound drifted through the forest, rising upward to meet the floating snowflakes. Somewhere an owl hooted, the sound lonely. A wolf answered, the howl long and drawn out, as if he might be calling to a long-gone pack. "Alexandria?" Schuyler said, and abruptly fell silent. Something in her voice caught Alexandria's immediate attention. "What is it?" Schuyler shrugged, attempting to look casual. "A silly question, really. Do you ever hear the earth screaming?" "Screaming? The earth?" Alexandria echoed. "I know it sounds crazy. I shouldn't have said anything, but sometimes—" She wasn't about to admit how often since she had been in the Carpathian Mountains. "I hear screaming." Alexandria shook her head. "I've never experienced that. Have you talked to Francesca about it?" Schuyler shrugged. "I'm probably being silly. I do that a lot, sort of a leftover childhood thing." The wolf howled again, and this time another answered it. It sounded like a challenge. Alexandria glanced into the darkened forest interior, a small shiver running down her spine. She began to walk faster. "I played your new video game," Schuyler said. "It was awesome. Josh and Joseph and I play late at night online. Some of the men join in, too. I'm just as fast as Joseph. Gabriel thinks it's because he and Francesca gave me their blood, but I think it's because I can focus so well. I have the ability to just go into my mind, and it's like I'm in the game. Josh told me you were working on something special for us. Is it finished yet?" Alexandria pressed a hand to her burning throat. The non-existent wound throbbed as if it was still raw, and the cold affected it. "Almost. I was hoping to give it to Josh for Christmas, but I wanted to tweak it a little bit. The graphics are almost too real. I think I may tone them down a bit. Do you play with others beside Carpathians on the internet?" She knew Joshua wanted to, but she didn't allow him the contact with anyone on the internet other than the Carpathians Aiden knew. "Joseph does. He plays all sorts of games with people from all over the world. He has a really high ranking. He's really good on a computer, too. He can hack into anything, at least he says he can. Once he hacked into some Russian site he swore was a message center for a group of assassins for hire." Alexandria frowned. "Is he telling these stories to Josh?" "Probably. Josh really looks up to him because he's so good at video games." "Great. That's my fault." Leaves rustled and branches hit together with a muffled clack. The sound sent a shiver down Alexandria's spine. The path to the house where Gabriel and Francesca were staying was little used and much more overgrown than the trail leading to the home of the prince. Alexandria tried to watch the forest, but there were rocks and long stems from wild bushes, making the ground uneven and treacherous. If Schuyler hadn't been with her, she would have taken to the air and returned home. Joseph is going to get himself into trouble. Hackers can be traced. I told him that. Schuyler deliberately stepped on several small puddles so that the thin ice crunched beneath her feet and cracks veined out toward the expanse of snow-covered ground. For good measure, she jumped onto the next one, splattering ice and dirt out onto the snow. He thinks because he's Carpathian, he's invincible. Well, he isn't. Alexandria tried not to look at the spreading mud over the pristine snow. It looked too much like the long-shadowed arm reaching for her, reaching for victims, in her nightmares. She took a deep breath, trying to push down the familiar dread building. Movement caught her eye, and she glanced once more toward the forest. She was sure she saw a large wolf slinking along parallel to them. "What is it?" Schuyler asked. She had gone suddenly silent as well, her gaze sweeping the forest as if she too sensed an enemy. "I don't know, honey, but take my hand." Schuyler swallowed hard, staring at the gloved hand. "I'm sorry, I can't. I never touch people. I feel everything they're feeling, and I overload." Alexandria dropped her arm to her side. "I'm the one who is sorry. Don't look so distressed. I should have remembered that about you. Just stay closer to me. Has Gabriel or Francesca ever flown with you before?" "Of course. I'm not afraid of it. I like to fly. Did you see something?" "I'm not certain, but if I did, I want to be able to get into the air fast." Schuyler took a careful look around. "I don't see anything." "Neither do I, now." "Aiden, I'm a little uneasy. I thought I saw a wolf, but I don't know for certain. I'm going to get Schuyler to safety, but meet me at Gabriel's house. I don't want to come home alone." "I will be there." Aiden's voice was warm, reassuring. "Do not take chances, Alexandria. Gabriel or Lucian will be coming to meet you." "I don't know them." She sent her preternatural senses out into the region around her, trying to ferret out anything that might be the scent of an enemy. Wolves were abundant in the forest, but stayed away from the Carpathians. Many of the men had a preference for shifting into wolves. Seeing one shouldn't be enough to trigger her alarm system, but it was shrieking at her. "We challenged the males to a paintball game," Schuyler said, continuing walking toward the cabin. "It was Joseph's idea and should be fun, but Josh and I can't shapeshift, and neither can the other children. I told Francesca we need rules, like no shifting and no communication between the males. Otherwise, they have too big an advantage, don't you think so?" Leaves rustled again, just a whisper of sound. A twig broke. Alexandria turned her head toward the sound. "There's no wind. Something or someone is moving in the trees just to our left, Schuyler. I think we should take to the air. I thought I glimpsed a wolf again through the trees. He was quite large and moving at our pace, but it could have been my imagination." "Well, then we're both imagining the same thing," Schuyler said, moving closer to Alexandria. "I sometimes can feel things near. Let me just—" "No," Alexandria said sharply. "You have no way of knowing if it is a friend or monster. If you open your mind, you might lead him right back to you. I've called Aiden to us, and he is sending Gabriel as well." She spoke as Schuyler stepped into another ice-covered puddle. The crunch was loud in spite of the snowflakes, and muddy water spurted out into a long spray. A shadow fell across the snow, a dark stain looking all too familiar to Alexandria. An arm reaching, stretching obscenely, growing as if made of rubber. Insubstantial, shadow only, yet she could see it reaching toward Schuyler, slithering over the rocks and through the shrubbery like a snake. If it hadn't been snowing, she would never have seen, but with the white background, the fingers of the hand appeared bony and gnarled, an old hand with talons for fingernails. To her horror, the dirty water from the puddle moved as well, wringing a tall tree like a dark noose, cutting into the trunk as if it were a garrote. "Schuyler!" Alexandria leapt forward even as Schuyler instinctively jumped back. The tree splintered and cracked, the earth rocking beneath them. Alexandria could have dissolved into vapor, but she refused to leave the teenager exposed. She hurtled herself at the girl, intending to use her blurring speed to sweep them both to safety, but the shifting ground split, taking Skylar from her grasp. The best she could do was shove Skylar as far from her as possible, hoping to keep her from being smashed by the tree toppling down. Even as the tree trunk groaned and splintered and the earth rolled, there was a terrible sound as the tree broke in half, knocking the top from the tree and driving the large heavy branches straight down on them. Alexandria felt the blow to her head, the branch that picked her up and swept her down with alarming force. For one moment she thought she heard voices murmuring in a foreign language quite close, but she couldn't make out what they said. She tried to turn her head to see where Skylar was, but the movement brought on pain, a haze of stars that faded away to leave a black, yawning void. "Alexandria?" Skylar tried valiantly to control the tremble in her voice. "Gabriel! Francesca!" She called her family to her, a shattering cry that swept across the night. "They're coming!" She was pinned down under a heavy branch, her legs trapped, one hurting so much she had to fight back nausea. "Baby, we are coming. Hold on." That was Gabriel, his voice strong and vibrant, a rock to lean on. "You're hurt." Francesca's tone was gentle and soothing. "Tell me how bad." They were trying to reassure her, distract her, but Skylar felt danger surrounding her, pressing in on her with a suffocating presence. Her leg was bleeding, spilling bright red blood across the snow. If she moved, bones rubbed together with excruciating pain, radiating through her entire body until she broke out in a sweat. Something moved in the bushes quite close to her. She couldn't turn around to see what was creeping up on her. Hot breath exploded on the back of her neck, and she cried out, trying to fling herself out of reach. Fur brushed her face as a huge wolf pushed through the maze of branches to inspect her wound. Skylar froze, held her breath as the animal turned to look at her. The eyes were a brilliant ice blue, startling in the midst of thick black fur. "I know you," she whispered aloud, her heart in her throat. "I've seen you before, haven't I?" The wolf shifted. The heavily muscled, furred body gave way to a tall, broad-shouldered man with shining black hair streaming down his back. His face was harshly sensual, a carving of stone with lines etched deep and a strong jaw and masculine mouth. His eyes were so blue they seemed to burn over her. "Why would they allow you to come out alone?" he asked. "It was foolish of them. If they do not guard you better, I will no longer allow you to stay with them." As he spoke, his gaze held hers, but she could see he had separated himself from his body, becoming a strong, dominant spirit. She felt his presence the instant he entered her body. She wanted to scream, to fight, to evade his spirit. He moved through her with speed and purpose, repairing the damage to the nick in her artery, the bone, and, lastly, the flesh. All the while she shared his mind, knew his memories, his implacable resolve. Dmitri, relentless hunter of the vampire, protector of wolves and life-mate, to Skylar. "No!" She shook her head vigorously in denial. She wouldn't be anyone's life-mate, least of all this man with his burning eyes and his dominant nature. She couldn't conceive of being with a man so hard, so utterly certain of himself. Emotions poured into her, colors vivid and bright, so bright she feared she might go blind. Or maybe it was his fear, his colors, his emotions. She couldn't separate herself, as if by entering her body to heal her, he had wrapped himself around her insides, burrowing deep to find her soul. His mind opened to hers, a dark place of haunting sorrow and hundreds of years of dealing death without remorse. He acted swiftly, violently, with absolute resolve. If those deaths were a part of his aching loneliness and terrible sorrow, she couldn't tell. This was not a man to be swayed from his path. He followed his enemies with tenacity and ruthless, unrelenting persistence. Violence was his world, and she would never, never go back to that kind of life. She wouldn't survive. As it was, just brushing his mind and finding the darkness, the coiled demon waiting and willing to strike, was so terrifying she wanted to retreat to that safe place inside her where no one else could go. "You will not." He made it a decree, pulling out of her body and back into his own. "You need blood." She shook her head. "Gabriel and Francesca will give it to me." He turned his ice-blue eyes on her, his look so cold it burned her skin. Schuyler shivered, unable to look away from him, so frightened of what she wasn't certain. That this man would change her life for all time. That he would consume her, swallow her whole. That he was harsh and unyielding, a man without compromise. Schuyler had fought hard to belong, to come back to life when she had retreated so far. Dmitri wasn't evil, not like her father, but he was a man of violence, of strong emotions and passions, yet capable of turning it all off so that he felt nothing at all. She shrank away from him when he reached for her mind. Schuyler felt the steady, relentless pressure and tried to build a wall, thick and made of steel, impenetrable, but he was too focused and too strong. She raised her arms up defensively as he reached to draw her close to him, a small sound of fear escaping before she succumbed to his control. Dmitri drew her into his arms, allowing pleasure to burst through him, comfort, even peace. In hundreds of years he had never expected to find her. Necessity had made him cold, brutal even, but the warmth of her body, the sound of her voice, the softness of her skin brought hope where there had been none. He could barely see with the colors so bright, barely think with emotions he hadn't experienced in centuries. He bared his chest and whispered a command. His blood would replace that which had been lost, and it would encourage rapid healing. He sensed the others coming with all speed, but he closed his eyes and gave himself up to the ecstasy of her mouth moving over his skin, taking what he offered her, forging an even stronger bond between them. Because he had so little time, he bent his head to her neck and took what was rightfully his, not enough to convert, enough only to always find her, always be able to reach into her mind. He raised his head and looked into the eyes of Gabriel Daratrasanov. Legend. Swift, merciless killer. Chapter 4. Gabriel let out a long, slow hiss of anger. "How dare you touch her? She is a child and under my protection." Dmitri slowly shifted the weight of his body, whispering a command to stop his blood from flowing into Schuyler. He rose to his full height, his life-mate in his arms. "She is no child, or she would be unable to restore colors and emotions. She is my life-mate and subject to the laws of our people." "She is human, a teenager, barely 16, said Francesca. "It is true they mature faster than our children, but she is too young." Francesca brushed aside Gabriel's restraining hand and held out her arms. "Give her to me before you bring her out from under your enthrallment. I don't want her to wake frightened." Gabriel stepped forward, his black eyes glittering with lethal menace. "I remember you, a boy who ran from us many long years ago." Dmitri turned his head to look at the legendary twin, blue eyes clashing with black like sharpened rapiers. "I am no longer a boy, nor do I run from anything, or anyone." The earth shuddered, rolled slightly. "Have a care, Gabriel," Mikhail snapped, materializing with Aiden beside him. "Alexandria is trapped beneath these branches." He searched frantically through the branches of the fallen tree for a glimpse of Alexandria. Aiden simply burst through the labyrinth, pulverizing the wood into dust until he reached her. She lay still and white, her face turned toward him, blood trickling from her temple to streak her blonde hair. Aiden's heart nearly stopped beating. For a moment there was silence, as if the world itself stopped breathing. Images of Alexandria filled his mind. Her smiling at him, gaze filled with love, her voice teasing him, the touch of her fingers on his skin when he first woke and faced that moment of memory of his life before her existence. He raced forward like a madman, breaking through the branches as if they were mere twigs, his throat tight and his heart pounding. Her skin looked translucent, cold, her lips blue, and she was utterly still, so much so he couldn't detect breath or heartbeat. She had to be dead. He halted abruptly, his hand on his own heartbeat. No air moved through his lungs. His chest refused to rise and fall. His own heart stuttered. He could not go on without her. There was no life without her. No happiness. Nothing but endless nights that dragged into a black, empty void. He couldn't do it again, go back to the place he had been before he found her. "Aiden!" Mihail caught his arm and gave him a little shake. "You look as if you are in a trance. We have to lift the heavier branches off her." Alexandria moaned. The sound was barely discernible, but it was enough to throw off the chilling fears that haunted Aiden. He leapt forward to smash his way to her side, waiting for Mihail so they could easily float the remaining branches from her body. Crouching low, Aiden swiftly moved his hands over her, grateful that she responded to his touch with her eyelashes fluttering. Her lids suddenly opened, and he found himself mesmerized by her gaze. "Aiden, I knew you would come. Is Skylar safe? I tried, but—" She trailed off in an attempt to turn her head toward the teenager, but she groaned and her lashes fluttered down. Once again Aiden's heart reacted, faltering, his breath catching in his lungs. "She has a concussion," Mihail said gently, laying a restraining hand on Aiden. The man seemed about to come apart. "Easily fixed, Aiden. Francesca is here with us, one of our greatest healers should there be a problem." Mihail struggled to keep from racing away to Raven, certain now his worst fears were confirmed. Their enemies were attacking their women and children. It took centuries-old discipline to remain where he was. He was slightly shocked that Francesca had not hurried to them, offering her services as a healer rather than blocking Dimitri's path and trying to take the girl from him. Aiden stroked back Alexandria's hair. "I will heal her myself." He wanted no other to touch her. He had failed to protect her, his greatest and most cherished treasure, and he needed to merge with her, hold her close to him. He needed to watch her closer and see that no harm ever came to her. Aiden glanced over the top of Alexandria's head to the two men standing so close, the heat of the argument shimmering in the air around them. He closed his arms protectively around Alexandria and allowed his body to slip away, leaving only white-hot energy, pure, selfless spirit. He streamed through her with a quick examination before finding the bruise, already swelling, blood pulsing and pushing to leak out. He repaired the damage, making certain that she was completely healed before once again coming back to his own body and the furious argument taking place so close to him. Aiden held Alexandria in his arms, rocking her gently back and forth, all the while keeping a wary eye on the two combatants. Gabriel took another aggressive step toward Dimitri. "Would you like to tell us exactly how this happened and how you came to be here at the same time?" Dimitri bared his teeth. "Push me too far, Gabriel, and I will take her with me now." Gabriel's hand shot out, fingers locking around Dimitri's throat. "Do not threaten me or my family." Dimitri didn't so much as flinch beneath the crushing fingers, his gaze focused on Skylar's face. "You are my life mate." His voice came out husky, but it came out all the same. "Stop! Stop, Dimitri! Gabriel, let him go now." Francesca tugged at Gabriel's arm. "He has a blood bond. Before you could kill him, he could take her with him. Please, Gabriel, show some sense." "Gabriel," Mihail's voice was calm. He stood beside Dimitri. Release your daughter's life mate. Of course you are protective of her, but this is the man who is the other half of your daughter's soul. If you kill him, you condemn her to a half-life. Be reasonable." Gabriel didn't feel reasonable. He wanted to tear out Dimitri's throat. The man was stealing his child. The demon rose swift and fast, roaring to be set free. He could feel Dimitri's rising rage in direct proportion to his own. "We all need to calm down," Francesca said. "Dimitri, give her to me. She's my daughter now, and you have no idea of the things she's suffered." Dimitri's face rippled with anguish, with torment for just a split second, and then seemed a stone carving once again. "I know exactly what she's been through. She is my other half, and when she cried out in fear, in rage, and in desperate need, I tried to follow the path to her, but I was too far away, and she was merely a child and didn't know I was trying to help. She fought me, blocking my every effort. When she suffered, believe me, I was well aware she was suffering, and my torment, my humiliation that I must bear for all time, is that I was unable to aid her. Men touching her, abusing her, hurting her, her fragile spirit retreating until even he couldn't find her. The memories would haunt him for eternity, worse than any kill he'd ever made. His failure to protect the one being who it was his duty, his privilege, to protect. He had been so certain that Gabriel could see to Schuyler's safety while he stayed away, making certain not to trigger the demon's need for a mate, but Gabriel had failed in his duty as well. "You did not protect her adequately," he said accusingly. Gabriel and Dimitri stood toe-to-toe, Schuyler still cradled in Dimitri's arms, held high against his chest. "What happened here?" Gabriel demanded. "You think I did this?" Dimitri asked. "Didn't you?" Gabriel countered. The branches around them trembled and the air thickened. "I did not. Her leg was broken and she was losing too much blood. I healed her as quickly as possible and gave her the necessary blood to replace what was lost. Not that I owe you an explanation." "Please," Francesca begged again, struggling not to cry. Her tears would set Gabriel off as nothing else could. The situation was explosive. "Let me have my daughter." "Do not make her ask again," Gabriel said. Dimitri's face darkened. "You think to keep her from me?" The earth rolled and the trees around them shuddered. Small red flames began to flicker in the depths of Gabriel's eyes. "She chooses not to be with you. She is too young to know what she wants. It is not a matter of choice, and well you know it. If you persist, Gabriel, I will claim what is mine now and bind her to me." Francesca drew in a sharp breath. "Dimitri, no! She cannot go with you, and she would suffer more without you. You cannot be that cruel." "I will not allow you to keep her from me." Once more Gabriel's hand shot out and circled Dimitri's neck, fingers crushing in warning. "Give my daughter to her mother." Each word was accompanied with a hiss. Dimitri didn't release Schuyler, but did release the enthrallment, so she woke to the turmoil roiling around her. Instantly she was aware of what transpired. "Stop it! What's wrong with everyone?" Schuyler shouted. She rubbed her wrist as if it ached. "Can't any of you feel it? Alexandria? Francesca? Something is here with us. I can feel the surge of power. Dimitri, put me down now." Alexandria suddenly pushed Aidan away from her, stumbled and caught herself, one hand pressed to her throbbing head. "Schuyler's right. Something is here." She looked around her at the men with their grim, angry faces. "Can't any of you feel it? Francesca?" Blood still trickled down one side of Alexandria's face as she picked her way through the branches to Francesca. Aidan stayed close to her, keeping a wary eye on the others, his body posture more than protectively aggressive. Mikhail crouched low to study the ground around them. He straightened slowly and held up a hand for silence. The snow continued to fall, soft floating flakes blanketing them. Small rodents rustled leaves along the ground in an effort to find a hiding place. There was no wind, yet the branches of the trees around them swayed subtly. Gabriel immediately took up a position in front of the women, Aidan on the other side to cage them in. Dmitri handed Schuyler to Francesca as if giving her a peace offering. Francesca lowered Schuyler to the ground, holding her close to comfort her. "I feel it too, Gabriel, a subtle power disrupting the natural flow of nature around us. The one thing I consistently have nightmares about is the shadow of an arm with long, sharp talons reaching for me," Alexandria whispered. "I saw it on the ground, reaching for Schuyler." Dmitri crouched lower in reaction, his eyes flickering with flames. A soft, warning growl escaped. Alexandria shook her head. "It had to be an illusion, what I feared most. I feel the power feeding us, enhancing our fears, our emotions. Gabriel is angry, so is Dmitri, and the energy is feeding that anger." Francesca nodded, taking a wary look around her. "I can feel it too. It's very subtle. I can't trace it backward. Can you, Alexandria?" Alexandria shook her head in frustration. "I feel it now too," Gabriel said, "through Francesca. I will recognize it again if I come across it." "Could it be one of the children practicing?" Mihail asked. "We used to make all sorts of mistakes all the time, and accidents happened. Although if it is Joseph, I intend to box his ears." There was a small silence. Schuyler took a deep breath and clutched Francesca tighter, all the while rubbing her wrist along her thigh. "They're blocking Carpathian blood. It's hard because I carry the blood, but I'm not fully Carpathian. The flow is coming from the direction of the inn and—" She broke off, color stealing into her face. "I'm sorry. They caught me and stopped. I should have been more careful. It was no child. I've been doing this all my life, and I can tell you whoever it was is very adept. I couldn't tell if it was male or female." "Can you usually tell the difference?" Aidan asked. Schuyler nodded. "The touch is different, but this was too subtle, peculiar." She frowned. "Maybe more than one person." "Why do you say that?" Mihail asked. She shrugged. "Parts of the weave felt different to me, as if more than one hand had woven it, or as if the person was split into more than one personality. I'm sorry, I tipped them off and didn't get enough information, but whoever it was is a powerful psychic, and they touched me." She glanced at Gabriel. "They knew I was there." Gabriel spat a Carpathian curse beneath his breath. "We know our enemies have joined, mage as well as vampire, and the society dedicated to kill all vampires has spread worldwide." "And they can identify you?" Dmitri demanded of Schuyler. She remained silent for a long moment, but the ice-blue eyes burned into her, forcing an answer. "Yes." She backed away from him, her small body trembling. One hand came up to defend herself, and the scars of a lifetime of torture were plain to see, both physical and mental. Dmitri's face hardened into a mask. Only his eyes were alive, glittering with such intensity Schuyler had to look away. "Do not do that," he said. "There is no reason to fear me. We have enemies surrounding us, and you have been marked, singled out, yet you turn from the one person who has every right to protect you." "Dmitri," Francesca said his name aloud to gain his attention. "Now is not the time for this. You are welcome to come to our home and talk about things. I know you have a large wolf preserve and are caretaker of several packs. Schuyler is very interested in wolves and probably would enjoy hearing some of your stories." "Francesca, this man is threatening to take our daughter from us." Gabriel bristled, although in truth he was ashamed to be caught so much in an enthrallment that he had nearly killed a man. Not just any man, life mate to his daughter. "And you did not use every means at your disposal to bind me. He is acting on instinct. She triggered his response to her, and what can he do but try to protect and bind her to him? You cannot forbid him seeing her. After all, he will be your son-in-law. Gabriel did the mental equivalent of a snort. Not if he's dead. If he lays one hand on her, I will remove his heart. It was an empty threat now, and he knew it. He couldn't really fault Dmitri, although he didn't think anyone would ever be good enough for his daughter. Francesca sighed. We should have had boys. He is her life mate, Gabriel. He healed her leg and gave her blood when it was needed. He did not bind her or touch her inappropriately. Now stop trying to intimidate him. Gabriel sent her a low, rumbling growl of warning, but remained silent. You have no choice but to cancel the celebration tonight, Dmitri said. Skylar cannot go to the inn when she has been identified, and every one of our women would be in danger. Mihail, Alexandria protested, you cannot cancel our celebration. The children are so excited. We can take precautions. It isn't like we don't live under a threat every single day of our lives. We don't even know what this is. Exactly, Dmitri said. We don't know what this is. Mihail shook his head. We need to be calm and think clearly. Skylar, if this person or persons uses psychic talent again, will you be able to tell, or can they block you now that they know you are close by? I doubt they could stop me from feeling the disruption in nature, but I carry Carpathian blood as well. I didn't feel it right away when Alexandria and I were walking in the forest. She knew something was wrong before I did. Not exactly, Alexandria said. I felt the effects and bought into the illusion my mind created, but I didn't realize I was being manipulated. Skylar cannot go anywhere near that inn, Dmitri decreed, glaring at Gabriel, his body posture clearly challenging the other man. Before Gabriel could respond, Mihail held up his hand. I'll send Jubal to the inn. He's human and is a very strong psychic. Manolito de la Cruz will go with him. His wounds from the battle are healed, and he is a very powerful hunter. Together, perhaps, they can pick up any signs of treachery. We will all be on our guard. As for Skylar, she has Lucian and Gabriel, as well as you, Dmitri, to look after her. I doubt, with the three of you guarding her, anyone could do her harm. Mihail beckoned for the teenager to approach him. You understand the danger you are in. Because our enemies might be able to find you, everyone in your household is in danger. You must be guarded at all times. Francesca, I suggest you talk to her about what a Carpathian male suffers when he is alone without his other half. She should have some understanding of the situation. Dmitri, you will learn about this young lady, what she has suffered, the trauma in her life, and you will also avail yourself of Raven's knowledge of human children. Mihail made it a command, emphasizing what he knew Dmitri was fully aware of. Dmitri had to understand the girl was too young and had been through too much for him to bind her to him. Skylar is cold, and Alexandria needs to get back to her home. Thank you, Alexandria, for your quick thinking in shoving Skylar out of the way. She could have been hurt a lot worse. Alexandria's gaze jumped to the face of the prince. How did you know? He indicated the ground. I can read signs just as well as the next person. You pushed her away from the larger branches. Thank you, Gabriel said. We owe you a great debt. The debt is to Dmitri, Alexandria demurred. He saved her life by stopping the bleeding. She leaned against Aiden for support. Whoever was able to find my fears and amplify them did a good job. I was very frightened. What made the tree come down? Mihail wondered aloud. There was a small earthquake right before it began to crack. I felt the ground roll, Dmitri said. I did not feel a surge of power. It felt natural to me, but we cannot know for certain. "I was so scared I think I imagined most things," Alexandria confessed. "I was certain a vampire was hunting us, but Schuyler didn't feel it." She couldn't help herself. She had to examine the base of the tree. There was no sign of a garrote, shadow or otherwise. The trunk remained untouched and solid, the top having cracked and fallen in the bitter cold. She looked up at Aidan. "It was my imagination. I should have recognized the flow of power. I feel so foolish." His hand crept to the nape of her neck. "There is nothing foolish about you. Gabriel and Dmitri nearly came to killing blows, and neither recognized the flow of power feeding their anger. And when I saw you lying so still, covered by the branches, my emotions swung out of control. For a moment I wanted to seek the dawn, thinking to join you." Her breath caught in her throat. "Aidan," she brushed her fingertips down his face, "you thought I was dead?" "It is my worst fear," he admitted, catching her finger in his mouth. "I always fear I might lose you." "Well, you won't. I'm strong, Aidan, and my skills are growing every day. I would have turned to vapor, but I needed to get Schuyler out of harm's way. It seems I pushed her right into a compound fracture." "If she had remained where she was, she would have died," Dmitri said. "The heaviest piece of the trunk fell directly over where she was standing. I owe you much." He bowed slightly toward Francesca. "I apologize for causing you distress. I did not feel the subtle disturbance in nature and should have. I was consumed with need to protect Schuyler." "Women cannot be put in a bubble on a shelf somewhere, Dmitri," Francesca pointed out. "We have to live our lives as well as you men do." Mihail interrupted as Dmitri opened his mouth in what obviously was another protest. "We cannot cancel the Christmas party. If we do, our enemies might guess who in this region is human and who is Carpathian. By cooking and eating food, we appear as normal as the villagers around us. Now that we know there is danger close at hand, we will be able to keep our loved ones safe." Dmitri's fangs glistened as he bared his teeth and took a step toward Schuyler. "She has suffered enough at the hands of human men. I will not allow this." Schuyler pressed closer to Francesca, gathering her courage to defy a man who seemed too tall, too strong, too invincible with his hard face and burning cold eyes. "Do not rouse Gabriel's anger against Dmitri," Francesca cautioned. "Let us handle this." She smiled at Dmitri. "Every child looks forward to a celebration such as this. Surely you can watch over her with us and give her this opportunity to relax and enjoy meeting the others as she has looked forward to doing for so long. She needs every good memory, every chance at laughter and a childhood she can have. Remember, Dmitri, she was robbed of that when she was young." "There is no chance I will ever forget," he bit out between his teeth. He turned the full intensity of his glittering eyes on Schuyler. "This is important to you? It is not an act of defiance because your life-mate does not want you to attend?" She sucked in her breath, feeling the impact of his gaze all the way to her toes. She could never be with this man. She wanted to scream her denial. She wouldn't be a life-mate to any Carpathian, least of all this man. He terrified her. Desperation filled her with panic. At Gabriel's soft warning growl, Francesca squeezed her shoulder. Schuyler forced air through her lungs and clutched Francesca's hand tighter. "I would very much like to go." She wouldn't ask permission. She had done enough begging from men. As a child, she'd had to perform vile, disgusting acts for food. She'd had to seek permission to sleep, to go to the bathroom, just to speak. Her life had been hell, and she would not return to that. She'd rather be dead. "Never, baby," Francesca's voice whispered through her mind. A pure love, unconditional, a promise that would always be kept. "No one will ever hurt you like that again and live. I am your mother now and will protect you with every fiber of my being. Dmitri seems cruel and unfeeling. But in truth, his emotions are too overwhelming for him to control, so to protect you and all of us, he has to push his feelings aside and become a ruthless warrior. It is what he knows. And who he is, Schuyler said. He's violence personified. I've seen into his mind. He merged with me, and I could see him killing without thought, without remorse. He thinks to control me, to make me do as he says. All Carpathian males think that way. They are control freaks, even our beloved Gabriel. You are too young, and although his very instinct is pushing him to take you now, Dmitri is trying to hold back and give you what is yours. Time. I will confess I do not like it, but I am probably being overprotective. I cannot bear to see or feel you suffer. Dmitri bowed slightly from the waist in an old-world gesture. Then you shall go. Schuyler bit back her retort. She would have gone anyway. She didn't need him, a virtual stranger, telling her what she could or couldn't do. I was on my way to see Julian, Mikhail announced, deciding it was time to ease the obvious tension. I know he loves a good time, and I wanted to alert him to tonight's main surprise. There is a surprise? Gabriel sounded wary. Raven wants St. Nick to show up, dressed in red, Mikhail said smugly. The children will be expecting it. Francesca bit her lip, suppressing a sudden smile when Gabriel actually stepped behind her as if for protection. Big baby. Mikhail is up to something. I am not going to play dress-up in red tights. Francesca burst out laughing. Santa Claus does not wear red tights, you nut. Mikhail flashed her a smile. Do you think Grigori is aware of that? He is, after all, my son-in-law and has a duty to do as I ask. Red tights might look good on him. You wouldn't, Gabriel said, a slow grin spreading across his face. Dmitri raised an eyebrow. Grigori? The boogeyman of Carpathians? He'll scare the children, Mikhail, Francesca objected. You aren't really going to ask him to be Santa Claus, are you? Yes, of course. I want to be there. I think Lucian and I need to go visit our younger brother, Gabriel said. Be certain to let me know when you are going to his house so I can drop by at the same time. That's just mean, Francesca scolded laughingly. And don't you dare tell him Santa wears red tights. Just the idea of Gregorian red tights is enough to scare everyone. There are benefits to being prince after all, Mikhail said. Schuyler cleared her throat. This is a joke, right? Mikhail looked smug. A fine joke on Grigori, little one. I had better go. I have too many things to do. I have sent the word, Dmitri, to all the others that our women and children must be guarded at all times, especially our Schuyler. Schuyler tipped back her head to look up at Dmitri. In spite of herself, she had to admit he was handsome, with the face of a man, not a boy. His eyes were so alive, so deeply blue, they could either burn or freeze one. He lifted both hands and ran them through his shiny black hair, pushing it back away from his face. Muscles flexed and rippled. He was standing away from her, but she felt his fingers touch her own hair, sliding through the silky strands in a slow, intimate way. Her stomach did a curious flip. Far off, she heard a wolf howl. Dmitri turned his head toward the sound. He sounds so plaintive, so lonely, Schuyler whispered, the mournful howl drawing her instant sympathy. She wanted, almost needed, to find the animal and comfort him. He is lonely, Dmitri said. He pulled a black cord from around his throat. I ask that you wear this, Schuyler, for me. Schuyler took a step back, but her gaze fell on the necklace he held out to her. The tiny wolf was exquisite, head thrown back, fur black and shiny, eyes deep blue like sapphire gems glowing at her. She hesitated only a moment, her hand slowly moving towards his until their fingertips touched. Heat spread through her body, warming her in spite of the cold. Instead of dropping it into her palm, Dmitri pulled the cord over her neck, lifting her hair and letting it settle back around her shoulders. The cord was still warm from his skin, and the small wolf nestled in the valley between her breasts. Dmitri reached behind her where she couldn't see and immediately enveloped her in a soft red cape. The cold receded instantly. "Now you look like Little Red Riding Hood," he murmured as he bent down to draw the hood over her hair. She inhaled his scent, wild and masculine and unexpectedly familiar. She felt the touch of his lips on her cheek. He left a burning trail to the corner of her mouth, and her body responded with an odd tingling, a heightened awareness, even a reaching toward him. Even as she stood still with his arms caging her in, she felt something within her rising toward him. Before it could break free and respond, he shifted, once more the wolf, springing away from them to run into deeper forest. Schuyler caught the small wolf pendant in her hand and held tightly. She wanted to chase after him, call him back. Her lungs seized and her heart stuttered. She knew she didn't want a Carpathian male. All of her life she had known what people really felt, really thought, and most of it wasn't good. Gabriel and Francesca gave her respite, provided a safe haven, but Dmitri would take that from her. She took a deep breath and turned away from the path he'd taken. "I want to go home, Francesca," she said softly, feeling a coward. "Please take me home." "Of course, honey." Francesca gathered her close, cape and all, and took to the sky, leaving it to Gabriel to shield them from prying eyes. "Far away," Schuyler murmured. "Back to Paris." She turned her face up to the snow floating down in endless silence. The world seemed filled with sparkling gems as the moonlight glinted off the ice crystals and snowflakes. She focused on the treetops and the pristine surfaces as they flew to the house, Gabriel close behind them. "The baby always soothes you," Gabriel said. "Why don't you go see how she's doing?" Their trusted housekeeper Nanny had come with them and was with the children during the day. He kept his hand on Francesca to keep her from stealing away from him. Schuyler kissed them both and, still wrapped in the hooded cape, went to pick up Tamara and hold her close. The minute she was out of the room, he turned to his life-mate with a deep scowl of impatience. "Did you see that? Did you see him kiss her, touch her? He did not simply touch her skin. He left his mark on her. I will not stand for this, Francesca." "Gabriel," she rubbed his arm gently. "He walked away." "He didn't walk away. He marked her. He gave her blood. He took hers. It may not have been an exchange, but you and I both know he has imparted a warning to every other male to leave her be. As he should. As you or any other male would have done with your life-mate." Gabriel frowned. "She should have a full childhood. He can wait 200 years just as all Carpathians did in the past. 16. Who ever heard of such a thing?" "Savannah was but 23 when Grigori claimed her," Francesca reminded him. "It is a different world, and Schuyler is not fully Carpathian. If he waits 200 years, she might be dead." Gabriel scowled. "She will be brought fully into our world. She is our daughter." "We said it was her decision. The blood exchanges were to help her overcome the trauma, not to take away her choice. You're sounding as bad as Dmitri." "She is our daughter. I am not about to let her be foolish out of fear. I refuse to lose her to human aging or that inconsiderate lout who, by the way, is not nearly good enough for her. She is ours, Francesca. I love her as much as I love Tamara, and she is under my protection. All this freedom you keep talking about is ridiculous. We all live under certain rules, and Schuyler does as well." Dmitri showed great restraint in not doing a full blood exchange with her. He could have taken advantage and did not. "Our women until Savannah do not become sexually mature so quickly. She is, Gabriel, whether you like it or not." Francesca held up her hand when he would have protested. "Of course she's too young to be bound to him, but that doesn't mean that technically it couldn't happen. She has to overcome her past, and who knows if she is going to be able to do that. She has scars in her mind that even I can't erase. I can't even find her memories of her childhood before the atrocities started. He has to know that. He has to be prepared to be gentle and kind and patient with her. It's inevitable that they will be together, Gabriel." He turned away from her, fists clenched. As he turned, she caught the flash of fangs, and he suddenly opened his hands, his fingers curling into lethal claws. Gabriel threw back his head and roared with rage. The sound shook the house, and in the next room, Tamara began to cry. He whirled back to face Francesca. "She is not going to be forced by this werewolf into anything." Francesca gasped at the insult. "You're acting like a crazy man, Gabriel. Is this how it will be with all of our daughters?" "No daughter of mine is going to be forced into anything." He turned back to her, black eyes blazing with anger. "Like I was?" Francesca pinned him with her gaze. "That is entirely different." "Why, because it was you?" "Gabriel, you have to be reasonable about this. We have to handle this right for both of them. Schuyler isn't going to be able to accept him, especially if you act like a crazy father sharpening your fangs." "Gabriel? Francesca? Is everything all right?" Schuyler stepped into the room carrying the baby. "Tamara is distressed. She's never heard her father upset like this before, and neither have I." She looked about to cry. "Are you fighting over me? You never fight. Never. I'll do whatever you want me to do." Francesca went to her immediately, wrapped her arm around the girl's shoulders, baby and all. "Of course we argue, Schuyler, just not out loud. I'm sorry we upset you. Adults often have differences of opinions." "We wouldn't if you'd agree with everything I say," Gabriel groused. Francesca rolled her eyes at Schuyler and flashed a small half-smile. "Ignore him. I'm always right, and we both know it. And right now we have things to do that are fun." "Fun, Gabriel." She flashed him a small warning look. "Schuyler, come help me make these gingerbread houses for tonight's dinner. Gabriel is going to help us." Gabriel took a deep, calming breath, forcing the air to move through his lungs, to remove the swirling rage that seemed to boil in his veins and churn in his gut. He breathed it away and tried to find his center. The last thing he wanted to do was upset Schuyler further or get the baby crying. "That's blackmail," he grumbled, but winked at Schuyler. He held out his arms for the baby, took her, and bent to kiss the top of Schuyler's head. "We were not fighting over you, little human chickie, only over what is best for you. And it was not a fight, simply a heated discussion. We are both in agreement. No man is ever going to be good enough for you, and you need to stay with us forever." Schuyler's look of alarm faded, and she burst into laughter. "Forever? I think by the time I'm 800 you would want to throw me out." "Never, baby," Francesca assured her, brushing back strands of hair from Schuyler's face. She touched one of the crescent-shaped scars that had failed, even with Carpathian blood, to heal, and Schuyler's worst scars were where no one would ever see. "You will always be our beloved daughter." "You want to lick the frosting bowl instead of giving it to me, don't you?" Schuyler teased. "Too much sugar for you," Francesca said, laughing. "Come on. We don't have a lot of time to put this together. I hope the instructions are easy." I've never actually constructed a gingerbread house before, and Raven wanted several to use as the centerpieces for the tables." "The pressure is on," Gabriel taunted. He kissed Tamara and winked. "Let's see how the female members of the household do." "Like you're going to get out of helping us?" Skylar said, grabbing his hand and tugging. "I'm going to paint your face with frosting while I'm at it. Tamara will love that, won't you, baby girl?" The anger was gone, but apprehension at the future had taken its place. Gabriel pretended reluctance as his life-mate and daughters dragged him into the kitchen, laughter bubbling around them and driving away a little bit of the fear of losing them. Skylar entered the kitchen, inhaling the aroma of gingerbread. The pieces were already shaped into the walls and roof of the houses. They just had to put them together. There was no warning at all. As she pulled the various colored frostings from the refrigerator, devastating sorrow nearly drove her to her knees. She kept the door open to prevent Francesca and Gabriel from seeing the tears welling in her eyes. Grief was sharp and painful, a blade cutting into her heart. Her throat swelled as the sorrow seemed to expand and take over every cell in her body until she wanted to weep uncontrollably. Rage crept in, dark and terrible, a savage need for vengeance, a need to strike back, to kill. The feeling was so strong, her hands shook, and she dropped one of the bowls, shattering it. "Skylar?" Francesca was there in a moment, wrapping her arm around Skylar's waist and pulling her away from the glass. The frosting was white, but the bowl had been red, and with the shards embedded in the icing, it looked to Skylar like blood-stained snow. She felt the urge to run to the window and check that no one was hurt outside. Her breath caught in her throat, and she pressed a hand to her aching heart. Not just anyone. Dmitri. She had connected to him. She was certain of it, and he was suffering. "Francesca, I have to find him. I have to find Dmitri." Her voice was barely a whisper. She had no idea tears streamed down her face until Francesca touched her cheeks. It's so terrible. I can't explain it. I have to go to him. You have to go to him and ease his suffering." "I'm sorry, baby. I can only ease your suffering. He has to find a way to live with the emotions he is now feeling. He had knowledge before, but could not feel emotion." She leaned close to Skylar to murmur softly, to ease her burden. "I can provide distance for you, and it will help." Skylar abruptly pulled away. "No!" She shook her head. "You and Gabriel always shield me. Not this time. If I did this to him, I want to be able to feel it as well. I need to know these things, Francesca. I am already Carpathian in my heart. I need knowledge as well as emotion." Chapter 5. Mikhail streamed through the forest, a white vapor trail concealed by the snow, staying high up in the trees as he tracked the wolf loping across the ground beneath him. Mikhail could see that, in spite of taking the form of the wolf, Dmitri was in trouble. The wolf paused every now and then, shuddering in pain, the shaggy fur, usually so shiny with health and strength, dull and wet with sweat. In spite of the animal form, waves of grief poured off the man, and to Mikhail's horror, small beads of blood were left behind in the paw prints in the stark white snow. Mikhail dropped down through the canopy to fall more gently with the drift of the snowflakes as he approached the Carpathian male cautiously. Dmitri had gone through hell in the forests of Russia with his beloved wolves. Hunted by vampire and mortals alike, pursued by poachers and superstitious people, he had faced endless centuries of protecting both humans and wolves alone, without the comfort of his homeland, the soil, or its people. The wolf stopped running and stood with sides heaving, head hanging, and blood-red tears dripping into the snow. He suddenly threw his head back and howled his unrelenting sorrow to the heavens and whatever deities might hear him. As the mournful notes faded into the night, he resumed his own shape, the wolf falling away to reveal the man. Dmitri covered his face as he sank down onto a boulder. "You are feeling her pain," Mikhail said softly. "It is both a miracle and a curse for you." Dmitri sprang up, whirling to face the prince, his fangs exposed in a snarl, his eyes glowing with red flickers of flame. He stood in a fighter's stance, hands up, the air around them charged with electricity, with danger. "I had no idea I was not alone," Dmitri said. "I would not have displayed such emotion." "Allow me to summon Grigori to you," Mikhail offered. "He could help to ease this suffering." "No one eased it for her," Dmitri growled. "I knew when they laid their filthy hands on her, and I knew when they hurt her, and beat her and cut her. I even knew when they burned her, but I never felt it. Not the pain, not the rage, not her despair. When I touched her, drew her into my arms and merged my spirit with hers, it was there, behind the wall Francesca and Gabriel built to distance her from it. But it was all there, and this time, God help me, Mikhail, this time I felt it all. Every agony, every humiliation, every depravity. The rage and guilt, and I heard her begging, pleading for someone to save her. Where was I? You were doing your duty, Dmitri, as all of us must. Skylar is strong and grows stronger every day. I do not pretend to understand why some men brutalize women and children. I will never be able to comprehend such a thing, but I do know it is common. She is safe now, and happy. Gabriel and Francesca are seeing to her education, and eventually they will bring her wholly into our world. Dmitri rubbed his hand over his face. When I saw her, she looked an angel, Mikhail. I never knew what that meant when I heard the description, but there is purity there and goodness. I need her. The darkness is closing in on me, and I fear my ability to do the honorable thing. Every one of us has moments of weakness, Dmitri. Skylar is your life mate, and as such, you must do what is right for her. Survive and maintain until such time as she is able to come to you. Work with Gabriel and Francesca, not against them. Kidnapping her or binding her will only hurt you both in the end, and I think you know that. At least you have hope where so many others have nothing. Hope? When she is a child and I must return to the emptiness of my existence? When I know if I stay I will claim her? When I can feel every brutality inflicted on her and am helpless to take it away? Dmitri sank once more onto the boulder and shook his head. I am lost, Mikhail. Mikhail crouched down beside him. You cannot be lost. She must live with what happened to her, and as her life mate, so must you. Shamed for all eternity that I could not protect her. You are feeling rage, impotent rage, on your behalf, not hers. You should be able to extract vengeance, mete out justice. And because there is only the aftermath, the burden and scars of these terrible crimes, you railed to the heavens for your inability to protect her. She was a child and you were 1,000 miles away. You did not know of her existence. You are a hunter of the vampire, and you know duty and honor. Behave in an honorable manner. Court her as she deserves. Allow her to heal with Francesca and Gabriel, that she might come to you wholly and of her own free will. That is the gift that you can give her. And it is much more than most of us have given our life mates. Dmitri dragged in a deep breath. I used to stare up at the stars each night and imagine that she was somewhere in the world looking at the same stars. I tried to picture her, to build an image in my head, but she was so elusive. And then I looked at her with her soft skin and her beautiful eyes and knew I could never have conjured her up, no matter how vivid my imagination. Will you allow Grigory to aid you?" Mikhail repeated. Dmitri ran both hands through his dark, sweat-damp hair. "I have to work this out in my own way, Mikhail. I have been alone many centuries now, and it is difficult for me to interact with anyone, even my own people. I spend much time in the form of a wolf running free with my pack." "There is danger in that, taking on the wild ways." Dmitri nodded. "If it becomes too big a burden, I will seek the Dark One. I cannot stay away from her while I am here." "Do not provoke Gabriel." "He should not provoke me. I am no longer the shy boy he thinks me. That boy is long gone from this world." Dmitri spread out his hands and curled his fingers into two tight fists. "I am a killer and damned for all time. She saw that in me, you know. She sensed the darkness and retreated." "You are a hunter, one of my best," Mikhail corrected. "Never think any different. Skylar is now your responsibility, and she is tied to your fate. You cannot meet the dawn, nor can you embrace evil. You must endure until she is old enough and strong enough to accept your claim on her." He straightened and looked up at the sky. "I am going to see Julian Savage. He was your boyhood friend. Perhaps you would care to accompany me?" His teeth flashed white, but the smile never reached his eyes. He could feel sorrow for Dmitri and try to aid him, but he could never forget that Dmitri was a danger and always would be until he had bound his life-mate to him. "I thought he, of all Carpathians, would most enjoy knowing I intend to see that Grigory wears the ridiculous red Santa Claus suit." "Julian always loved a good prank," Dmitri admitted. "But I will visit him later when I am in more control. Isn't his life-mate kin to Grigory?" Mikhail nodded. "Desherie is Grigory's younger sister. She's very talented." "Have you met the man who kept them all alive when we thought they were lost to us?" Dmitri asked. "He must be a powerful Carpathian." Mikhail nodded. "Ah, Darius. Elusive, quiet, says what he means. Few would ever think to cross him. He is much like his brothers, confident in his abilities and powers. It is interesting to witness the Daratrazanov brothers together. There is no jostling for leadership. Each is his own man, yet blends well with the others. It is a strong lineage. I heard Dominic of the Dragon Seekers had returned." "He was gravely injured in our last battle with the vampires and the mage Razvan. Dominic still rests beneath the ground. Francesca and Grigory would very much like to have a healing session for him before she leaves for Paris." Dmitri stood up, squaring his shoulders. "Tell Julian I will see him later, at the party. I will patrol the forest and try to pick up the scent of our enemies. The wolves may have information for me." "Be very careful, Dmitri. They followed the trail of energy back to Skylar. But if blood is calling them, remember you also carry her scent as she does yours. You could be marked as well." Dmitri's mouth hardened into a cruel line. "I would welcome the chance at them. They will not find me as easy a target as they would find Skylar." Before Mikhail could respond, Dmitri turned and sprinted away, shifting on the run, going to all fours without breaking stride, the movement so seamless and fluid that Mikhail knew no one could have matched him. The ripple of power was breathtaking, and Mikhail stared at the spot where Dmitri had shifted, the tracks in the snow. One moment man, the next wolf. The wonder of his species struck him as it did so often, but as always, on the heels of that wonder came the inevitable burden of responsibility. "My love, you are worried." Raven touched his mind with her warmth. At once the rush of love filled his mind, bringing him comfort. "It is nothing. I will be with Julian and Desherie. Would you like to join us?" "I cannot. I do not like the look of this gravy. It is lumpy." Mikhail found himself smiling at the annoyance in her voice. If the gravy didn't behave, Raven was going to throw it outside in the snow and use it for target practice. The woman had a bit of a temper, and apparently the cooking wasn't going very well. "I do not find your amusement in the least bit helpful." "Amusement?" Mikhail took to the sky, his body reshaping into that of an owl. He winged his way over the forest toward the house where Julian was staying. "I am certain I did not feel in the least amused over you muttering threats to human gravy you are not going to be consuming yourself." There was a heartbeat of silence. Alarm spread through him. "Raven, you are not going to attempt to eat human food, are you?" "I'm considering whether or not it would add to the illusion that we are human. Some of the villagers will be there, as well as a guest or two." Mikhail drew in his breath, his wings beating ferociously as he dipped through the trees, the snowflakes on his feathers. "You go too far with this silly feast of yours, woman." Her retaliatory amusement washed over him, bringing a flood of warmth. Only Raven teased him like this, unexpectedly, lovingly, daring the wrath of the prince of the Carpathian people. He sent her an impression of bared fangs, but it didn't do much to intimidate her. She only laughed and went back to her lumpy gravy. Below him, Mikhail spotted Julian Savage running in the snow, his long blonde hair, like his brother Aiden's, streaming behind him, something tucked under his arm, while a woman chased after him, and another man raised his hand, calling out. Julian launched the object into the air, and the man caught it, waving it triumphantly over his head. Mikhail landed on the railing of Julian's home and shifted back to his normal form. "It isn't funny, Julian," the woman called out with a small sniff of disdain. "That's for the midnight dinner." She glared at the other man. "Barrick, you give that to me right this minute." "No one could eat it, sweetheart." Julian circled around her, careful to keep out of reach, "unless they plan on using it for shoe leather." Barrick flashed a grin. "We could start a new fad with this stuff, Deshery. You cook the roast and we'll make the soles of shoes, and after they walk for a while, they'll never go hungry." "You? That's just sick, Barrick. You've been around Julian way too long." "Seriously, honey, it's much better used as a football." "Don't you sweetheart and honey me, Julian," Deshery protested. "I can't very well have people eating that roast after you've been throwing it around." She glared at the two men, hands on hips. "Go out for a pass," Barrick directed Julian. Julian took off running, and Barrick launched the roast high into the air. Julian sprang up and caught it, pulling it into his chest. Before he could land on the ground, Deshery began to sing, and the notes danced silver in the air around Julian, hooking together to form a net. He bounced as if on a trampoline and slid off onto the ground, landing hard in an inelegant sprawl. Barrick doubled over with laughter, but undeterred, Julian lifted the dried-out roast over his head in triumph. "Touchdown!" Deshery sang a few more notes. The silver and gold notes danced and dipped, hooking around one another to form a noose that slipped over Julian's head. Mikhail's breath caught in his throat. In the darkness, with the snow falling, the musical notes were beautiful, shimmering and glowing with life and energy. All the while Deshery's voice pulsed through his body, making his heart and mind glow with warmth, happiness, and, most of all, the love she felt for her life-mate. Deshery suddenly turned her head to smile at Mikhail. She was beautiful, dazzling even, her voice fading into the night, a part of nature itself. "I suppose I shouldn't strangle my life-mate in front of the prince, should I?" she asked. There was no embarrassment in her voice, only laughter and welcome. "Deshery is a true Daratrazanov. She exudes confidence." He shared with Raven the image of the Carpathian woman with her flowing hair, soft features, and her musical voice, and the dancing silver and gold notes casting a noose around her life-mate's neck. "And she is beautiful." There was no edge to Raven's tone, but Mihail smiled at her through their telepathic link. "Perhaps you should come and join me and leave that gravy to insects, although poisoning any creature is never a good thing." "You are so funny, my prince." Mihail winced. Raven never referred to him as a prince unless he was skating the edge of trouble. He smiled at Desiree. "I have always wanted to strangle Julian." "So has my brother Darius," Desiree said, walking over to him, her every movement graceful. A slow smile softened Mihail's mouth. "I can well imagine if Darius is anything like Grigori. Julian used to drive Grigori right up the wall. Even as a boy, Julian had little fear in him. He went his own way and got into more trouble than most of our children could ever conceive of doing." Julian swept his arm around Desiree's narrow waist. "Do not listen to him. I was not the bad boy of the Carpathians, just independent, and for good reason. I had a vampire using my eyes to spy on our people. I could not very well stick around." "And you have since destroyed this vampire?" Mihail asked. Julian nodded. "I had built him up to be so powerful. As a child, to me, he seemed so. But like most monsters in our lives, once I became an adult, he was not nearly as powerful as I remembered. Looking back, I should have told an adult, and perhaps they could have hunted and destroyed him, giving me back my childhood. But I thought he would harm our hunters." Mihail shrugged his shoulders. "It is easy for us to look back and say what we should have done, but that is because later we have different information, and, of course, knowledge always changes our decisions." Julian flashed a faint smile. "I would have wanted those years back with Aiden. He has been so good about it, but I know it hurt him to be separated." Desiree reached for his hand in an offer of comfort. "We see him as often as possible now, Julian," she reminded him, and then jerked her hand away to rub her palm on her thigh. "You're all greasy." "The infamous roast," Julian said, presenting the large dried-up hunk of meat to her with a small courtly bow. Mihail covered his reaction with a small cough, turning his face away as Desiree glared at her life-mate. "It's all squishy, Julian. You ruined my roast. What am I going to do now? I have to provide something for tonight's dinner." "Ask Corinne to help," Barrick suggested. "She told Diane she cooked quite a bit before he claimed her." "There is nothing squishy about that roast," Julian protested. "It has turned to leather." Desiree made a face at him and then down at the roast. "Disgusting stuff. I think I will ask Corinne to help me make something else." Barrick held out his hands. "Throw it, Desiree. We may as well finish our football game." Mihail shook his head. "I wanted to let you all know that Alexandria and young Schuyler ran into trouble a few minutes ago. We all need to be on alert and give added protection to our women and children. Sindel was at the house thinking she might prepare something for the party. I think I will check on her. If I reach out, she will simply say she is fine." Barrick sketched a small salute and immediately took to the sky. The smile faded from Julian's face. He stepped closer to Desiree. "What kind of trouble? Aiden did not send word that Alexandria was hurt." "She is fine now, but both she and Schuyler felt the presence of a subtle flow of power, enhancing emotions to the point of irrationality. Even Gabriel was affected, losing his temper with Dmitri." "I knew Dmitri had arrived," Julian said. "I can feel the darkness in him growing by the hour. He is unstable, and we have to find a way to keep him safe. Grigori gave me a task to keep me going when I thought to give up my existence, and perhaps if one was given to Dmitri," Julian sighed. "He is alone, killing more often than a hunter should have to, and that is slowly destroying him." "Schuyler is his life-mate," Mihail stated. Desiree gasped. "Oh dear, she's just a babe. Is he certain?" She restored colors and emotions. "That cannot be good," Julian said. "At best, emotions can be difficult to deal with, and in this situation, when she was so brutalized, he must be going through hell. I should go to him," he added, "see what I can do. Desherie has amazing power with her voice. It might help him get through this." "He cannot bind her to him," Desherie protested, her hand to her throat. "She is much, much too young, and from what Francesca said, far too fragile. It takes both Gabriel and Francesca to distance her enough from her past to allow her to function normally. Do you know that she has no childhood memories in her mind they can bring out to aid her? It must be so difficult for Dmitri to suddenly feel all these things. For a time he will be raw and wounded with her old scars." "It is a very dangerous situation," Mikhail agreed. "If Dmitri stays near her, he will continue to fight his need to claim her. If he chooses to return to Russia, the danger to both increases." He rubbed his temples, suddenly feeling old. The weight of his responsibilities was wearing on him far more these dark days. In the midst of the Christmas season, when he should have been feeling joy and hope, he felt tired and the beginnings of despair. How could he save them? 2 or 3 children were not enough. Even if Shay gave birth to a female and the baby survived, it would be years before a male would be saved. Too long to wait in darkness. Too many males. 1 or 2 life mates were not going to keep their species from extinction, especially as their enemies were banding together and becoming bolder and bolder in their attacks. "We had the advantages for so long," he murmured aloud. "We could scan and know the thoughts of our enemies, but now they've found a way to block us. We could smell the evil stench of the vampire, sense the presence of such an abomination, yet now we can no longer trust our own senses to guide us." He spread his arms out wide. "Before, they would never have come here after us, fearing our power, yet now they chip away at us on nearly a daily basis. Our enemies outnumber us, and as we grow weaker, they grow stronger." Desherie glanced at Julian. His amber eyes seemed to glow as he stepped forward to put his hand on the prince's shoulder. He looked very much a warrior, and she couldn't help that small rush of pride in him. "We grow stronger too, Mikhail. Under your leadership, we have come together when before we were scattered and apart. You have worked tirelessly to get the word to any of our ancients, to continue to look for any lost, as Desherie and the others had been. The women are reluctant to become pregnant and give birth," Mikhail pointed out, shaking his head. "Without children, Julian, no matter our longevity, our species will not survive." Desherie smiled at him. "We will survive. This is the season of miracles, remember? I thought you were a believer, Mikhail. Where is your faith?" There was a small silence. The hard lines in the prince's face softened. "Perhaps this celebration of ravens is just the thing I need to restore my faith, Desherie." He rubbed the bridge of his nose thoughtfully. "Should Joseph decide to give us his rendition of any carol, please do volunteer to sing. Is it possible your dancing notes can muzzle the boy?" "Joseph's reputation precedes him," Desherie said with a laugh. "I understand he's quite a handful. Let us just say I do not envy Byron and Antonietta trying to keep an eye on the boy. They say he is quite intelligent, but not very diligent when it comes to mastering any of our practices. I think he has been spoiled and allowed to mix so much with human children that he has forgotten his duty to our people." Julian flashed Desherie a secret smile at the sternness in Mikhail's voice. As a child, he had often heard that same edge to the adult male's tones. "He will grow to a fine man," Julian assured him. "Perhaps not a hunter, but we need our society to return to progress once more. We need men who look to business and the arts, and especially science." "I have no doubt Joseph will succeed in anything he does," Mikhail said dryly. "But the rest of us may not survive his youth." I seem to recall Grigori said the same thing about me many times. Julian grinned at him, his strange-colored eyes glinting like gold. The man needs a sense of humor. Now, I am his brother-in-law. Fate has a way of playing little jokes. A slow answering smile lit Mihail's face. I must confess, Julian, I did not think of that at all. His brother-in-law. He is also my son-in-law, and as I am dear old Dad, I think it is time the man performs some family duties. He will be perfect in the part of Santa Claus tonight. Julian's eyebrow shot up. My prince, he bowed low. I acknowledge you as the master in this game we so often play with the Dark One. Desiree looked from one man to the other. I can't imagine you asking Grigori to be Santa, and if Julian is endorsing it, that's a bad thing. I see she knows you well, Julian, Mihail observed. Desiree rested her head on Julian's chest. Was he the resident bad boy growing up? I can well imagine that he would have been. Mihail shook his head. Independent, a smart mouth. He loved knowledge and had little fear in him. But no, he frowned. There was a young man, a few years older than Julian, who Grigori had to stay on top of all the time. He was far worse than Joseph could ever conceive of being. He questioned authority all the time. I remember him, Julian said. He was amazing with weapons even as young as he was, Tiberiu Berkovitz. I haven't heard or thought of him in centuries. Did he come to the celebration? He was good friends with Dmitri. There was no real inflection in Julian's voice, but Mihail caught a flare of wariness in the hunter's eyes. The man shifted subtly, but protectively, toward his life-mate. This is what our lives have become, Mihail murmured aloud. We can no longer trust our friends, men who have dedicated their lives to honor, to saving Carpathian and human alike. We treat our best hunters with suspicion. It is the way we have always lived, Julian remarked. Mihail shook his head. There was a time, Julian, long ago, when only nature balanced us. There was harmony and peace in our world, and we held celebrations such as this one often. And we are holding one this night, Desiree pointed out. A unique reunion with all Carpathians welcome to participate, celebrating strengthening our friendship with each other as well as our human friends. We have not done so in centuries. It sends a message to our people that we are once again united, and a message to our enemies that we are strong together, and we will continue to grow stronger. It is a start, don't you think? You have given us that gift, Mihail. A small smile teased at the curve of the prince's mouth. Raven has given us that gift. Carpathians never celebrated Christmas before, but she used this time of year as an excuse to bring us all together. I thought she was wrong, but I see that I was. We have the chance to get to know one another, Desiree said. My family, well, not the Daratrazanovs or my life-mate Julian, I mean our band, the Dark Troubadours, was not raised with other Carpathians, and this is truly a unique opportunity for us. We didn't even use the same common mental path as all of the rest of the Carpathians. Your brother Darius is truly a miracle worker in that he kept so many young children alive when he was merely a babe himself. Shay and Grigori wanted to meet with him to discuss the various herbs and plants he used to keep so many of you alive. Desiree nodded. All three of them have been together until the early morning hours since we've arrived. I think it is only today that the others have taken a break from research to cook. I heard Shay was not feeling very well. She must be so frightened to be having a baby when our infant mortality rate is so high. She flicked a quick glance at Julian, who tried to catch her eye, but she refused to meet his gaze. Julian reached out his hand and took hers, bringing her palm to his heart. If you choose not to get pregnant this night, so be it, Desiree. I would never take away your choice. Desiree turned her head away from the prince, blinking back tears, rubbing her cheek along Julian's shoulder as she did so. "I do not know if this year is special or if returning to our homeland has caused a leap in fertility, but many of the women have said they can get pregnant, though few wish to try. Desiree, we will have children when you are ready. If the miracle happens, and I believe it will, it is meant to be. If not—" Julian shrugged his shoulders and sent her a wealth of love and reassurance. "So be it." He was not a man to follow the path of others. If Desiree didn't want to chance the heartbreak of losing children, he was not going to take her to task or point out her duty to their people. Desiree smiled at him. She knew he would never pressure her, and she loved him all the more for his patience, for his complete faith in her. "Julian, I ask again that you reach out to Dmitri," Mikhail said. "I am on my way to speak with Darius. I wish to question him more on how he kept you all alive." Julian nodded in agreement and watched as Mikhail shimmered into transparency and streamed upward through the snow toward the house Darius had chosen to stay in. He dropped his arm around Desiree's shoulders, sweeping her long hair away from her neck. "We are actually alone." A slow smile teased the curve of her mouth. "Really?" She quirked an eyebrow at him. "We may be alone, but since you ruined my contribution to tonight's feast, I have to cook. Or better yet, you should do the cooking." His golden eyes gleamed at her. "I would very much like to oblige." He swept her into his arms, tossing her over his shoulder as if she weighed no more than a feather, and sprinted for the house. "Julian, you savage!" She gripped him around the waist as he vaulted over the railing and kicked open the front door. "Stop being a caveman." "Ha ha ha!" He brought his hand down on her squirming bottom as he strode through the house toward the bedroom. "As I recall, technically you are a savage as well." She laughed and deliberately wrapped her arms around his waist, fingers sliding over the front of his jeans in a stroking caress. The action distracted him immediately so that he nearly stumbled, losing his long strides. Desiree took the opportunity to dissolve, leaving him holding empty air as she streamed through the house, a comet of flashing colors. Her soft laughter teased his senses, while her fingers seemed to brush over his face and down his chest. "That's not nice, Desiree," Julian objected, following the prism of colors at a more leisurely pace. "And definitely unfair." "Back off, big boy," she warned, trying to give the impression of a snarl, but instead it came out laughter. "Can I help it if you're so susceptible to a little accidental touching?" "Accidental? I think not." He raised his hands and wove a complicated pattern in the air. The streaming colors collided with a solid net, and immediately Desiree's natural form landed on the floor. She sat at his feet laughing, blinking up at him, her dark hair spilling all around her, making her look more alluring than ever. Julian's heart clenched in his chest. The sensation was so strong that he pressed his palm over his aching heart, drawing in a deep breath. "Every single night I wake up thinking I cannot possibly love you more, Desiree. And every single night when you awaken and look at me, the love I have for you grows stronger. So much so that sometimes I think I cannot contain it." The bright laughter faded as she extended her hand to him, allowing him to pull her up, to pull her into the shelter of his arms. She framed his face with her hands. She was tall, but he was taller, forcing her to look up in order to meet his burning gaze. His eyes had gone from amber to burnished gold, the hunger there taking her breath away. "You are my beloved, Julian, always my beloved." "I hold you like this, safe in my arms, your body fitting so perfectly into mine." He turned his head away, ashamed of the welling emotion he could never control in spite of all his centuries of discipline. "And you sing to me as we lie together, and there is no other peace in the world like the peace you bring to me." She took a deep breath, love shaking her with its strength. "Do you want a child, Julian? Do you want to try when we know the heartache that most likely lies ahead for us? Are you willing to take a chance that the greatest sorrow, losing our son or daughter, will take from us what we have?" She had to know the truth before making a decision. There was a part of her that wanted a child, a boy with bright blonde hair and gold for eyes, a child who would play pranks on her and tease her, reminding her all too much of the man who was her other half. But the price was so high, so very high. "Is that what you think, Deshery? That if we lost our child we would lose what we have between us?" He shook his head. "Never. It is impossible. Our love is so strong, Julian. The emotions we feel so intense. The sorrow of losing a child would be devastating." The lump in her throat threatened to choke her. "Any parent knows losing a child is devastating," he replied gently. "The sorrow would be great, yes. But if you're asking me, would the risk of that sorrow be worth the chance of having a son or daughter with your eyes and your smile, then I have to say it would be worth it to me. But the decision is yours to make. You are enough for my happiness. A child is a miracle, but I will always survive as long as I have you." "I'm not a coward, Julian," Deshery said, her fingers tangling in his hair. She rested her body against his, laying her head over his heart, listening to the steady rhythm. "I'm not hesitating because I'm a coward." He stroked a caress down the length of shining black hair. "I could never, for one moment, think of you as a coward, honey. We will have a child when we're ready, not 1 second before. I have done my duty for my people, 1,000 times over, and I will not have a child out of duty. Our child will be conceived in love and wanted more than any other by both of us." Her heart matched the rhythm of his. Her blood heated in her veins. She lifted her face to press kisses along the column of his neck, nipping gently, her tongue tasting his skin. "Well then, since I would love to have a baby, I say let's go for it. Let's try, Julian, and enjoy every moment of conception and pregnancy and not let worry rule us. Our child will be our Christmas present to one another." His body was already stirring, his blood heating to match the fire in hers. "You're certain, Deshery?" Her mouth took his, pouring love into him along with her sweet, addicting taste. Every cell in his body responded. He lifted her into his arms without breaking the kiss. "Christmas may really bring miracles." Her loving laughter teased his senses. "Don't think this will get you out of helping me come up with something else to cook for tonight's celebration." "Tonight's celebration is happening right now," he told her. Chapter 6. Darius Daratrazanov glared at his life-mate as she very accurately threw several rounds of snowballs, peppering him in the face and chest. "Tempest, I am giving you a direct order. Come back here now." Tempest packed the next snowball tight and launched it at his face. "You and your silly direct orders." She tossed her snowflake-covered hair and gave a sniff of disdain. "Honestly, Darius, I'm not one of your brothers or sisters who do whatever you tell them. You made fun of me, you snake. Just because I blew up the oven doesn't mean I can't cook." She threw another tightly packed missile, running backward as she did so. "Take it back." "You cannot cook, and who cares? Certainly not me. The oven, however, blew a rather large hole in the house, and I need to repair it, so come back here where I can keep an eye on you." "Take it back. For heaven's sake, baby, you set the house on fire. The entire kitchen is black. What do you think you were doing?" "The oven wasn't working right, so I fixed it." Darius dodged another snowball. "Tempest, it is not fixed. There is a hole the size of our tour bus in the wall, and the kitchen is black with soot." Whatever that purple gooey concoction you were making is, it's now all over the ceiling and walls." "Okay." She held up her hand, indignation on her face. "That was so not my fault. The stove shorted out and blew a hole through the pot and sent berries all over the ceiling and down the walls. I had nothing to do with that. And if you ask me, that probably did something to make the heating coil melt in the oven as well. So take it back." She scooped up snow on the run and packed it into weapons. "Even if the stove did short out, it does not take away the fact that you cannot cook. You have never been able to cook, not even when you are on your own. And if you keep going and I lose sight of you, you will be instantly lost. You know you have absolutely no sense of direction." Her red gold eyebrows drew together in a furious frown. "First you accuse me of blowing up the house and setting the kitchen on fire. Then you tell me I can't cook. And now you say I have no sense of direction. I have a perfectly keen sense of direction." Darius looked up at the sky to see if lightning was about to strike his life-mate. When none was forthcoming, he chuffed out his breath and changed the subject, afraid if they continued and she told any more whoppers like the last one, they would be in for the strike of a lifetime. "What was the purple sauce all over the wall?" "Berry pies. I made like 10 of them and they blew up." She eyed him with suspicion. "Did you mess with that old stove after I told you something wasn't right with it?" "I did not go near that kitchen. It was a ridiculous idea. I told you if you wanted the silly things made, I would look at the recipe and reproduce it for you." "The idea was to cook, smart one, you know, like a human." "It was a stupid idea, Tempest," he said with patient persistence. "Now come here to me this minute." He was beginning to feel a little desperate. His life-mate seemed to be the only one capable of making him feel that way. There were times like now when he would much rather face a vampire than Tempest. She was halfway between tears and laughter, and that was never a good thing. She had been an independent human nearly her entire life before he converted her, and he had been the sole commander for most of his. He had been responsible for the safety of his family for so long, the protective urges couldn't be suppressed. In truth, he wouldn't have wanted them to be. He had a good alarm system, and it was shrieking at him. He tried to gentle his voice. "Baby, do we really care so much about this dinner? We are not even going to be eating it." "Every woman is bringing a dish." She gestured through the snow toward the house. "And do you think Barrack and Julian are going to stay silent about that big mess? I will never hear the end of it." Darius swore under his breath. He was going to have to do something different, unexpected, completely take her by surprise, if he was going to get her out of her mood. He took off running toward her, scooping up snow as he ran, shaping the flakes into loose, round missiles. Tempest's eyes widened in shock, and as he fired off his ammunition at her, she shape-shifted on the run, her small, compact figure taking on the shape of a snow leopard. Soft gray fur adorned with black-brown spots covered the compact, muscular body and yard-long tail. "Tempest! What are you doing?" he called gruffly, his black gaze shifting to search the area around them. As often as he scanned, he couldn't find danger, yet he couldn't quite shake the edginess, the need to hold his life-mate close to him. His silly attempt at being playful had backfired on him. Her mood had been mercurial lately, swinging from one end of the spectrum to the other. The leopard looked back at him and took off, large furry paws making it easy to run through the snow, and, worse, with the form she had chosen, powerful hind legs helping her spring a distance of 30 feet or more with ease. He leapt into the air, shifting as he did so, the male snow leopard landing on the steeper side of the slope away from the trees to follow closely in the tracks of the female. He was a good 30% larger and used his size to shoulder her back in the direction he wanted her to go. The female snarled, showing her teeth. Inside the cat's body, Darius frowned. He could have sworn that, in spite of the leopard showing temper, deep inside she was weeping. "Tempest, tell me," Surely these pies are not so important. Tell me what has you so upset." He rubbed his fur along hers as he shifted back to his human form, sitting in the snow, holding the female leopard in his lap. Her teeth were mere inches from his throat as he looked into her eyes, seeing beyond the cat to his mate. "You are my life, Tempest. You know I cannot bear to see you upset. This cannot be beyond my ability to fix." The cat shifted in his arms, warm fur giving way so that soft skin slid over his, and a wealth of silky fur fell across his face. Tempest circled his neck with her slender arms. "I don't know, Darius. I don't know what's wrong, but I want to cry all the time." He felt a small shiver run down her spine and gathered her closer, automatically regulating their body temperatures so they wouldn't feel the cold. His fingers fisted in her thick red hair. "How long has this been going on, and why did I not know?" "Because it's so stupid, Darius. There's nothing wrong." She rubbed her face along his chest, much like a feline, as if remnants of the animal still clung to the woman. "I'm not used to being around people, so maybe I'm just nervous." He touched her face and found tears. His heart clenched in his chest. Darius took a deep breath and let it out. "I'm going to check you over, Tempest. We do not know what conversion might have done to your body. Perhaps you are ill." She turned her face into his neck. "Maybe I am. I don't feel very well." He frowned as he brushed the hair from her face. "You did not want to take any sustenance this evening. I thought it was because of this dinner. After all this time, does it still bother you?" "Not when it is from you," she admitted. "I just feel tired, that's all. Tired and out of sorts, I guess." "You should not have tried to hide this from me," he said. "I didn't want you to worry about me like you're doing now. This entire time you've been looking around us, searching the ground, the sky, the trees, as if you're expecting trouble. You have enough to do just looking after the security." "Anything concerning you is always and forever my first priority, Tempest." He brushed bright red strands of hair from her face. "I know the adjustment to our way of life has been hard on you." She shook her head. "It was my choice, Darius. I wanted to be with you. I chose you and your way of life myself. You would have chosen differently for me, for us. I've grown to love the others. Deshery and Julian, Diane and Corinne and Barrick and Sindel, and I'm getting used to being around them. But this—" she waved her hand to encompass the snow-covered mountains and forest where all the homes were hidden from prying eyes. "This is overwhelming to me." He feathered the pad of his thumb back and forth, tracing over her cheekbone. "We do not have to participate, baby. We can walk away from this, go far away and just be together. I thought you wanted to come." "I do." Her lower lip trembled and tears filled her eyes. "I thought I did." He bent his head to capture her mouth with his. "Do not cry, Tempest. I would much rather feel the heat of your temper. Your tears are heartbreaking." She attempted a soft laugh in the midst of their kiss. "Tears are normal." "Not for you. You are far more likely to throw a very hard snowball at me and call me names than cry." He kissed her again, and Tempest could taste his desperate need to comfort her. It shamed her that she couldn't stop wanting to weep, and it was so unlike her. She wanted to crawl into a hole and pull the soil over her head. She wanted to cling to Darius, another trait so unlike her. He simply held her, rocking gently back and forth as if she were a child, and when she looked up at his face, his black gaze moved restlessly, ceaseless in his vigil to search out danger around them. "It's so beautiful here, Darius. It doesn't seem as if we could possibly be in danger. I wish you could find a way to relax and just enjoy life, even if it's only for a day or two while we're here." He touched one stray tear with his fingertip and brought it to his mouth. Tempest found the gesture curiously sexy. Her stomach did a funny little flip, a sensation she was becoming used to. She secretly found Darius the sexiest, most attractive man in the world, but she wasn't about to let him know that, not with his bossy ways. I am relaxed. Being vigilant does not mean I cannot relax. I want to examine you, Tempest, not because I think anything is wrong, but just so neither of us is worried. A slow smile drove away the tears. You mean you're worried? Go ahead, then. I don't like it when you get upset on my account. He was the most protective being she'd ever run across in her life. Darius could hardly bear for her to be out of his sight. If she did have some kind of strange illness, she'd never have a moment without Darius at her side. Even when the band performed on stage and he was working security, he kept Tempest beside him. If he needed to ease his mind by examining her, she was all for it. Darius wasted no time, his body simply dropping away from his spirit so that he moved in complete freedom, a white-hot light of pure energy entering her easily. Darius took his time, looking at her blood, her heart and lungs, moving lower. For the first time in his life, he lost his focus and found himself back in his own body, sweat breaking out, his heart pounding. He stared down at her, panic in his eyes. What is it? What's wrong? His heart thundered in his ears. She looked so anxious, her eyes enormous, but holding such trust, it steadied him as nothing else could. Nothing is wrong. In fact, everything is right. He stole another deep, calming breath, gripping her wrists, pinning her tightly against his chest. What do you know about babies? Babies? Tempest drew back, shaking her head in adamant denial. Absolutely nothing, and it's going to stay that way. I've never even held a baby. I didn't exactly have parents, Darius, to show me what to do. So if you have a sudden yearning for children, you're going to have to think about finding another life mate. Of course, then I'd begin immediately taking body parts off of you, but what the heck? You wouldn't need everything for another woman, now would you? Our women always know when they can get pregnant. Her eyebrow shot up. How? He shrugged, looking confused. I do not know. I suppose they check. I should have been aware of your breeding cycle. Breeding cycle? There was horror in her tone. I don't have a breeding cycle. That's just disgusting. Do Carpathians have birth control? I thought you could control that. You control everything else. If we are paying attention. Well, start paying attention. If you can control the weather and call down lightning, you can certainly keep us from having babies. I'm a mechanic. I fix things. Every time Corinne comes in with her baby, I go out the back door. Or hadn't you noticed? Darius managed another long breath of ice-cold air. He tightened his hold on Tempest. I have been alive for centuries, and in all that time I never thought once of birth or babies. Once I found you, all I could think of was what a miracle you are to me, not checking for cycles. Tempest shrugged. I didn't think about it either, so now we'll just be careful. It is a little too late to be careful. There was a small silence. Tempest pulled back slightly to stare into his dark eyes. What are you talking about? You are pregnant with our child, Darius announced. She shoved him hard, throwing himself out of his lap to scramble away, struggling to her feet, hands on hips, glaring at him. Okay, that's just not funny. I don't do babies, Darius, and I'm not in the mood to have you joke with me about it. She pointed a shaky finger at him. You never once said you wanted children. Tempest, I would not even consider joking about such an important thing. You are carrying our child. I saw it in your body, nestled safe and sound, growing every day. I should have been instantly aware, but I have been more concerned with our safety and did not consider that such an event could happen. She backed up, looking frightened. I can't have a baby, Darius. Really, I can't be a parent. I'm a mess. She shook her head. You're mistaken. You have to be mistaken, that's all. Darius sat in the snow regarding her with a raised eyebrow. I very seldom make mistakes, Tempest, and certainly not of this magnitude. It is shocking to me that I never noticed the heartbeat. It is very strong. I obviously need to be far more vigilant where you are concerned. Is that all you have to say? Darius, Carpathian women are not supposed to be able to get pregnant very easily. I'd better be Carpathian after going through the conversion. Baby. His voice was low, a velvet soothing caress. Of course you are pregnant. It explains everything. Everything? Your mood swings, the tears, the temper. I have heard it is easy to have accidents such as the ones in the kitchen. Oh, you have you? Her teeth snapped together. There's about to be another accident right here, Darius. I don't have mood swings. As for a temper, you're impossibly bossy and would make the easiest-going person lose their mind. Check for yourself. His calm, steady tone set her teeth on edge. Just once she'd like him to be wrong, and this was the perfect moment for it. She needed him to be wrong. Surely she'd know if she was going to have a baby. And he would have known. He knew everything. Tempest took a deep breath and let go of the physical world around her. There it was, a tiny heart beating, little more than that, but definitely a new life. Tempest observed in total amazement and awe. This tiny creature lived inside her, a part of Darius. How come I didn't know? She was barely aware of Darius standing beside her, wrapping his arms around her and holding her close. I should have known, he said gently. It was my responsibility to watch over your health at all times. I was so busy worried about enemies, it did not occur to me to think about pregnancy, but I should have. She leaned into him, murmuring aloud, more to herself than to him. What in the world are we going to do? I have no idea how to take care of a baby. She looked up at him, afraid to be happy, afraid of the love and joy already growing. You know me, Darius. Other than you, I've never really gotten attached to anyone. That is not entirely true. You are very attached to the others in the band. I can feel your affection for them. It isn't the same thing as having a child. I could drop it. And I have no idea how to be a Carpathian, let alone a Carpathian parent. This is so scary. What are we going to do? She clutched his hand, feeling desperate. I guess we're having a baby. He feathered kisses down her face to the corner of her mouth. We can do anything together, Tempest. By the time the baby gets here, we can figure it out. Aren't you terrified? Just a little, Darius? I kept Desherie and Sindel alive. We will do just fine. Few things terrified him. The possibility of losing Tempest was the only thing he could think of offhand. He had never asked for a single thing in his long, difficult life until she had come along. She was a miracle to him with her brightness. She was so alive, her moods mercurial, her laughter often and contagious. There was no existence for him without her. And he wouldn't lose her, not to an enemy, not to accidents, and certainly not in childbirth. She was trembling. I thought the conversion took care of all that. I mean, I didn't have a cycle anymore, so I just stopped thinking about it, and it didn't seem like anyone ever got pregnant. Corinne was pregnant before she became Diane's life mate, and isn't there some kind of time out for newbies? It does not seem so. You're not even upset, she accused. You're the man. The man always gets upset when the woman gets pregnant. It's practically tradition. His face always seemed carved in stone, a ruggedly sensual face with no expression and eyes that were flat and cold and held the promise of death until he looked at her. Tempest loved the slow smile that occasionally curved his mouth and lit his black eyes. She especially loved the way he looked right now, with love heating the ice and flooding her with warmth. Her lungs found the rhythm of his, her heartbeat in perfect time to his. "You're really not afraid, Darius?" He shook his head. "This will be a good thing. Our child will grow up with Diane's child. They will not ever be lonely. It is important, especially if they are male, that they have someone they can count on, have a strong bond with. As the years pass, sometimes it is only remembered friendship that holds us to our honor when we are without a life mate." "Don't tell anyone I'm so afraid. There have to be books on parenting. I'll just sit around and read." He brought her hands to his mouth and pressed kisses along her knuckles. "You're shivering. We should get back to the house." "You mean before someone notices the great big hole in the wall?" She managed a small smile. She stepped away from him and took off with confidence, walking back in the direction of the house, shoulders straight, head up, determined to make up for all her shortcomings. If Darius could handle having a baby, then so could she. Of course, she wasn't touching it until it was at least 3 years old. She chewed nervously on her lower lip and glanced back at Darius. He just stood there, shaking his head. "What? Are you reading my thoughts again? I told you never to do that. It's bad enough that I have to try to follow what I'm thinking. And it's only fair for you to handle the baby until he's 3, and then I'll take over." "Really?" He caught the back of her jacket and tugged her around. "The house is in the opposite direction. That way leads into deep forest." "I knew that. I was just making sure you were on top of things." She grinned at him. "The snow's a little disorienting." He took her hand and led her in the right direction. "I noticed you said he. You think we're having a boy?" "If we're going to do this, Darius, it has to be a boy. I definitely wouldn't know what to do with a girl. And the poor thing would be a prisoner. You'd never let her out of your sight, and you'd scare any young man who came near her." He growled low in his throat, and Tempest burst out laughing. "See? Just the thought gets you riled up." "I never get riled up. It is a complete waste of energy." Tempest stepped in front of him, stopping so abruptly his body bumped up against hers. One slender arm circled his neck, and she leaned close, pressing her soft breasts into his chest and lifted her mouth to his. Her long hair spilled over his arm as he instantly responded, fingers curling around the nape of her neck to hold her to him, deepening the kiss until she thought she might melt the snow all around them. She broke it off, her eyes sparkling at him. "You get riled?" His heart slammed hard in his chest, a sensation only tempests seemed to create. "Around you, maybe." She waited this time, taking his hand again so they could stroll back through the gently falling snow to the house. "Someone is close by," Darius announced as they emerged from the trees into the clearing where the house stood. He inhaled sharply. "It is the prince. Stay behind me, Tempest." Tempest dropped back a foot, rolling her eyes at what she considered unnecessary protection. She slipped her hand into Darius's back pocket. "I thought the prince was the leader of the Carpathians. Are we supposed to fear him?" Darius's warning growl met with soft laughter. He glanced back at her. "I do not know him as the others do, and I prefer to ensure your safety." He turned back to greet the prince, who seemed to be inspecting the damaged wall. "Mihail, I was just about to fix the house." The prince arched a black brow. "Should I inquire as to what happened?" "Better not," Darius advised. "Some things are best left mysteries. Give me a minute to repair the damage, and we can go inside out of the weather to visit." "The hole appears larger than I remember." Tempest peered around Darius to scowl at the blackened ruin of a kitchen. "I think someone's been here adding to the wreckage. It didn't look like this when we left it." She flashed a tentative smile at the prince. "The house is really nice. Thank you for lending it to us." Mikhail turned away to keep the couple from seeing the laughter in his eyes. Raven's idea of having the Carpathians cook dinner for the guests at the inn was turning out to be more fun than he had anticipated. "Raven and I are more than happy to lend you one of our houses. We hope you are able to stay for a long visit and maybe look upon this place as your home when you're not traveling." "Thank you," Darius said politely, without committing to anything. Hands on hips, Mikhail stared at the gaping hole in the wall of one of his most beloved dwellings. "I have always wanted a small alcove there. I thought the room was too square and needed an intimate conversation area." Darius nodded. "I believe you are right, and it's very easily done. Is this what you had in mind?" He waved his hands, and the sides of the house moved into a series of curves. Mikhail studied the structure and nodded. "Something like that. More on this line." He added to the curves, making them serpentine so that the house appeared to be a giant snake. "What do you think?" Tempest shook her head as the two men remodeled the kitchen. It looked like a competition to her rather than a repair job. She sighed and rubbed her hand over her stomach. The idea of having a child had never occurred to her. After she had gone through the conversion and her normal bodily functions ceased, she simply didn't give a thought to birth control. It was a stupid mistake, and one she couldn't take back. Darius seemed fine with the idea, maybe even pleased, but nothing ever rocked him. He was a dangerous, lethal man, completely confident in his abilities, and the confidence was born of experience. She had been on the run most of her life. She had no family and didn't know the first thing about children. "We will do fine." Darius brushed the words through her mind like caressing fingers, his voice so soft and warm she could feel him inside her. "Not if you keep changing the house. It's making me feel dizzy, not to mention it's ugly. Stop competing and let's go inside." "Sheesh, you're like a couple of schoolboys." Darius cleared his throat. "Tempest would like to go in. That particular shape is obnoxious, but we can live with it for the brief amount of time we will be here if it is what you desire." Mikhail burst out laughing. "It is obnoxious. Raven would think I had lost my mind. I could not resist." Darius took Tempest's hand, his thumb brushing a subtle caress over her inner wrist as they entered the house. "I hope you are not here to check on how the cooking is progressing. We are not quite ready for tonight's celebration." "I have no interest in cooking, although I do not think the others are faring much better than you two. I just dropped by to get your opinion on a couple of things." Darius waved Mikhail toward the most comfortable chair. "What can I do for you?" "Well, before we get too deep in serious things, I thought you might like to know that Raven has decreed someone must play Santa Claus." Darius stiffened, but his face remained without expression. "The jolly man in the red suit." "Exactly." "I can see that your reaction is much the same as mine. Fortunately, I have a son-in-law, and I feel it is his duty to take on this—" He paused, searching for the right word. Something very close to amusement flickered in the depths of Darius's eyes. "Honored task," he supplied. Mikhail nodded. "I could not have found a better description. I will be more than happy to accompany you when you tell my older brother you are bestowing such a privilege on him." Strangely enough, quite a few others wished to be there as well. Tempest looked from one solemn face to the other. "Are you both crazy? That man could scare the devil." "That is what you say about me." "Well, you could too," Tempest pointed out. "But he isn't telling you to play Santa to a bunch of children." "And I sincerely thank you for that," Darius said. The amusement faded from his eyes as he continued to study Mikhail's face. "You are worried, and not about my brother playing the part of Saint Nick. What is it?" I am uneasy over the gathering of our women in one place. While I think it is a good thing for all of us to get together, it has occurred to me that our enemies will figure out that it would not take much to wipe out our species." Darius nodded. "There are so few women and children. Get rid of them, and the males have no hope. Very soon chaos would reign, and many would choose life as the undead over death." Mihail nodded. "I fear it is so. We had an incident a few minutes ago in the woods. A subtle influence none of us felt immediately. Skylar tried to follow the path back to the sender, but they realized she was on to them and shut down. But they now have a direct path to her." "The other women?" Darius was already checking with and warning Deshery and Julian, Diane and Corinne, and lastly, Barrick and Sindel. Each responded with a quick touch to assure him there was no threat to them at the moment, and they understood to be careful and alert. "There have been no other incidents, and I have sent men ahead to the inn to ferret out any enemies, but we must be vigilant at all times and keep our women and children close and protected." "Like you all don't already do that? Great. He's just giving you more ammunition to be bossy." Darius ignored her. "The child, Skylar, is she safe? Gabriel and Lucian are my brothers by blood. Skylar is bloodkin." "We will all see to her safety. You probably don't remember Dmitri. He was much older than you, but he's returned from Russia and is Skylar's life mate. It is a complication we did not expect." "Gabriel is protective of her." "Yes, he is, as he should be. She is invaluable to us." Mihail leaned toward him. "I know you have been talking with Grigori, Francesca, and Shay about how you kept the other children alive after the massacre. They were only babies. You were merely 6 years old." "Unfortunately, I do not remember very much. It was centuries ago. We were on another continent in an unfamiliar world. I did not remember much of my homeland other than the war and the massacre. I inadvertently instilled a fear in the others of these mountains, and we avoided the area completely." Mihail nodded. "It is understandable, but perhaps you do not realize the miracle you achieved. The greatest minds, our most talented healers, are not able to do what you have done. In order for our species to survive, we must find the answers to why our women miscarry, why so many of our infants die in their first year, and why we have such a high percentage of male over female births." Tempest gasped and went completely pale. "Darius?" She framed his face with her hands, forcing him to meet her terrified gaze. "Is this true? Did you know this?" "Yes." Life mates did not lie to one another. "Miscarriages? The child dies in the first year?" She refused to look away from him, refused to allow him to look away from her. "You knew this all along?" "Our race is dying," Darius said. "We have too few women and even fewer children." "But you said—" She trailed off, dropping her hands as if touching his skin scorched her. "You should have told me this immediately." "What good would it have done? The decision is made for us. Our child grows within your body. We have already created a life. There is no alternative for me but to ensure the child survives. I refuse to consider any other possibility." His voice was mild, his face carved of stone. His black eyes never left hers. "You should have told me," she repeated. "Several of our women have been successful in carrying babies," Mihail said, standing. "There is always hope, especially now. I will need to discuss this further with you, Darius," he added. Darius continued to hold Tempest's gaze. "Yes, of course. I am at your disposal." He waited until the prince left before he tunneled his hand in the mass of bright red hair. "We will not lose our child." Because you decreed it? If that's what it takes. My will is unyielding. I did not lose Desherie, or Sindel, or Beric, or Diane. They live because I decreed it, because I fought for their lives and used every ounce of will and skill I possessed to ensure their survival. Do not think I would do less for my own child, for our child. That's why they all have such confidence in you, why they expect so much of you. Without you, they would have all died. It was the simple truth. He had been 6, but already the Daratrazanov blood was strong in him, and his will grew and grew until he refused to allow defeat into his mind, no matter the odds. I didn't think I wanted to have a baby, Darius. Now, when I think I may lose it, I know I want it desperately. Shay must be so frightened. She's close to labor. If I were her, I would not want to allow the baby to leave the safety of my body.
She has Jacques to keep them both safe, Tempest. You have me.
Tempest slid onto his lap, laying her head against his chest. Then I'm not going to worry. He kissed her gently, lovingly.
I will believe that when I see it.
For that, you can bake the pies.
Pies?
The gooey purple stuff. You said you would do anything for me, and I need those pies baked.
You think I cannot do it?
I think it will be very funny to watch you try.
She leaned in for another kiss, laughter beginning to bubble up.
Chapter 7. Beric, in the form of an owl, circled the house he was occupying with Sindel. There didn't appear to be a disturbance, but his heart was still in his throat. Something didn't feel right. He reached out to her on their private, very intimate telepathic band, but she didn't respond. He felt her presence, felt her focus, her entire concentration elsewhere. A good sign, as Sindel would have been broadcasting waves of fear had she been frightened. He dropped down fast, shape-shifting as he plummeted, and he hit the porch, nearly sprinting, needing to see her. She was still so emotionally fragile, and their relationship was very tentative at times. She had a tendency to retreat even from him. Ever since the brutal attack by Chavon, a trusted family member who had turned vampire, she'd had problems with trust, and especially intimacy. "Sindel!" he called out to her, striding quickly through the small cabin. There was no answer, only the sound of his own heart thundering in his ears. He inhaled sharply, scented the 2 leopards, and... He stilled, fighting for calm. He inhaled again. Blood. Not just any blood, Sindel's blood. He shoved open the door to the bedroom to find the 2 large cats, Sasha and Forrest, curled on the bed. They both raised their heads and gave him a long, slow appraisal. Sasha bared her teeth while Forrest openly snarled. Beric's heart jumped. The leopards always traveled with the band and never acted aggressive toward any member of the band, not even when they were in a bad temper. He snarled back at them, closed the door, and whirled around, racing back out into the night. He inhaled again and found her scent, the direction she'd taken. At once he shifted on the run, taking to the air to move more swiftly, his heart pounding in fear for her. He followed her scent through the forest until he came upon a clearing of scorched ground. A terrible battle had been fought here. Trees were bent and twisted, leaves shriveled, and in places the ground was scarred from the acid burn of the unholiest of creatures, the undead. He caught sight of her, and his breath stilled in his lungs. Beric watched the woman kneeling on the blackened ground, her arms spread wide, palms hovering just above the earth. Snow fell softly over her, coating her hair and clothes so that she appeared to sparkle. From his angle he could see the concentration on her face, her eyes closed, long lashes forming 2 thick crescents. She appeared serene, her entire energy focused on her task. She looked beautiful. A little fay, her black hair gleaming beneath the coating of snow, flakes on her long lashes, and her sinfully perfect mouth whispering a crooning song of hope and encouragement to the barren land. He stood, his heart pounding in his chest, the terror of not finding her safe in their home receding, while love stormed in to fill every part of his heart and soul until there was no longer room for any other emotion. Sindel, his life-mate. Of course, she would be healing the earth. She would have heard it moaning in pain, the evil spreading slowly through the soil, poisoning and burning every living thing. She was the most beautiful woman he'd ever seen, could ever imagine. Beneath her hands, green grass sprang up through the snow. Small shrubs and trees pushed their way to the surface as she sang softly, coaxing growth. Desiree, with her pure, incredible voice, could bring peace to people. With just her voice, she could wrap an audience in satin sheets and candlelight and make them remember old loves and tarnished hopes. Sindel's voice also held great power, but hers was bound to the earth. Scarred and damaged lands called to her. She could never ignore their summons. Few could hear the screams and cries as she did, and even fewer could heal where blisters and lesions lay raw upon the land. Sindel astonished him with her power. He watched as she shifted left, then right, moving up the slope, touching a badly damaged tree, enticing new growth, expunging the hideous results the undead had left behind in the soil. She stood and turned toward the small creek, the water no longer running but standing still even though the creek bed was filled to capacity. Dark brownish-red stains covered the surface of the water, and tentacles spread out from a discolored gelatin-like ball altered the composition of the water. Thousands of tiny white parasites made up the round globe, and many used the tentacles as tiny arteries and veins moving out away from where the rest congealed in a large mass. Lifting her hands, Sindel began to sing, oblivious to Barrick's presence, her entire focus on the damage to the land. He always knew the moment she was near, yet she hadn't the slightest idea her life-mate was close by. It should have upset him, but he couldn't help the surge of pride in her. Whenever she committed to healing the earth, she was totally, unswervingly focused, often expending far more energy than she could afford. Just as a healer of people was left drained and swaying with weariness, so was Sindel when she healed the earth. Her voice swelled with power, and the parasites writhed as if in pain. The jellied mass shook ominously. Barrick moved into a better position to defend his life-mate. The air reeked, the smell so noxious. In spite of the falling snow, the foul odor nearly gagged him. Barrick inched closer to peer at the congealed mass. The creatures looked almost like maggots, but much smaller. The stench of evil permeated the entire area. He looked around him, quartering the area with every one of his senses, scanning for signs of an enemy. Was this the aftermath of the vampires who had died here during the attempted assassination of the prince? Or was it another, much newer threat? He stepped closer to Sindel, stretching out his hand to her, but as her voice filled the night with her strength, the small parasites began to explode, much like popcorn, leaping out of the jelly ball in an effort to get away from her voice. Once in the exposed air, they burst. Barrick's hand fell to his side. He looked at the trees, twisted, bent and blackened, the sap oozing out of numerous legions, congealed with the same brown-red gel. Parasites bubbled up from half a dozen trees to drop lifeless to the ground. Barrick waved his hand toward the sky. At once the wind picked up and the air charged, crackling and snapping. A whip of lightning flicked across the layer of carcasses in the snow, turning them instantly to black ash. With a howl of fury, the wind scattered the remains in all directions, while the snow rained down and once more covered the earth with a pristine white blanket. For the first time, Sindel turned her head, her large dark eyes soft, almost liquid. A ghost of a smile curved her mouth, drawing his attention to the beautiful shape of her lips, and his heart clenched, a vice squeezing hard enough to hurt. All those years he had spent with her, never once realizing she had been driving his need for sex. Never once had he looked at her any way other than as a foster sister, yet all along she had kept his emotions safeguarded. It was no wonder that not once had he been satisfied with another woman. It had become laughable over the centuries, the terrible need clawing at him, until he thought he might go insane if he didn't touch a woman's skin, bury his body deep within hers. There had been so many willing, yet he was trapped in some kind of mindless torment, needing them, yet none could fulfill his desires. At times Sindel felt he had betrayed her, but at last he understood the endless cycle that had been happening to him. Looking at her, inhaling her scent, the brush of her hair or fingers turned his body into a hard, painful ache that only she could assuage. He'd had a hard-on for so many years he could no longer count, and looking at her only made it happen all over again. Only now she was his, a gentle, sexy woman he didn't deserve, but who somehow managed to love him all the same. "What are you thinking about, Barrick? You look sad." One did not lie to one's life-mate. In any case, she had only to touch his mind to know. I remember the precise moment I realized that it was you arousing my body to such a painful ache. You stood by a stream brushing out your long hair. I found myself fascinated with every stroke of the brush and wishing I could feel your hair against my bare skin. I wanted to lose myself in all that silk. And I knew you had been the one I wanted all along. It was you I'd been searching for among so many women. How long ago was that? We were in France. That was 50 years ago. He nodded. I thought what I felt was wrong. We were children together, a family. It seemed distasteful. I was afraid I was tainted in some way. I would watch you after that. Every move you made seemed sensual, seductive, and I hated the men watching you, coming close to you. But you still went off with other women. He shook his head. I kept up the illusion, but I already had had too many unfulfilled nights. What was the use? Other women no longer drew me once I figured out what was happening. I saw you. There was pain in her voice, and it made him wince. You saw me flirt and walk off. I took blood and left them with false memories. The nights were torment, Sindel. Sometimes I thought I was in hell. He reached out his hand to her. I had a terrible secret, and I could never share with anyone. I lusted after you to the point that I could not let you get too close to me. I was always afraid someone would discover the way I felt about you. At the time, I would have given anything that it was just lust, easily satisfied. It was so much more, is so much more. Why didn't you tell me? A Carpathian male should always, always be in control of himself. We wield too much power to be ruled by anything but our brains. I could not control my body or my thoughts when I was close to you. He ran his fingers through his hair. I know everything about you, Sindel. The way you tilt your head just slightly when you're considering whether or not you are going to participate in a conversation. You tug on your left earlobe when you are worried. You have the most beautiful smile I've ever seen. I know you're so fragile, and yet at the same time you are incredibly strong. A slow smile chased the worried frown from his face. I always walk behind you to the stage, so later, when I'm alone, I can feel the sway of your hips and the brush of your hair. You never told me this. He rubbed his lower jaw. It is a little humiliating to admit I have been obsessed with you. And when I knew I couldn't take it any more, that I had to admit the truth, even if it meant leaving our family, you were attacked by Chavon, our trusted brother. Sindel glanced away from him, back toward the stream. The water ran cold and clean, all traces of the poison gone. Barrick followed her gaze, and, as always, when he saw the result of her work, it left him feeling humble and proud of her. "Sindel, there is no one in this world who can do as you've done. Do you have any idea how amazing you are?" She looked out over the blackened ruins of the battle-scarred land. "There is much to be done here. Our enemies left their poison in the ground to work its way beneath the soil where we rest. If they can turn the earth against us, they have won." Barrick's head went up alertly. She sounded so weary. The energy needed to heal large sections of land destroyed by fire or foul vampire magic was enormous, and he had very little idea of the toll it would take on her to heal what the undead had wrought here with the size of such devastation. She looked pale, her eyes almost too large for her face. She pressed her hands to her chest as if her heart ached. "Sindel," he reached out his hand to her. "Come here to me." He waited, his heart beating, a small part of him praying she would step forward, eager for his touch, for his aid. But as always, there was that tiny brief moment of hesitation, the wariness in her eyes, the shadow in her mind she could no longer hide from him. She crossed the distance to him, reaching out. His fingers closed around hers, and he drew her with exquisite gentleness to him. In spite of the fact that Carpathians could regulate body temperature, she was cold, shivering a little. He enfolded her in his arms, shielding her from the snow with his larger frame, and using his own body heat and energy to warm her. He drew her scent into his lungs and smelled blood. What happened? He drew her arm down so he could look at it. She frowned, her body losing some of its stiffness to sink more fully into his. "Sasha and Forrest were lying with me on the bed, sweet as usual, and then Sasha began to get agitated. Within minutes, Forrest followed suit. They began pacing back and forth, sending out distress calls. I scanned, but the most I could do was feel a hint of power in the air. Not good or evil, simply power. That does not explain these scratches, Sindel. They are deep." He bent his head to her bare arm, his lips feathering kisses up and down the lacerations, tongue swirling over the wounds, taking away the pain with his healing saliva. He kissed her arm again and raised his head, one hand cupping her chin so she couldn't look away from the censure in his eyes. "You should have called me immediately. Your well-being comes before all else. There was nothing to tell you. With so many Carpathians gathered in one place, there is bound to be power in the air at all times. I just assumed the leopards were reacting to the different feel. They're used to us, but not to the others. They were fine with me until I tried to leave the room. I'm sorry. It's just that I couldn't think of anything else but taking care of this." She swept her hand in a graceful arc to take in the blackened land. "I had been hearing the screaming of the earth since I awoke, and I could no longer ignore the call. I knew it would be difficult and draining, but I didn't expect—" She broke off and looked over his shoulder at the huge area destroyed by the battle with the undead. "It's so large, Barrick, so much damage." There were tears in her voice, in her mind. "You're just tired, sweetheart. You need to feed." There was both sensual invitation and dominant command in his voice. He tried hard to suppress the rougher side of his nature as much as possible, particularly when it came to anything sexual with Sindel. She was with him, and that was the most important thing in the world to him. Whatever time she needed to develop trust in him, years, centuries, perhaps longer, it mattered little. She could have all the time she needed. He just had to control the dominant nature so prevalent in the males of his species. He wouldn't risk ruining the fragile trust developing between them. He opened his shirt with a single thought, and Sindel turned her face to press against his chest. The rub of her soft skin against his, the feel of her lips moving just above his heart, her hair brushing over him like silk, all sent urgent need slamming hard to pool in his groin in a painful ache. His fingers tangled in her hair, and he cradled her head in his arm, his body clenching in anticipation. There was a heartbeat, 2. She kissed his chest, teased with her tongue, scraped once, twice with her teeth. His heart went into overtime. His body hardened more, jerked with eagerness. Sindle's teeth sank deep. The pain gave way to instant pleasure, his body flooding with ecstasy. He shifted to rock his hips against her. It only inflamed his senses more. Sindel unexpectedly, and for the first time without his prompting, merged her mind with his, feeding him her own sexual desires, the flare of heat, her blood running hot, the erotic pictures of her leaning over him, hair cascading down to pool on his skin, while she... Beric groaned aloud. "You cannot do that to me and not expect reprisals." Her laughter was low and sensual, a definite invitation. He closed his eyes, savoring her response to him, the acknowledgment of her need for him. He simply lifted her, cradling her to his chest while she fed and took to the air. Sindel licked his chest, closing the tiny pinpricks, and lifted her mouth to his neck. Her hands slid inside his open shirt. "Where are you going in such a hurry?" she murmured against his skin. "I have always wanted to make love in the snow." "What's the use of being able to control our temperatures if we can't utilize it for our enjoyment?" Beric didn't care where they were. If she wanted snow, there was a perfectly good spot he could see that looked somewhat protected from the elements. He dropped down fast, his mouth already on hers, fire flaring between them. His need of her was always hot, shattering, yet he kept his hands gentle and his aggression controlled, not wanting to frighten her. She panicked when she was beneath him, and never once had he assumed a dominant sexual position. She pushed his shirt aside, shoving it down his arms as if she was in such a frenzy to get to his skin that she had forgotten she could brush the offensive material away with her mind. He watched the rising desire on her face, the burning intensity in her eyes as she spread kisses across his chest, up to his throat, caught his mouth with hers and returned to his chest with teasing bites. Never had she acted this way toward him, and he couldn't stop his body's response, his own desire building faster and hotter than ever before. Sindel wanting him, initiating their lovemaking, was more of an aphrodisiac than anything else could ever be. She had never shown a hint of the same urgent need he always felt when he touched her. "Of course I feel it." Her teeth tugged at his ear. Her tongue swirled and played and danced over his skin. "I just don't know how to show you properly." Was there a touch of shame in her voice? He hoped not. She had nothing to be ashamed of. He would spend eternity trying to take away the betrayal and memory of Shavon raping her, and there was a part of him that would never forgive himself for not being there to protect her. "You show me just fine." He put all the fierce love he had for her into his voice, his hands coming up to tangle in her impossibly long hair. She always wore part of it up, and he loosened the pins to let it all fall free. Her hair was so sensual, and right now, with her mouth doing sinful things to his body, he craved the warm silk of her hair spilling over him. He didn't want her to ever stop, but he needed her clothes gone. "Then take them off." He smiled at the impatience in her voice. He always asked permission so as not to alarm her, but maybe, hopefully, they were past that now. He waved his hand, and she stood before him stark naked except for her long hair, a silken cloak to frame her soft skin and luscious body. As always, when he looked at her, his heart pounded, his lungs seized, and he felt tears burning in his throat. No one would ever be more beautiful to him. She lifted her head as she followed suit, and whisked off his trousers and shoes, leaving him naked in the snow and starkly aroused. "I want to be past that now," she whispered. I love you so much, Beric, and I need to be able to show you. More than that, I need for you to show me. I know you have to hold back, and I don't want that for you, for us, anymore." Her fingers whispered over his thickened shaft, and his breath left his lungs in a heated rush. "I just have never wanted to start something I couldn't finish." She kissed her way down his belly, her hands caressing and stroking until he was afraid he might go out of his mind. "Do you understand what I'm saying to you?" "I always understand you, my love. There is no need to warn me." He was proud of her for her boldness, but he feared he might not make it through this night. She was reading his mind, feeling the fire building in his groin as she wrapped her fist around his heavy erection and bent her head to breathe warm air over him. She was the most beautiful sight he'd ever seen, her body perfect, breasts full and ripe, her long black hair a stark contrast to the white snow. When he saw her intention, the erotic image in her mind, his body hardened even more. He waved his hand, and the sky rained rose petals alongside the drifting snow. "Sweetheart, you don't have to do this." But she did. She wanted it nearly as much as he did. He could see it on her face. Just once he wanted her like this, enjoying him, wanting his body as much as he wanted hers. No, more than that. Needing him in the way he needed her, desperate to touch him, to taste him, to feel his body moving in hers, his heart beating the same rhythm as hers, just once. Mostly he needed to see the dark hunger in her eyes, feel it in every touch of her hands. He needed to see eagerness and enjoyment when she looked at him. Just this once, that was all he would ask for. He closed his eyes briefly as her fingertips trailed lightly over his shaft, sending small electrical charges whipping through his bloodstream. She looked up at him and smiled as her tongue slid over the broad head in a curling dance that took his senses to an entirely new level. A soft growl escaped when she raked her fingernails along the inside of his thigh. Before he could stop himself, he reached out and tangled his fingers in her silky hair, gently pushing it over her shoulders. Looking down at her kneeling before him, with that small, mysterious half-smile on her face and that too-hot look in her eyes, nearly was his undoing. He kneaded her shoulders for a moment, eased the tension from the nape of her neck, and then slid his palms over her soft skin to her breasts, all the while breathing deep to stay in control. His thumbs found her nipples, brushing them into hard peaks, his caresses drawing a gasp of pleasure from her. His hands cupped her breasts, fingers stroking and caressing with an expertise of knowing her body so well. Sindel cried out with pleasure as the sensation swamped her. As always, with one touch of his hands, she was on fire. She knew he could shatter her, bring her to a fever pitch with just the strong pull of his mouth or the scrape of his teeth. He knew everything about her body, every way to bring her pleasure, and he always did, unselfishly and wholeheartedly. He always put her pleasure above his own. It wasn't fair. She desperately wanted to bring him to that same fever pitch, sweep him away on a tidal wave of passion, bring him the kind of ecstasy he always brought her. Her fingers tangled in his hair. His mouth and stroking hands sent vibrations humming through her bloodstream and quickening her pulse. Her womb clenched, and she felt the familiar urgent need gathering deep in her core. She forced herself back in control, her fist closing over the silky hard length of his erection, deliberately sending warm air over him to distract him. His breath caught in his throat and he straightened, throwing his head back when her mouth closed over him, tongue sliding and curling as all the while she kept the suction tight. He rewarded her with a groan, thickening even more. Pleasure flashed through her. She kept her mind firmly merged in his, reading his every thought, every image, making adjustments to push his pleasure higher until his hands gripped her hair, his hips thrust helplessly, and guttural sounds escaped his throat. She felt his body tighten, the rush of fire spreading from his toes through his body straight to his groin. She took him deeper, finding the perfect rhythm so that he shuddered and muttered an expletive she'd never heard him use. "You're killing me," he whispered hoarsely. In a good way, Sindel knew. Her entire body reacted to the knowledge that she was pushing Barrick to the very edge of his control. She wanted to shatter it, to do to him what he did to her. The power felt incredible, and the satisfaction even more so. She was almost euphoric with happiness, kissing her way up his belly to his chest, his throat, urging him over the top of her, so frantic to have him buried deep inside her she couldn't think of anything but pleasing him, pleasing herself. She fell back into the rose-petal-covered snow, dragging him with her. Skin pressed to skin, hearts beat the same rhythm. She felt his weight settle over hers, his hands hard on her hips, his knee nudging her thighs apart. He thrust hard, entering her body, joining them together in one fiercely primitive stroke. Her nails dug into his shoulders. Lightning streaked through her body, and she cried out with drowning pleasure. He moved in her, hard, sure strokes, filling her emptiness until she felt as if she were soaring free. His hair slid over her skin, a sensuous silk brushing her already hypersensitive breasts. Her body tightened, muscles clenching and gripping as her hips rose to meet the fast rhythm of his. She moved slightly, adjusting her position, and his hands gripped her hard, holding her down. At once she was aware of her surroundings, of the man on top of her. Sindel looked up at the face, almost savage in his desire, red flames flickering in the depths of his black eyes. She could see his teeth already lengthened, the muscles clearly defined in his arms. Sindel tried desperately to hold on to the passion that seemed to always be locked away inside her. It poured out on occasion, but somewhere, somehow, just when she thought she had conquered her fears, a door slammed shut and dammed up her needs, her physical desires, behind a wall of terror. She fought it, fought the rising panic and the memory of teeth biting at her, of brutal hands hurting her, of something obscene and unnatural ripping through her, taking her virginity without love or thought for her innocence. He had been family, a loved one, yet he had attacked her, nearly tearing out her throat, beating her, raping her in every way possible. She had fought until the bones in her hands were broken and her flesh was saturated with blood, and she thought he would kill her. This wasn't Chavon, her attacker. This was Barrick, the man she loved above all others, yet she couldn't separate the two when Barrick covered her body with his and held her down. She couldn't breathe, couldn't think, couldn't hear him trying to soothe her. She could only feel the weight of him crushing her, feel the grip of his hands, see the glow of red flames in his eyes. "Stop!" She whispered the word, tears beginning to form in her eyes. Her throat swelled, threatening to choke her. "Stop! Oh, God, Barrick, you have to stop!" Her voice swung toward hysteria as her control shattered. Her mind seemed to fragment, and she couldn't distinguish past from present. She began to fight him, hitting hard, clawing at his face, pushing at his chest. She drew blood before he caught her wrists, shaking her head back and forth to avoid his mouth when he bent close. He whispered something to her, but she couldn't hear him, caught up in the deadly illusion she couldn't seem to escape. Barrick groaned and rolled off her to lie face up in the snow, staring at the flakes as they fell from the sky. He slung one arm across his eyes to hide his expression, shielding his mind so she couldn't see the anguish and frustration filling him. He wanted to roar with rage to the heavens, but he stayed silent, struggling to bring his body under control. He heard her choke back a sob and turned his head toward her. Tears sparkled like diamonds in her eyes, trailed down her face to drop into the snow-covered ground. "I'm sorry, Barrick. I'm sorry. What's wrong with me?" She covered her face with her hands and wept as if her heart were breaking. "Sindel, there's nothing wrong with you." Barrick came up on his knees and reached for her, keeping his movements slow and gentle. "Come here to me, baby. Let me hold you." She could see the scratches on his face and chest, down one forearm, even a long, thin scratch on his hip. Tiny drops of blood beaded up, crisscrossing his skin so that he looked as if he'd been attacked by a cat. "What have I done?" Ashamed, she tried to struggle to break his grip on her arm. "I have to go away. We can't keep doing this. Let me go, Barrick. I'll go back to leopard form and stay in the earth until this passes." "I don't want to hear that. You aren't leaving me. You have a duty to your life mate, and it isn't sex. You stay above ground with me in your natural form. Do you hear me, Sindel? I expect nothing less of you." This time he didn't hide the Carpathian male. He made it a command and bared his white teeth to emphasize he meant business. "Why? Why would you even want me? I can't keep doing this to you and live with myself. How long is your patience going to last? How long before you turn to another woman for the things I can't give you?" "Another woman?" he echoed, so shocked at the suggestion it showed on his face. "Sindel, you aren't making sense. There is no other woman for me. What aren't you giving me? I make love to you all the time." "You make love to me. I should be loving you back." "You do love me back." He raked a hand through his dark hair, clearly agitated. "So you have a small problem with one position. One. Do you think it matters to me?" She didn't respond, simply shook her head, covering her face tightly with both hands. Tears leaked out, and her shoulders heaved as she fought for breath through the sobs. "Sindel, I love you. You're my life. We have years, centuries to get this right. You matter to me, not sex." He gave her a little shake. "Look at me, Sindel. If you never can let me lie over the top of you, so be it. Why is it so important to you? You don't see that image in my mind. It doesn't matter to me what position we make love in, not now, nor will it ever. Damn it, look at me." He caught her hands and pulled them from her face, staring into her eyes. "I love you more than life itself. So we can't make love with me on top. Is that some sort of red badge of courage to force yourself into a position you feel threatened in? Do you honestly, for one moment, think what position we have sex in is important to me?" "It is to me," she whispered, ducking her head. "I'm so ashamed I can't love my life mate the way he deserves. I can heal the earth after the worst of battles, but I can't heal myself. I can't be a decent mate to you. I try so hard, Barrick. I really want you. I love the way you make me feel, as if I'm the only woman in the world, as if no one else could ever please you, but I can't do it. I can't." He swept his arm around her head and dragged her against him. "You're an idiot, Sindel. You love me, and that is all that matters. The rest of this is just silliness. I'd make love to you standing on my head if that was how you wanted me." He caught her chin and forced her head up. "Do you really think I can't look into your mind and see how much you love me?" "But you have to suppress your own nature all the time, Barrick." He burst out laughing. "Being a dominant, overbearing male isn't always best, Sindel. Don't you think Darius has to occasionally suppress that side of him for Tempest, and that she might wish he'd do it a little more? And Julian definitely has to work at it for Desharry. The same with Diane and Corrine. It's our nature to be in command, but you are the light to our darkness. Unrelenting dominance has to be balanced by you." "But you were never like Darius, Barrick. You get bossy, but—" She trailed off, but there was hope in her eyes when she framed his face with her hands. "Because all of us allow Darius to lead us does not mean we do not have these natural traits. You didn't see them in me before because we did not share minds. Darius is a strong leader. We are content in his leadership." A small grin flashed briefly on his face. "He does most of the work, and that suits me just fine. But in the end, we all have the traits nature dictated to us. The point, my beautiful love, is that you, as my life mate, bring me balance." I do?" He bent his head to press a small kiss over each eyelid. "You do," he assured her. He trailed kisses down her face to the corner of her mouth. "And I am grateful. Darkness spreads and we have to fight it every day." "But it wasn't in you, not like the others," Sindel said. "Because of you. Even before I made my claim on you, you were already providing a balance for me. Sindel, you aren't just my life mate. You're my life, my only love, my world. I have known you since you were a babe. I watched you grow into a remarkable, talented, unbelievable woman. Look at what you do with the earth. Who else can work such a miracle?" He kissed the tip of her nose, feathered his lips over hers, and slid his tongue along the seam of her mouth. "I was in love with you long before I ever knew what a life mate was." "Are you sure, Barrick?" There were still tears gleaming in her eyes, but her lips moved against his. "You have to be sure." "That is the only thing I'm sure of." His mouth found hers, and he lifted her gently, settling her over his lap, waiting for her to settle over him like a sheath over a sword. Sindel's breath caught in her throat. He filled her, fit so snug, so exquisitely tight that the silky friction sent fire dancing once again through her veins. One moment she was in tears, the next he was lifting her toward the heavens. She linked her fingers behind his neck and eased back, her body moving in a familiar rhythm as she began to ride him. She couldn't imagine how she had gotten through her life without him. He made her feel beautiful and extraordinary when she was certain she really wasn't. "I love you, Barrick." She pulled back to look into his eyes. "I really love you." The sight of her took his breath. Her full breasts swayed sensually, her nipples peaked and hard in sexy invitation. Her small waist and hips undulated, eyes slumberous, mouth swollen from his kisses. "I know you do," he murmured, and brushed a kiss across each eyelid. He could barely speak with the sizzling heat rising so fast, so ferociously, with every bit of pleasure that more dominant position had given him. Deliberately he shared his mind, shared what she did to his body as well as his heart. "You're my life, Sindel, and I don't want you forgetting it again." She moved with him, a counterpoint to each thrust, driving their pleasure even higher. Barrick was her world, and his acceptance of her meant everything. Maybe she couldn't lie beneath his body, but she could enjoy other sensually arousing positions, and she could make the most of each and every one of them. Barrick's arms tightened possessively, and a small thrill went through him that she didn't protest or pull away. Her muscles clamped around him, squeezing like a fist, so slick and hot and tight that he couldn't hold on a second longer. He threw back his head and yelled to the night in joy, feeling her body ripple with pleasure around his. For a while neither could breathe properly or even speak, just feel. Barrick recovered first, kissing the top of her head, her ears, and finally her soft mouth. "I love you, Sindel." "I'm beginning to believe you really do," she said softly as she rose with her usual grace. She held out her hand, and he stood beside her, a tall, strong man who loved her enough to give her space and time. Dressing in the easy manner of their people, they strolled hand in hand back through the snow to the little cabin. It looked inviting, cozy even, and Sindel picked up the pace, drawing him with her. "You will help me cook something, won't you? Corinne assured me the recipe she gave me was easy and fast." "I have my doubts about that," he teased, "but I'm willing to try." As they walked up the narrow path to the cabin, the smile faded from his face. Barrick frowned and took a careful look around, the back of his neck suddenly itching with unease. He paused before pushing open the door to the small cabin, sweeping Sindel behind him with one arm. "I don't like the feel of this, the silence." "It's snowing. It's always quiet when it snows." "Maybe." But something was wrong. A whisper of movement from inside had him closing the door firmly and pushing her away from the cabin. "Get to safety, Sindel. Hide yourself in the trees while I figure out what's wrong." "Are the cats all right?" she asked anxiously. "I'm about to find out." She caught the waistband of his jeans, curling her fingers around the edge. "I'll be afraid out here alone. Let me go in with you. Even if something waits there, I'd rather be with you and know what's going on." He cursed under his breath for being weak. He could deny her nothing when she was afraid. "Stay behind me, Sindel, and do exactly what I say." She nodded and moved closer. "Does it feel like a vampire?" He shook his head. It felt like danger, trouble, something out of sync. "Not in harmony," Sindel said suddenly, going very still. Her grip tightened on his jeans. "In the house. The cats. I reached for them and they are crazy." He turned back to her, pulling her close to reassure her. "It's all right, honey." He felt the leopards prowling within the walls of the cabin and raged for some reason he couldn't fathom. He tried to reach out to them, as he'd been doing since they were young, to calm them, but neither responded. He had to get them into their cage, both for their safety and the safety of any person coming in contact with them, until he could figure out what was wrong. He slipped inside beneath the door, streaming in as vapor, swirling through the rooms until he found the cats, very conscious that Sindel was right behind him in the same form. Forrest, the male, lay stretched out on a bed, while Sasha, the female, paced back and forth restlessly. The moment he entered the room, Sasha reacted, snarling, showing her teeth, tail twitching as she paced, her eyes darting around the room as she detected his presence. Forrest launched his body from the couch, going from a prone position to a full-out attack, claws raking through the insubstantial vapor in an effort to get at Barrick. He streamed away out of reach, trying to push the cat's mind back toward sanity. Leopards were notorious for their tempers, but this savage behavior was way out of character for either cat. The leopards had been with the troubadours since they were born and had never behaved in such a manner. Sasha kept looking at the window, acting as though she might break through the glass to escape. "Something is terribly wrong with them," he told Sindel. "I can't control them." Sindel remained silent, listening to the earth. "There is a subtle flow of power, of energy. It's upsetting the leopards. There are so many Carpathians here. Most are probably using energy for shifting and other tasks. Maybe the cats are too sensitive to be here." Maybe. Barrick doubted it, but he was going to cage the animals. "I'm going to get them to follow me to the cages. I can't direct them inside, so I'll have to trick them." "How can you do that?" There was trepidation in her voice. "I'll just use myself as bait." Sindel drew in her breath sharply, fighting back the protest welling up. "I was afraid of that. Be careful, Barrick." He touched her mentally, his vapor circling hers for just a moment as if he could brush up against her in reassurance. Barrick shimmered into his human form right under the female's nose, shifting back almost immediately and streaming through the house, leading the cats to the smallest bedroom where the heavily barred traveling cage was kept. He reached out to open the door of the cage, shifting for just seconds so he could use his hand. Forrest leapt, raking Barrick's arm, tearing deep gouges in his skin before Barrick could shift back to mist. He streamed toward the back of the cage, leading the two leopards inside. They followed, raging at him. Behind them, he waved the door closed. Both threw themselves at the bars, snarling a protest. Barrick didn't wait for them to settle down, sending word to Darius and the other band members before taking his natural form. Sindel was already reaching for him, stroking her fingers down his arm, leaning into him to use her saliva to heal the wounds. "You need to be faster," she told him, her large eyes chastising him. A slow smile lit his dark gaze. "I don't know, sweetheart. Then I wouldn't have your sexy little mouth all over me now, would I?" Her eyebrow shot up. "Actually, yes, you probably would." Chapter 8. Mikhail flew low over the forest, making several passes, quartering the region in an effort to ferret out any danger that might be lurking to harm his people. He touched Raven's mind often, could feel her happiness as she prepared whatever dish she was making for the celebration dinner. He had had no idea she missed cooking, and it shamed him. He had been her life-mate for years, yet he still was discovering things about her. She enjoyed the preparation of a meal, the presentation, the pleasure others received from it. He felt the mental brush of her fingers over his skin, felt her smile, the warmth in her eyes. Yes, I do enjoy cooking for others, but it certainly is nothing I need in my life, as you are. My life is full, Mikhail, and I have no regrets. Her voice filled his mind with love, kept even the memories of the terrible haunting loneliness at bay. No Carpathian male who had lost emotion and the ability to see in color and then had it all restored by finding his life-mate would ever give her up. At that moment, he ached inside with love for her. It helped ease the terrible burden of knowing that some of the unattached warriors who had returned for the celebration, men of honor and integrity, would eventually lose their battle with darkness. You are worried about Dmitri. I feel uneasy. There is trouble in the wind, but I cannot find it. Dmitri does concern me. None of us can forget the loneliness we felt before we found our life-mates, but at the same time we also remember the darkness spreading, taking over, the demon calling for freedom. There was both worry and warning in his voice. Dmitri will be fine because he has to be. You can only do so much, Mikhail. The others have responsibility too. You did not create the species. No, but my people were left in my hands, and I intend that they flourish. I refuse to allow nature or our enemies or even our own natures to triumph over us. Raven went silent for a moment, contemplating. You don't believe Carpathians are targeted for extinction simply through a natural process, do you? Because whatever has caused this is not natural. Mikhail smiled to himself. Raven always fiercely supported him and his people. He brushed mental fingers tenderly down her face as he flew high above the forest and began to drop lower and lower in a wide circle. Snow drifted down, lighter now, but still steady, turning the entire landscape a glistening white. He liked the snow. It always reminded him of daylight, pushing the night aside briefly so that the world glittered a beautiful silver. Mikhail flew over the area of blackened ruins, now covered in snow that had once been some of their richest lands. The battle between the Carpathians and vampires had left the land scarred and damaged. He had noticed lately that more and more after the undead departed a region, they left behind the beginnings of a barren wasteland that sometimes seemed alive, creeping out to destroy the areas around it. It was one more thing he had to address, and very soon. Something caught the sharp eyes of the owl, and he dropped lower to skim between the trees to inspect the battleground. In one section, tiny new shoots had pushed through the snow-covered soil. The trees were no longer bent and twisted, but stood proudly, branches raised to the sky. Shocked, Mikhail landed on the ground, shimmering into human form as he did so. Everywhere he looked, small green shoots appeared, the stalks healthy and growing thick and wild in spite of the snow. He crouched low to examine the soil. Instead of the toxic mess that had been there, the soil was dark, rich with nutrients, a virtual miracle. The sound of water caught his attention. Clear, cold, clean, running over rocks once again. He sank down beside the small creek just to listen to the sound of hope. Raven. He couldn't hide the excitement in his voice, the sheer wonder. I remember this from my childhood. He sent her the image. There was a woman in our village. We have forgotten the old ways. We had a society, artisans, craftsmen, scholars as well as healers. Not only did we have healers for our people, but there was a woman. I saw her only once, and I was but a young boy. I remember very little, only that green sprang up around her wherever she went, and that she was present at all births. Perhaps Lucian can tell me about this art. He and Gabriel are among the most ancient. They might remember." There was a small hesitation on Raven's part. "A healing of the earth?" Shay and Grigori seemed to think some of the problems with our women and children start with the soil. If we have a healer of the earth among us, can she not provide our pregnant women a safe haven to rest in, to birth in? Was this done in the past? He rubbed his temples, trying to reach into his boyhood memories. It was so long ago, and even back then, things were already starting to change the ways of their race. He had been a child, but he was certain of seeing the woman. "The soil is some of the richest I have ever seen. When I plunge my hands into it, I can feel the difference." He tried to keep his excitement contained. "Who has done this?" "I do not know, but I intend to find out." "Mihail," Raven hesitated. "This probably sounds silly, but last evening when quite a few of the ladies got together in the caverns with the pools, we all went swimming, remember?" "I told you about it." He did remember vaguely. Some of the women had gathered together in an effort to get to know one another. "You said you had a good time." "We go there often. It's beautiful, and the soil, as well as the water, is rich and rejuvenating, but this time it seemed even more so. I remember thinking how the cavern looked renewed and the soil darker and richer, the water in the pools amazing. But I thought it was just me, that maybe I was just very happy to be with everyone." "And?" he prompted, hearing her hesitation. "You're going to think I'm crazy, but when I woke tonight and knew I could conceive, my first thought was that I should have stayed out of the water." His heart jumped in his chest. He reached down to touch one of the budding branches from a young sapling that hadn't been there a few hours earlier. "Who was there with you?" "Savannah went with me. Desharee, Sindel, and Tempest were there, and Corinne and Alexandria. Sarah dropped by briefly. What are you thinking?" The impossible. And because he needed to give more thought before voicing hope, he changed the subject. "How is your meal coming?" He was feeling much better about tonight's celebration. If this gathering resulted in finding a woman who could heal the earth and help protect their pregnant women and infants, giving their healers more time to find answers, he would be eternally grateful, and their species would truly have something to celebrate. And what if, just what if... He hardly dared to hope that the water or the soil had encouraged the women to be able to conceive. He didn't dare hope, but it was there anyway for the first time in a long while, refusing to be suppressed. "Better than fine now. Christmas always seems to bring miracles. We just have to look for them. Find this person, Mihail. If she can do what you say, she is more valuable than any of us realize." Mihail took to the air once again, his heart pounding in his chest. Far below him, he glimpsed a couple wrapped around one another, oblivious to anything but each other. Once more, he quickly scanned the region, needing to ensure the safety of each of his people. Again, although he had that same edgy feeling that kept his alarm system prodding him, he could find nothing that indicated an enemy was setting a trap. He sent a small warning to the male, a slight hint of censure reminding him to keep alert for enemies, and flew on until he found the small remote cabin Lucian had chosen for his stay. Several wolves called a warning as he shifted into natural form and stepped up onto the veranda. Lucian materialized almost right in front of him, and still, after all the years of power and command weighing on his shoulders, Mihail felt awed by the man. His black hair flowed down his back, his shoulders were ramrod straight, and his eyes blazed with the dark promise of death. Lucian and Gabriel Daratrazanov were twins, legends unsurpassed in Carpathian history, and it showed in the set of Lucian's shoulders and his stern face. Mihail found Gabriel much more approachable. He always found it humorous that other Carpathians feared Grigori, Mihail's second-in-command, best friend and son-in-law, but found his older brothers so approachable when they were at least as dangerous, if not more so. Lucian gripped his forearms in a warrior's greeting. Grigori's older brother looked fit and strong, his eyes gleaming, piercing through Mihail straight to his soul as if he could read inside any man. "It is good to see you again after all this time, Mihail. You have grown into a powerful leader since I last saw you. Your father would have been proud." Mihail clasped the man's arms, feeling the solid strength there. "You may tell your woman she can put away her weapon now." A slow smile warmed the bleak, cold eyes. "She will not be pleased that you spotted her. She is a cop and definitely prides herself on her abilities. Being Carpathian has only added to her skills." "I do not actually know where she is," Mihail admitted. "Only that she is close by and pointing a weapon at me. I have heard she does not stay home where she belongs." A choking sound came from above him, and a young woman materialized, a gun in her hand, glaring daggers at Mihail. "Where she belongs?" Her hair was the color of platinum and gold, a shorter length than most of the women wore, but attractive, framing her pixie face. Her eyes were dark, a startling contrast to her pale skin and hair. Lucian casually removed the gun from her hand and leaned over to shove the weapon in her boot. "You cannot shoot the prince, Jackson. It simply is not done." "I wasn't going to shoot him," she objected, and sent Mihail a quick, mischievous grin. At least not unless he was going to insist that women stay home while the men have all the fun. "You call slaying the undead fun?" Mihail asked. She shrugged. "If it isn't housework, it's fun. I like action, not sitting at home waiting for my hero." "You like to stir up trouble," Lucian replied, amusement in his velvet voice. "But at least you admit I am your hero." Mihail had forgotten how mesmerizing and powerful a weapon Lucian's voice was. Everything about Lucian seemed to be a combination of compelling and weapon. The man's face could have been carved from stone, yet his eyes were more alive, more intense, and more lethal than Mihail had remembered. "It is good to see you again, Lucian. And good that you have found your life-mate." He sketched a slight bow toward Jackson. "I could not resist teasing you, as I have heard you are fiercely protective of Lucian," he told her. "We are grateful to you. He is a legend among us." "She insists on guarding me," Lucian said. "Well, of course I do. Any Carpathian hunter shot by a human after being warned repeatedly to be careful needs a babysitter, bodyguard." Lucian bent to brush a kiss on top of her head. "No respect." The deep love on Lucian's face was mirrored on Jackson's as she teased him. "I can see that," Mihail acknowledged. Somewhere deep inside he felt happiness for this couple, for all the couples, but this one in particular. Lucian had been alone for so long and had fought too many battles, sacrificed too much. This small pixie seemed fragile until Mihail looked into her dark eyes. She had seen too much, was wise beyond her age, and had that same strength of will her life-mate possessed. She flashed a warm smile at Mihail, even as her fingers tangled with Lucian's. "Thank you for allowing us to use one of your homes. Lucian's home was so far into the mountains, we would have spent all of our time flying back and forth and wouldn't have been able to visit." "Please come in." Lucian held open the door, stepping back to allow Mihail to precede him. "We have much to discuss. I thought at first, when I heard of the celebration, that it was a foolish indulgence and far too risky, but now I see I was wrong. It has been good to see everyone and to be home once again. I have stayed away far too long, and there is a sense of community here once again." "I hope we are doing the right thing," Mikhail agreed as he stepped inside the snug little cabin. It had been years since he had entered the old house. The walls had been repaired where gaping chinks between the wood had allowed the wind to sweep in. Lucian and Jackson had fixed the cabin up so that the interior was bright and welcoming. A fire crackled in the old stone fireplace, and the furniture was inviting. Lucian waved him toward the couch, and Mikhail seated himself opposite Lucian's chair. Jackson hesitated briefly, glancing at the windows, wariness creeping into her expression as she assessed whether anyone could look in and easily see them through the glass. "I do not actually bite," Mikhail said, and gestured toward the empty end of the couch he occupied. Jackson perched on the arm of Lucian's chair, one foot swinging free. "I'm perfectly comfortable right here, but thank you." "She insists on guarding me," Lucian explained. "Or at least she pretends so. The real reason is she cannot bear to be apart from me." The foot swinging free arced just a little more, and she drove her toe into his calf. "I can see that," Mikhail said dryly. "I am certain Raven is the same way, hating to be apart from me." He shared the conversation with his life-mate. Immediately he felt the warmth of her laughter brushing at the walls of his mind. "Before I forget, I thought you might like to know we need someone to play the part of Santa Claus for the children." The smile faded from Lucian's face, leaving his eyes shadowed and wary. He stiffened slightly. Beside him, Jackson stirred, and he put his hand on her thigh to prevent her from speaking aloud. "Do not dare to volunteer me." "You are such a chicken. They are just children. It is a red suit and beard. And you'd look so cute and cuddly." Mikhail put him out of his misery. He sat back in his chair with a little half-smile. "I thought my son-in-law would be the best man for the role. As he is your younger brother, tell me what you think." Jackson choked back a squeak that could have been between laughter and horror. She nearly fell off the arm of the chair, only Lucian's steadying hand preventing her from landing on the floor. "You're kidding, right? Grigori would be every bit as bad a choice as Lucian would be. One look at him and the children are going to either run like rabbits or burst into tears." Lucian's thumb swept over the back of her hand in a small caress. "Never underestimate a Daratrozanov, little one. We can rise to any necessary occasion, and I am certain Grigori will enjoy the role." He sent Mikhail a wolfish smile. "Let me know when you are going to tell him what honor is in store for him, and I will be happy to accompany you." "Oh, you two are just playing bad," Jackson said. "You like stirring the pot. Grigori is bound to get you both back, you know." A glimmer of a smirk flitted across Mikhail's features and was gone. "It will be well worth it." Lucian nodded and reached for his twin, automatically sharing the information. Gabriel responded on their private mental path. "Mikhail was here earlier, and I could not resist allowing him to give you the news." There was laughter in his voice. "I certainly plan on being present when our prince makes his first demand as a father-in-law." Lucian's fingers tightened around Jackson's. That small shared moment of amusement, of love and laughter, was due to his life-mate. He had been without emotion for so long, loving his twin, yet never actually feeling the emotion. Over the centuries, the memory had begun to fade, and it had been alarming. He had walked in darkness without hope until she came into his life. Jackson leaned down to brush a kiss on the top of his head in a rare public gesture of affection. Even with her stepfather dead, she still couldn't get over the reticence she had developed to protect those she cared about. Lucian was always the one to make the first move, to take her hand, put his arm around her, and her first instinct was always to look around her with wary eyes, stiffen, and pull away. He was slowly getting her over it, and every small demonstration of affection when others were around was a huge step forward. Lucian rubbed his chin. I think we should commemorate this event with pictures. It would serve us well in the coming years if we had such a thing documented. Mihail leaned forward slightly, his small smile softening the hard lines in his face. Surely you are not considering blackmail? Well, yes, as a matter of fact. We could hold this over his head for centuries. Poor Grigori. It isn't fair to conspire against him this way, Jackson objected. She frowned. Although, come to think about it, maybe he does deserve it for being such a male chauvinist. Mihail's eyebrow shot up. And Lucian isn't? Her mischievous smile lit up her eyes again. He tries desperately, but fortunately he has me to straighten him out. Lucky me, Lucian said dryly. She sent her foot swinging against his leg a second time. You are lucky. I keep telling you, but you keep forgetting. Lucian laughed softly. Mihail had never pictured the warrior laughing and relaxed, and for some reason the sound lifted the burden on his shoulders just a little more. Good things were happening with their species. Maybe it wasn't happening as fast as Mihail liked, but change was taking place. I wanted to ask you about something I barely recall centuries ago. I was just a boy and remember very little. I cannot promise to remember, but I will try. In the old days there was a woman who lived in the village. I do not even remember her life-mate or if she had one. I was too young to really care about such things. She healed the earth. Do you remember her? Lucian frowned. I did not stay in the villages much, even when you were a boy, Mihail. To remember one person, a woman, he shook his head. The villagers, especially the women, avoided Gabriel and me, often fleeing when we were sighted. Try, Lucian, Mihail urged. She would not have fled in fear from you. She was powerful in her own right. She would walk, and flowers and grass would grow beneath her feet. She could be very important to us. Lucian nodded slowly, his frown deepening as he tried to pull up the ancient memory. The village busy with people living life, a life he never thought he could ever have. Families, laughter. He had avoided it all as much as possible. Jackson's hand slid into his hair, teased the strands of hair along the back of his neck, sending a shiver of awareness down his spine, spreading warmth through his body and into his heart. He forced his mind back to the old days, searching through bittersweet memories until he found the village where Dubrinsky had lived. Children ran together in small groups. So many nameless faces he had tried not to notice turning away from him. A serene face smiling at him, nodding, acknowledging him even as the children trailed after her. Life sprang up from nothing beneath her feet. Green stalks, bright-colored flowers, a rich tapestry forming on the ground while the little ones stared in awe. She came from a rare and much-respected lineage. There were few with her talent. She was beautiful, her hair long and dark, and she always stood tall and straight and looked men in the eye. Jackson smacked him on the back of the head. I doubt he needs those precise details, she said. And just why would she need to be looking you in the eye? Mihail tried to hide his shock. Every Carpathian alive was in awe of this man, but his life-mate treated him exactly in the way Raven treated the prince of the Carpathian people. He swallowed his smile and glanced away as Lucian reached up to circle her waist and drag her from the arm of the chair onto his lap. She struggled for a minute and then subsided, allowing him to hold her. I remember watching her walk into a barren field. Within minutes, foliage sprang up everywhere around her. Did she attend births, or treat the soil before a child was to be born, or even conceived? It was a long shot, but Mihail was ready to grasp at the smallest of chances. Lucian's dark eyebrows shot up. What are you thinking, Mihail? Shay said something about the soil being riddled with toxins earlier this evening. As I was flying over the battleground scarred and poisoned by the undead, I noticed one section had been healed. The soil was the darkest, richest soil I have seen in centuries. And then Raven mentioned that she and several other women got together last night in mineral pools, and the soil and water were different. This evening she is able to conceive. I have heard whispers that other women have experienced the same. Both men looked at Jackson. She held up both hands, palms out, shaking her head adamantly. "Not me. Don't even think about it either. I'm just getting used to this life-mate thing, and in case you think I can heal the earth, think again. I've killed every potted plant I've ever tried to grow, both before and after the conversion. I'm not your earth healer." "Have you heard anything about this, Jackson?" Lucian asked. His fingers curled around the nape of her neck in a slow massage. "Have any of the women mentioned it to you?" "No, but I can ask Francesca. She seems to always be in the know about everything. I don't know how she does it all with a baby and a teenager." Mihail scrubbed a hand over his face, suddenly looking tired. "It was a long shot anyway. I cannot remember who the woman was or her lineage, nor do I remember if she aided with birthing. I will ask my brother and the other ancients if they remember more of this woman. But truly, Mihail, if there is such a woman in our midst, we have only to ask her to step forward. The answer cannot be so simple. Maybe it is one piece of a puzzle we must work out, a very important piece. If we find this woman, and she is as important as I hope she is, this celebration will be the best thing we have ever done." "You are worried? The attack on Schuyler and Alexandria?" Of course Gabriel would have kept Lucian informed. Mihail nodded. "I have been uneasy for a couple of evenings now. It has definitely put me on edge." "We went out there and looked around," Jackson said. "Someone had come from the direction of the inn on a sled and was in a snowblind, a very clever one, man-made, about half a mile from where Schuyler and Alexandria were hurt. The feeling of power lingered, but it didn't feel Carpathian." Jackson bit at her lower lip, puzzling it out. "I've been really trying to get a feel for the different energy fields. That's all Carpathian magic really is, a manipulation of energy, and this felt off to me." A small smile lit Lucian's eyes briefly at the flare of surprise on Mihail's face. "Did I mention Jackson is a great cop? She tracks nearly as well as I do now." "You said something felt off to you," Mihail prodded. "Off like vampire?" "There was an evil taint to it," Jackson admitted. "Lucian felt it through me, but couldn't on his own, and that really bothered me. If they've found a way to block their identities from the hunters, all of you could be in real trouble." "They have been doing that for some time," Lucian reminded her, his hand sliding down her thigh in a small gesture of assurance. "Not like this, Lucian," she objected. "You felt the difference. It wasn't completely vampire, but it still stank of evil." There was worry in her tone. "It has occurred to me that if our enemies strike against the women and children," Mihail confided, "then they would have the best chance for eradicating our species altogether. I do not know how much you know about the group of humans dedicated to wiping out our species. We always refer to them as the Society. The vampires have tricked them, infiltrated their ranks, and used them as puppets. The dark mage Xavier may be alive as well as his grandson. If that is so, Razvan is the first dragon seeker to ever turn, and he is something we have never faced. His sister Natalia tells me he is a brilliant strategist when it comes to planning a war. No doubt he's already come to the same conclusions I have regarding the best way to strike the most devastating blow to our race." Lucian nodded. "I have believed for some time it is inevitable they will begin to strike against our women." "And still you allow your life-mate to hunt and destroy the vampire." Lucian's fingers tightened around Jackson's in warning when she would have protested. What better way to keep her safe than to teach her how to survive when she is attacked? Jackson has remarkable skills and natural instincts. It would be a crime to stop her from learning how to kill the undead. And before you object, I do not think all our women should be out hunting vampires, but Jackson is a special case, as are Natalia and Destiny. You cannot suppress their instincts and let their abilities go to waste. So I have done all I can to prepare her for the hunt. Mikhail sighed. In the old days, those with life mates did not hunt the vampire. Now it is a necessity. I have hunted for centuries, as have most of the ancient hunters, and Grigori. We know no other way of life anymore. It is not just a necessity. It is who we are. Why did the life mates keep them from hunting if they were more experienced? Jackson asked. Because even when we had women and children, we knew how precious they were, Mikhail explained. If we lose the male, we also lose the female, and that was not an option for us. Now we may have no choice but to allow our women to fight as well. Not all the women, Mikhail, Lucian reminded. Only those who have the skills and the desire to fight. Women like Jackson and Destiny. Mikhail sighed. And Natalia. She was in the thick of the battle. She told me that her twin brother Razvan fathered several children. Colby, Raphael's life mate, is one of his daughters. The Dragon Seeker women always were unpredictable. They always will be. If Razvan had other children besides Colby, we need to find and protect them. I take it Dominic will be going out as soon as he is healed to look for his kin. It will take time to heal his wounds. Even with our best healers, it has been difficult. Francesca will try again soon, and if we find this woman who can heal the earth, perhaps she can help by enriching the soil where he lays. Mikhail stood up. I must go. The celebration is in a couple of hours, and I have several visits still to make. I know I have no need to remind you to be on the alert, but still, I feel I would be remiss if I didn't. Lucian stood as well, and once again gripped Mikhail's forearms in a gesture of respect. You have my full allegiance, Mikhail. Should there be need, call to me. I will fight at your side, always. A brief smile failed to take the shadows from the prince's eyes. The Daratrazanov family has always been at the side of the Dubrinskys. We fight as one. Jackson lifted a hand to the leader of the Carpathians as he left the house. He seemed so sad, Lucian. I felt like crying, she said. And I never cry. She pressed a hand to her aching heart. Sorrow came off of him in waves. Lucian swept his arm around her. You're always so sensitive to other people's feelings. Mikhail has a heavy burden to bear, to keep our species from extinction. He still remembers the old ways, gone now for all time. Back then, our people thrived and lived together in a society. It is his responsibility to guide us into a new life, one where we can survive and live in harmony with other species around us. Like me, he cannot help but look back at what we had and look into the future with worry. I do not envy him his task. It is a terrible weight to carry on his shoulders. Do you really think our enemies are going to go after the women and children? She swallowed hard, closing her eyes against the memories flooding her of her own brother, murdered by a mentally ill man. Her heart pounded at the thought of finding young Schuyler or one of the infants brutally murdered. We will watch over them. But we already know Schuyler has been targeted, she protested. I tried not to care for her, but it's impossible. She's wonderful and so young and old at the same time. Gabriel is worried about this Dmitri claiming her, and now this. She swept a hand through her hair, clearly agitated. "I feel like locking her up." Lucian burst out laughing, carrying her hand to his mouth to press kisses into the center of her palm. "Now you know how I feel, how every male feels about protecting his life mate and his children." She scowled at him. "I don't need protection, Lucian. I'm capable of looking after myself. Skylar's a teenager. What if this Dimitri character tries to carry her off?" Dimitri is added protection for Skylar. I do not understand how she triggered his instincts at such a young age, but she has, and he can do no other than to ensure her health, safety, and happiness. It may take him a little while to conquer the demon, but I have every faith that he will. Why? Dimitri has always valued honor and responsibility. He rarely even bent the rules in his youth. He may want to carry her off, but in the end, unless something terrible happens, he will do the right thing by her. He shifted her into his arms, holding her close to comfort her, her memories now so fresh and distressing. On the other hand, it is always better to make certain. She tilted her head to look up at him. He always made her feel safe. She had never known that sensation before he entered her life, certainly not as a child, and not as a young woman. Lucian had changed her entire life and given her back hope and promise and dreams. She slipped her arms around him. "I want for Skylar what you've given to me. She deserves and needs happiness, Lucian." He nuzzled the top of her head with her chin. "I know, little one. With Gabriel and Francesca looking out for her, and the two of us as well, Skylar will be just fine." Jackson wrapped her arms around his waist, pressing her cheek against the steady beat of his heart. "Have I told you today that I love you?" "Not yet, but I was going to get to that. A little prompting on my part usually gets more than satisfying results." He inhaled her feminine fragrance. Jackson. The woman he could never do without. She was so small, so fragile-looking, but with the strength of steel and a will of iron. "Well, I do," she replied. "What?" "You know very well what." Lucian lifted her with ease, bringing her up to his hungry mouth. "Say you love me and say it right now, woman." She wrapped her arms around his neck and her legs around his waist. "Or what? Are you threatening to punish me in some despicable way?" His teeth nibbled at her pulse, scraped and teased, while his tongue danced a seductive rhythm. "Say it, stubborn woman." "Your head is already far too big." Her fingers stroked his long hair. "If one more person looks at you as if you are the bomb—" "The bomb?" His eyebrows shot up. "Where do you get such slang?" "I'm hip, baby. Totally hip." She laughed at his expression. "Actually, Skylar told me I was the bomb, and I couldn't wait to try it out on you." Her smile faded into a small frown. "Maybe we should go find her, make certain she's really all right." "It sounds like a plan. I wanted to run with the wolves anyway, and if we do that, we may have a chance of finding and talking with Dimitri." Why is there a "but first" in your tone? Clothes floated to the floor, leaving her bare breasts pressed tightly against his chest and his hard shaft pressed against her already slick entrance. "I want to make love to you." "You always want to make love. And you did this evening 3 times. I think you need help. You're a sexaholic." She squirmed, pressing her most feminine core against him, rubbing slowly back and forth to entice him as she kissed her way up his throat. She lifted her body several inches to poise just above him. "You attacked me this morning," he pointed out. "Did I? I'd forgotten." "Well, maybe I did." She slid down his body, impaling herself on his hard, thick shaft, feeling him slowly, inch by inch, invading, filling her. She began a seductive ride, moving over him, muscles tight and hot, slick and silky with desire. He caught her hips in his hands and took over the pace so that their movements were perfectly synchronized and they moved as one, the now familiar fire building between them. She tilted her head, wanting his kiss, the sweet explosion of his commanding mouth taking hers, tightening every muscle in her body, sending darts of fire racing through her bloodstream. Making love to Lucian was one of the few times when she ever relaxed her vigilance, and she knew it was the same when he touched her. Her teeth teased his lower lip, slid over to tug at his ear. All the while, the pressure kept building and building deep inside her, in him. "I do love you," she whispered, the sound barely audible over their combined heartbeats and heavy breathing, over the sound of joy escaping his throat in the form of a growl. But he heard. She knew he heard. His fingers tightened possessively as he swept them both into a world of pure passion. Chapter 9. Schuyler sat on the railing of the porch and stared out into the glistening world of white. Pain vibrated through her body, through her very soul, until she felt so weighed down by it she could barely breathe. Inside the house she could hear Gabriel and Francesca laughing as they played with baby Tamara. Every now and then she felt their light touch as they assured themselves that she was close by. She made certain that they only touched the surface she presented to them, a teenage girl in a strange, exciting new place looking forward to a Christmas celebration. The Carpathian blood they'd shared with her made the facade easier, and a lifetime of hiding her emotions from others made the task simple. She bit hard at her lower lip and studied her long fingernails. She bit them all the time, but they grew back quickly, stronger and better than ever thanks to the Carpathian blood Gabriel and Francesca had shared with her. She still couldn't touch people without reading their emotions. If anything, the blood had enhanced her abilities, and it could be dreadfully uncomfortable. She disliked attending school and preferred the tutors Francesca provided, although she knew her adopted parents thought she needed the company of younger people. She didn't. She needed to be alone. "Schuyler, are you all right?" The male voice jerked her head up. Joseph stood in front of the railing, hands jammed in his pockets. Biting down hard on her lower lip, she was careful not to let the misery show on her face. The pain was making her sick to her stomach. Even her vision seemed blurry. "Sure." She could barely manage to get the word out, and she didn't bother trying to flash him a false, cheery smile. This wasn't her pain. Somewhere out there in the forest, the man who claimed to be her life mate was suffering agonies. She wanted to ignore it, but she couldn't. Guilt clawed at her insides. She knew pain intimately, and despair. In spite of everything, she was intrigued with the man. He was way old, of course, and too dominating. He would definitely expect her to obey him, and that wasn't her style at all. She conformed to the wishes of Francesca and Gabriel because she loved them, not because she had to. "Schuyler?" Joseph's voice broke again into her thoughts. He hopped onto the rail and crouched close to her. "Look at me." "Why?" He dragged a handkerchief from his pocket and wiped her face. "You have little drops of blood on your forehead." He pretended not to notice when she winced away from him, refusing to allow his fingers to brush her skin. He simply wiped, careful not to touch her, and drew back to huff out a long stream of air. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." How could he not feel it? How could Francesca and Gabriel not feel the pain and sorrow weighing so heavily in the forest? The wolves did. She could hear them off in the distance, their mournful song filled with sadness and distress. Didn't Joseph at least hear the animals? Schuyler wiped her hand over her face as if she could draw a veil over the truth. that man, so invincible-looking, so stern and cold and bleak, a man with ice in his veins and death in his eyes, had looked at her, looked right through her, and touched her somewhere no one else had ever been. She pressed her hand hard against her aching heart. It hurt. It shouldn't, but the feeling was like a vice squeezing with a steady, relentless pressure. "It isn't nothing when you're sweating blood, Schuyler. We're friends, aren't we? You can tell me what's wrong." Schuyler didn't know if she had friends. She trusted her adopted parents, and Lucian and Jackson. Other than that, she never allowed herself to be alone with anyone. Francesca thought time was going to heal her, but Schuyler doubted it. In order to preserve her spirit, her sanity, she had retreated from the world as a child, and perhaps she'd stayed away too long. She didn't know how to be a friend or a partner. "Yes, of course we're friends," she said, giving the obligatory answer. Over the years, she'd found if she just said what people expected to hear, they went away happy and left her in peace. Joseph relaxed visibly. "Why didn't you come over to Aiden's and play the new video game? It's way cool." "I was helping Francesca make the gingerbread houses for tonight." She wrapped her arms around herself protectively. "Antonietta's making some cool thing for this dinner tonight. You should come over and help. I'm heading back there now." "I've met you a dozen times already and know you from online, but haven't met Antonietta. It's intimidating to think about meeting her. She's so famous." "She can play the piano," Joseph conceded, "but she isn't stuck up or anything. She was blind before she was with Byron, but I don't think she sees much better even now." He grinned, white teeth flashing against the dark outline he used around his lips, drawing attention to his tongue piercing as well as the hoop in his lip. "I thought when one is converted, all the scars and imperfections disappear." She touched the crescent-shaped scar on her face. "And how can you be pierced? Doesn't your body heal itself?" Joseph sighed. "It's a real fight," he conceded. "I don't wear them most of the time because the holes are always closing up within minutes, but I have to keep up my rep, so I just concentrate on it all the time around everybody, and I can keep the piercing with no problem." "Is that why the skin's grown over the diamond on your nose?" Schuyler asked, rubbing her chin along the top of her drawn-up knees. She stared out into the sparkling white world. It seemed a fairy tale, all crystal and ice, cold like she was. She closed her eyes briefly against the sorrow pressing down on her, trying to listen to the wolves, trying to sort out their song. She'd always loved them, always had such an affinity for them, and now the sound called to something lonely and primal in her. Joseph clapped his hand over his nose. "Not again! I hope it wasn't like that when the prince saw me." He regarded her with a narrowed gaze. "You are coming over, aren't you? Antonietta's really nice. Byron is too, but he doesn't want me to know he is." Schuyler shook her head. "I can't right now. I'll catch up to you later." She needed to be alone, to think things through for herself. She liked Joseph, but he was a distraction, and he didn't have a clue that she was upset. Dmitri would have known. The thought came unbidden and filled her with shame, with regret, with anger. "Come on, Schuyler, don't be a big baby. Just because your parents think you need a babysitter doesn't mean you can't come with me. I'm over 21. She glared at him. "Really? I thought you were Joshua's age." "You aren't going to goad me into doing something wrong, Joseph," which made her feel even guiltier. He might not be able to goad her, but she intended to disobey her parents. The terrible weight in her chest pressed harder, the sorrow nearly choking her. She had to make it stop, make Dmitri understand it wasn't about him or her rejection of him. It wasn't personal. She would have rejected anyone. He had to move on. "You're just angry because I made fun of you having to wait for an adult before you could walk home," he said. "I was only teasing you. There's no need to be upset." "I'm not a baby," she snapped, pressing both hands into her wildly churning stomach. Maybe if she threw up on him, he'd go away. You didn't have to tease me. Sure I did. That's what friends do. That brought her up short. They were friends, of a sort. She liked Joseph. She just didn't like being alone with him, with any man, with anyone. She swept one hand through her hair and tried not to cry. Joseph, reading her expression, tried again. The prince came by while I was at Aden and Alexandria's, and he said he was going to have Grigori play Santa Claus tonight. Man, that's going to freak out all the kids. It ought to be fun. Freaking out a bunch of little kids isn't funny, Joseph, especially not when it comes to Santa Claus. You could traumatize them. You're beginning to sound more and more like Francesca. He didn't make it sound as though he was complimenting her. I'm not traumatizing them. Grigori is, and I didn't choose him. The prince did. Tonight, make sure you don't help scare the children, especially Tamara. They glared at one another for a long moment in silence. When Joseph went to turn away with a sullen expression, she cleared her throat. Can you shapeshift? He puffed out his chest. Of course. She glanced toward the house. Do you think someone who is only part Carpathian can actually shapeshift? She avoided his gaze by rubbing her chin thoughtfully on her knees as if in deep contemplation. Joseph might act like a dork around adults, but he was as sharp as a tack, and he might be able to read her expression. Well, he frowned, that's a good question. Natalia turned into a tiger, which was very cool, by the way, but I've never heard of any of the adults mention anyone else who could do it. How do you shift? He shook his head. Don't even think about it, Skylar. It isn't that easy. I practice all the time, and I still make mistakes. You don't practice all the time. You play video games all the time. With another surreptitious glance toward the house, she slid off the rail into the snow. Unlike Joseph, she couldn't regulate her body temperature, and she was stiff from sitting on the railing with the cold wind adding to her chill. At least it had stopped snowing. She glanced up at the ominous sky laden with heavy clouds, for the moment. Joseph scowled at her. Hey, I can shift. Watch this. He backed up a few steps and stood, arms out. Feathers began to sprout over his body, his face reshaping several times until he had facial discs, dusky white with gray-brown mottling bordered by black. His irises turned a bright yellow, and his developing bill was gray-green with tufts of bristly feathers around its base. His body compacted, shifted, slowly shrinking with a few stops and starts until he was sitting in the snow in the perfect form of a very small owl. The body of the owl was gray-brown with an intricate pattern of stripes and bars and even spots in places. It sat very still, the body so small she was really awed that Joseph had managed. The large eyes blinked up at her. Skylar walked around the tiny creature. Amazing, Joseph. How did you get it so tiny? Can you actually fly, or should I just have you stuffed for ornamental purposes? The owl issued a whiny note and hopped several times, wings extending and flapping until it awkwardly took to the air. Joseph flew around her several times, rose higher, and darted back straight at her head. Skylar threw up her hands and ran out into the snow, scooping snow from the edge of the porch to fling it at the errant bird. Stop it! That's not funny, Joseph! The bird rose again and circled her, once again building speed for the attack. Skylar ran back toward the house, close to the structure, as the bird rushed her. She ducked and covered her head just as Joseph swooped on her. The little screech owl hit the side of the house and fell like a stone onto the ground. The bird lay perfectly still, its little feet pointed straight up, just like a cartoon. Skylar let her breath out in a slow hiss of displeasure. That's not funny, Joseph. Get up. There was an ominous silence. She lifted her head and took a step toward him. If he was trying to scare her, as usual, she was going to wring his neck. The little owl remained motionless, feet stiff. Her hand fluttered to her throat as fear crept in. She was afraid to move, afraid to examine the small little creature. Joseph? She hurried over, dropping to her knees in the snow to reach for the screech owl. Just as she went to lift it, the huge eyes popped open, the bill yawning wide and wings flapping. Skylar couldn't stop the startled scream that escaped. "Gotcha!" Joseph sat up laughing. Skylar leapt to her feet, her heart pounding. She wanted to smash something over his head, and she never had violent tendencies. Well, almost never. Joseph just brought out the worst in her. He loved pranks, and she seemed a great target. "You're not funny." The smile faded from his face. "What's wrong with you lately, Skylar? Screech owls often fly into things and knock themselves silly. People think they're dead, but they're just out. I read about it and thought it would make you smile. Honestly, you're no fun." He jumped up and backed away from her. "We're not grown up yet. There's nothing wrong with laughing about stuff." He walked off without a backward glance. She told herself she was glad to see him go, that he was being ridiculous, but inside the loneliness grew stronger. She didn't laugh like other kids. She didn't know how. Online, when she talked to Joseph, she could be different, be someone else. No one could see her or touch her, and she could just relax and have fun. But here, everyone was too close. She could feel every emotion, and it ripped at her skin and clawed at her heart until she felt so raw she thought she might just cease to exist. Sometimes even the earth seemed to scream in pain at her. In the distance, a lone wolf howled mournfully. The single drawn-out note struck at her. The wolf was as lonely as she was. She reached up to wrap her fingers around the pendant lying between her breasts. Suddenly it felt warm instead of icy cold, almost pulsing in her hand. She knew better. She was going to get in such trouble if Gabriel and Francesca discovered she had taken off again, but she had to go. She couldn't stop herself. Skylar drew her white fur-lined parka around her and took off at a light jog in the direction from which she had heard the wolf. Was it Dmitri? Her heart jumped at the thought. His eyes had been so blue, so intense, and so filled with pain. She knew pain intimately. She knew people. They hid terrible inclinations, terrible secrets beneath falsely smiling faces. Was she any better than the rest of them, leaving the man to suffer because she was afraid? She shivered in spite of her jacket. Gabriel would be furious with her, and she didn't like it when he was really angry. Mostly, he just gave her a look, but if he was angry, he insisted on punishing her. That usually meant she had to spend time with other kids. For others, it would have been easy, but it was always the most dreaded of all retributions. Her feet dragged in the snow, and she halted, glancing back in the direction of the house. She couldn't see it anymore, having entered into the tree line. The wolf howled again, a plaintive note this time, as if he too searched for answers. Skylar squared her shoulders and set out once again, picking her way through the snowdrifts as she tried to follow a shallow trail that wound along the stream bed. The tip of her nose grew cold along with her ears. She pulled the hood closer around her, trying to keep the cold out. It was impossible. She stumbled and nearly fell. The abrupt action rattled her enough that she shook her head hard, trying to clear out the soft, pitiful cries of the wolf that just wouldn't let go of her. For so long she had thought her answer was to live in the Carpathian world, but she had realized she couldn't relate any better there than in the human world. She brushed at the tears that should have been in her eyes, only there were none there. She felt them burning deep inside, locked away like her memories. Only Francesca and Gabriel seemed to be able to accept her with all of her differences, all of her shortcomings. She was never going to overcome her past or her psychic abilities. She might have more control than she used to, thanks to her adopted parents. But it wasn't enough to allow her to be like other people. She tripped on a branch buried in the snow and glanced around, astonished to realize she had been walking the entire time and had no idea where she was. She turned in a circle, frowning. Which way was home? She could call out to Gabriel, but he'd be furious with her. It would be so much better to find her own way home. He'd still be upset with her when he found out, but his anger would be somewhat tempered by the fact that she was safe. An almost human-like scream of agony shattered the silence, sending chills down her spine. The hairs on the back of her neck stood up, blood nearly freezing in her veins. She gasped for breath, looking wildly around. It was close, so close she could hear the accompanying snarling and snapping of a wolf in distress. Propelled by something outside herself, Skylar ran, allowing the reverberation of the struggle to guide her. Beneath a large, misshapen tree, a huge male wolf, reddish in color, fought with the clawed vise clamped around his leg. Blood sprayed across the snow, and the wolf chewed at his own paw in an effort to free himself. As she skidded to a halt, the creature whirled around to face the new threat, lips drawn back in a vicious snarl, yellow eyes gleaming with malice as he warned her off. Skylar backed away, keeping a safe distance as the animal lunged at her. The trap brought him up short, and he yelped, spun, and bit at his leg again before whirling to keep a wary eye on her. His sides heaved, and sweat made his fur even darker. His entire body shuddered. She could feel the pain rolling off him in waves. It wasn't Dmitri. The wolf couldn't be a shapeshifter, or he would have freed himself. It was truly a wild animal caught in a vicious snare. Looking into his eyes, she realized his freedom was gone, but his spirit refused to surrender. He snarled at her continually, showing his teeth, saliva dripping from his mouth, and all the while his yellow eyes never left her face. Had she already given up when this magnificent animal held on valiantly? When it was willing to chew off its own paw to survive? Skylar couldn't turn away from the beast, her compassion rising quickly. She held up one hand, palm outward. "Just relax," she soothed, trying to calm her rapidly beating heart. She drew in a deep breath and let it out. The wolf rumbled deep in its throat, but stopped growling. She nodded as if they were conversing. "That's it. That's good." Sometimes she could hold an animal, even a wild one, while she checked injuries, but she'd never tried to hold a wolf to her. It took a touching of two spirits, and that was never easy in the best of times. She concentrated on the animal, calling silently, relentlessly, to the very essence of the beast. The wolf grew silent, staring at her with intent eyes. She stepped closer, feeling the warming tingle that always spread throughout her body and mind before she connected solidly. Her stomach unexpectedly knotted and her throat burned. There was a bitter taste in her mouth. A shadow slipped against her spirit, something oily, slimy, and evil. Her soul shuddered and drew back. Horrified, Skylar lifted her head to stare at the wolf. She saw the paw reshaping, the animal's body twisting and contorting, the muzzle elongating into a hideous bullet head sitting atop something half human and half wolf. The mouth pulled wide in a parody of a smile, showing stained, pointy teeth. Her breath froze in her lungs. She couldn't move, couldn't form the thought to call Francesca or Gabriel. She could only stand there, waiting for death to come for her. A large black wolf burst from the trees, running full out, using ground-eating leaps that covered several feet at a time. The animal struck her with its shoulder, driving her away from the vampire. Ice-blue eyes burned with glacier cold as the black wolf whirled in midair and sprang for the throat of the shifting vampire. Heavily muscled, the wolf drove the creature backward before it had a chance to change fully into one form or the other. Powerful jaws clamped around the exposed throat and tore. "Look the other way!" The orders rang sharp and clear inside Skylar's mind. She squeezed her eyes shut tight. But that didn't begin to drown out the sound of ripping flesh, high-pitched screams, and the snarls and growls of the undead. The voice slashed at her brain, cutting deep. She felt droplets like white-hot cinders burn through her gloves and skin to her very bones. It was impossible to keep the small cry of startled pain from escaping. The snarls grew louder, the shrieks more violent and terrible. Skylar covered her face with her hands to try to keep from looking, but she couldn't stop the morbid terror and spread her fingers enough to peek through. Dmitri was once again a man. No, not a man. He was fully a Carpathian warrior, his eyes blazing with fury, his mouth drawn into a cruel, merciless line. Muscles ripped in his back and bulged in his arms as he slammed his fist through the vampire's chest and wrapped his fingers around the blackened, wizened heart. There was a terrible sucking sound, and the shriek rose higher. Blood sprayed in a black arc. Skylar's hands protected her face, but this time blood splattered across the backs of her gloves, melting the material and skin instantly. Skylar gasped with pain and pushed both hands into the snow, staring in horror as Dmitri extracted the heart and tossed it some distance from the vampire. The undead clawed and bit, fighting viciously, tearing deep lacerations in Dmitri's skin. Acid burns streaked the hunter's neck, chest, and arms as he called up a storm, and lightning sizzled and crackled overhead. Movement caught in her eye, and Skylar turned away from the mesmerizing sight of a vampire to see the blackened heart wiggling across the snow-covered ground in an effort to get back to its master. As it rolled along the path back toward its master, the heart drew close to her hands buried in the snow. With a cry of terror, she dragged her hands clear, turned away, and was sick, her stomach heaving in protest at the abomination. A whip of lightning streaked from the sky to incinerate the heart. The lightning separated at the last moment, forming two tendrils to strike at the vampire while it also hit the heart. Noxious fumes filled the air, and black smoke rose, along with the wailing shriek that faded along with the vapor. In the ensuing silence, Skylar heard her heart thundering overly loud in her ears. She lifted her face to meet Dmitri's eyes, and her heart abruptly skipped a beat. He looked so strong, so invincible. His eyes were so cold, so blue, yet they burned through her skin to her bones, branding her. He moved, and she blinked, the mesmerizing spell broken. Skylar backed away from him, his anger washing over her in waves. The force was so powerful she hunched, nearly driven to her knees. A sound of distress escaped her throat, instantly drawing his intent gaze to her pounding pulse. At once the anger was gone. He held out his hand. "Come here to me. You're injured. Don't be afraid, Skylar. I couldn't harm you no matter the circumstances." She swallowed hard and stepped back another step, her mouth going dry as he crooked his finger at her. Why couldn't she scream for Gabriel or Francesca? They were her lifelines when terror invaded and her spirit retreated. Physically, she was incapable of running away from him. She had learned a long time ago that all that brought was swift reprisal. She could be beaten into physical submission, but her mind could go where no other could follow. She could stay safe, huddled far away in a place inside her mind. Dmitri could see stark fear in his life-mate's eyes. Every vestige of color drained from her face, leaving her so pale her skin looked translucent. The anger he was holding in check receded as protective instincts he didn't know he had rose sharp and fast. He wanted to gather her into his arms and shelter her there, but he could actually feel her soul shying away from the wild need in his. He had never imagined anyone could be so fragile. Approaching her called for a finesse he wasn't certain he possessed. "Listen to me, little one." He made a supreme effort to gentle his voice. He was rarely around people, and his throat felt rusty. "You shouldn't have had to witness that. The killing of a vampire is always a messy and violent business. I want only to heal the burns on your skin. Will you allow me to do so?" She didn't answer, simply stared at him numbly. His heart shifted in his chest. "If I frighten you too badly, I will call Francesca to you. She is a great healer, but it must be done soon. Vampire blood burns like acid. This one had recently turned, or it wouldn't have been so easy to—" He hesitated, wanting to avoid the word kill. "Destroy." Skylar swallowed several times. "How?" The word came out barely a whisper. He touched her mind, found her hands throbbed and burned. She looked as if she might faint, even felt faint in her mind. "It won't hurt. I'll be very careful." She took a deep breath as she lifted her chin and forced herself to take a step toward him. Her body trembled visibly. He could see the effort cost her dearly, but he was proud of her for the attempt. He didn't make the mistake of going to her. He was too tall, towering over her diminutive frame, and he knew it would only frighten her more if he moved. He waited, holding his breath still in his lungs, regulating his heartbeat to hers in an effort to help steady her. She took a second step, and then a third, reaching out with both hands so he could see the streaks of acid burn where the vampire's blood had melted the material of her gloves. Her hands shook as she placed them in his open palms. "Would you rather I call Francesca?" She shook her head. "They don't know I followed the call of the wolf. They'll be angry with me." She raised her eyes to his. "Disappointed in me." His call. Inwardly, Dmitri swore. He had not bound her to him, but his blood, his heart, his very soul called to hers. Of course she had answered. No life mate could resist her other half in need, and he needed her desperately. He closed his fingers around hers. "I'll do this, then. I cannot call down the lightning as you are not fully Carpathian, so I must use my own healing powers. It can feel intimate. You'll have to trust that I am not taking advantage, but only doing what is necessary." He lowered his head, inch by slow inch, giving her plenty of time to change her mind. His gaze held hers captive, refusing to allow her to look away from the familiar act he was performing on her. His lips moved along the streaks, feather-light, just skimming, brushing small caresses over the burns. His tongue stroked, velvet soft. She jumped and nearly pulled her hand away. Instinctively, he tightened his fingers, holding her skin against his lips. "Surely you know our saliva heals." Schuyler nodded, still unable to pull her gaze from the deep blue of his. "It doesn't feel the same as when Francesca or Gabriel have healed cuts on me. It feels intimate, too intimate, sexy, erotic even." Faint color stole into her cheeks at her thoughts. She couldn't control the rush of heat in her bloodstream, or the way her womb clenched in anticipation when his lips touched another long burn. She was so mesmerized by him, she didn't even notice she had used the most intimate form of speech of all, mind to mind on a private path only the two of them shared. His tongue swirled, taking the sting from the burns. It felt like seduction, and as if he were stealing away more than the pain. She could see every detail of his face, the strong jaw and nose, the shape of his mouth, most of all, those glacier blue eyes she couldn't escape. His lashes were heavy and very black, just as his hair and brows were. The color of his eyes was more dramatic, more intensely alive with the contrast. She felt almost dizzy, as if she were falling into his intent gaze. She drew air deep into her lungs and found his scent. Her heart matched the rhythm of his. Her mind actually relaxed its guard and allowed him to slip inside. His soul brushed up against hers. He didn't push or take, merely touched, so light she barely felt it, barely felt the merging, her soul reaching instinctively, yearning for his, for him. She wanted to snatch her hand away to tell him she'd have Francesca help her after all, but she couldn't. Nothing had ever felt so right in her life. In that brief moment there was no past or future, only this moment and this man. Dmitri was very careful to find every burn on her skin, every thread the vampire's blood had left behind. They could be like spores, spawning the most malevolent things if not eradicated. Fortunately, the vampire had been one that was more recently turned and hadn't yet grown fully into the power of evil. Dmitri took his time, brushing the pad of his thumb along her inner wrist, savoring the feel of her skin and the fact that for this one small moment in time she relaxed a little with him. It was with great reluctance that he lifted his head and allowed her hands to slip through his fingers. "There. It is done." "What about your wounds? I can't heal you." "I can do that myself." but he couldn't breathe without her. He looked away from her before she glimpsed that in him, the need to gather her up and take her far away where she had no choice but to accept him. The beast struggled to rise, demanding its mate. Ruthlessly, he pushed it down. Nothing would mar this moment with her.
"I wanted to see you again. I needed to talk to you."
He bowed slightly from the waist and reached out with that same slow deliberation, giving her plenty of time to object. When she didn't, he tucked a stray strand of blonde hair behind her ear. "I am at your service." Her smile was tentative, an olive branch.
"I needed to tell you that it isn't you. It's me. I know what a life mate is, and this is a mistake. I'm flawed. I can't be like other women, not ever."
She ducked her head, avoiding his gaze. His eyes just seemed so alive, almost burning her skin, yet so cold she shivered. "It takes a great deal of courage, little one, to tell me these things. I thank you for making the effort." He kept his voice gentle, resisting the urge to drag her into his arms. She was utterly adorable, standing there trying to reject him and not hurt his feelings. They were all wrong, Francesca and Gabriel and even Michael. She wasn't too young. Even now, when she should have been little more than a girl emerging from her childhood, he knew she was already an adult. His soul had brushed hers. She had been ripped from her childhood, and the young woman, so close, so elusive, was simply too fragile. So beaten down, so sensitive with her enormous psychic talent, the atrocities committed against her had driven her spirit too deep, too far, and she was barely able to stay in the world. Time will sort this out for us. In the meantime, allow me to escort you back to your home."
"Aren't you angry with me?"
"Because you are not ready for my claim." He took her hand, his fingers warm and sure when she was so uncertain. "Of course not." Snow plopped down from the nearest tree, and both turned toward the sound. Branches swayed as a small owl took to the air, wings outstretched, body wobbling as it launched itself into the air. The screech owl dove straight at them. Dmitri leapt to place his body between the creature and Schuyler. He timed his attack, swatting the bird from the air even as she yelped, panic evident in her voice.
"No, it's Joseph. It has to be Joseph."
She tried to get around Dmitri, her protective tone raising the hackles of the wolf, triggering the response of his beast at